7th later on today. And what can Diogo Moreira ultimately do? 7th quickest this morning. In fairness, he was leading the section until the sort of half to 2/3 points in proceedings when some other riders put some fresh rubber in. It does look as if the aberration of yesterday afternoon has been put to one side now from Moreira, and he does look much more like the champion leader we've seen clutch of 2025.
Yeah, pretty composed performance out of Moreira this morning. No drama, no frills, but a massive 50 minutes coming up for him in Q1 this afternoon.
Don't miss that. The final qualifying session of the season, Moto2, with some serious championship pressure hanging on it. Dani Munoz quickest in Prix Practice 2 as he breaks the lap record to edge out Ivan Guevara, Alberto Arenas and Manu Gonzalez, and all Spanish top 4. Colin Vaya, the Dutch rookie 5th, ahead of Sergio Garcia. Points leader Moreira 7th, ahead of Danny Holgado, Jake Dixon and Tony Arbolino. Alex Prince keeping up his strong weekend. The 11 was in P11, ahead of David Alonso, another Q1 competitor later on today. Low-key morning for Fantic, Barry Belton 16th, Aaron Canet 23rd, as he gears up for a Q1 battle later today. So the lap record falls in Moto2 FP2, and it falls to Dani Munoz. An intriguing qualifying session coming up in Moto2 later on today. We'll begin to look ahead to qualifying in MotoGP in just a moment with Free Practice 2. Stay with us.
The final sprint Saturday of 2025 has arrived as MotoGP's final showdown once again takes place at the Ricardo Tormo circuit, located around a 30-minute drive from vibrant downtown Valencia. Famous for its stunning mix of historic and urban architecture and one of the most cosmopolitan cities in Spain, Valencia's first Grand Prix took place 26 years ago. The fight for the final pole of the season is next live. Time for MotoGP. Sunny circuit Ricardo Tormo, about 30 kilometres outside of downtown Valencia, named after 50cc world champion back in 1978 and 1981, Ricardo Tormo. 20 world championships have been decided previously in Valencia. That will be 21 tomorrow as our final showdown emerges in the Moto2 World Championship. Just over 4 kilometres in length, just under 2.5 miles. Pretty busy in that infield section as you go through 3, 4, 5, 6. A high-speed left-hander at turn 7, then into the hard braking zone at turn 8. A couple of riders getting caught out there yesterday. So too at that tricky turn 4. Good morning and welcome to what is a beautiful mid-November Saturday morning here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. After it was rather overcast and grey for most of day one here in our final showdown, the season finale here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit. We have got some beautiful clear blue skies on the horizon there for what is our final sprint Saturday of the season. Still plenty to fight for in the championship in terms of third place overall. It does look like it will be in the hands of Marco Bezzecchi, 35 points clear of Pecco Bagnaia in that particular battle. Only 37 points, of course, that's to fight for. The first 12 of those will be over 13 laps in the TSO sprint at 3 PM local time this afternoon. We're expecting packed grandstands for the main event tomorrow, the 27-lap Grand Prix of Valencia, where the home fans, well, they may well be banging on and they may well be seeing a first Pedro Acosta MotoGP victory. And Friday is anything to base your judgment on about who will be the main contenders in tomorrow's main Grand Prix. Well, it has a bit of a familiar feeling to our Portuguese Grand Prix last weekend. Pedro Acosta was fastest on Friday with a 1:29.240, still seeking to end that long, barren run without a victory in MotoGP. His closest challenger was our Portuguese Grand Prix winner, a start-to-finish winner in Portimao 6 days ago, Marco Bezzecchi. Had a great afternoon session, picking himself up after an early crash in turn 4. He set a 1:29.29, pretty much tight at the top. Acosta and Ben split by just under 600ths of a second. Frankie Morbidelli shining on a Friday, top 3 for the Pertamina Enduro VR Moto2 racing team rider. Already directly through to Q2 as well go Alex Marquez, long time. Alex secured second place in the World Championship. Ayako had a fantastic Friday as well, his best Friday of the season actually for Trackhouse Racing. Jack Miller, Fabio D'Antonio, Terminal Edge, Juan Mir and Fabio Quartararo. Those riders directly through to Q2. There's confirmation of Acosta's brilliant here yesterday. It was really tight. So close as it so often is around this compact Ricardo Tormo circuit layout. Down to Enea Bastianini in 19th place. There wasn't even a second covering those top 19 riders. Poor Miguel Oliveira was 21st on the timing screen, but he was just over a second behind Pedro Acosta. If you miss a tenth or two in these crucial qualifying sessions coming up later on this morning, and you're going to be having a completely different weekend. You're going to be in the game or out of the game in terms of your victory chances in the sprint and the Grand Prix. Talking you through all of this final sprint Saturday action of the campaign is Matt Burke and Lewis in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane in what is a rather cool and shady pit lane at the moment, as you can see from these live pictures. But Lewis, I think the KTM fans and Pedro Acosta fans are daring to dream. A brilliant Friday yesterday from Acosta. So many riders saying in terms of race pace, not just the one lap speed he's got, race pace looks really good as well. I think we're all daring to dream, aren't we, about his chance of winning tomorrow?
Yeah, and why not? Why not? We have had a season of, certainly the second half of the season, of different winners, 6 different winners in the last 6 Grand Prix. Pedro Acosta wants to be looking number 7 this weekend. He did say this will strike fear into his rivals, but where he felt weakest yesterday was on his time attack, and he was fastest overall yesterday, suffering from a little bit of chatter when he put that soft front tyre in. His race rhythm, as you mentioned, was very strong. A couple of riders I spoke to off air yesterday said they feel Pedro Acosta clear favourite coming into this weekend. Hasn't won a Grand Prix nor a sprint. He has the first opportunity to chase one of those today, but it is going to be crucial, as you mentioned, to nail that qualifying lap, something that Pedro hasn't always done in 2025.
Yeah, when the times are so close, you can ill afford even the slightest slip up when you're on time attack laps. Yeah, that's put a smile on the face of Pedro Acosta. Acosta fans out in force. Well, will he be victorious for the first time MotoGP? Will he come back to start 2026 with orange hair? That's apparently a behind-the-scenes bet he has with KTM test rider Danny Pedrosa, joking about if he doesn't win this season finale that he will have to dye his hair KTM orange. Brad Binder and Miguel Oliveira, of course, are only 2 previous KTM Grand Prix winners. Marco Bezzecchi, though, he's going to pose another big bet on the factory Aprilia. Some turnaround yesterday afternoon, Lewis Forbes, way down the order, and a pretty chilly start to proceedings yesterday. But boy, did he bounce back to 1:29.293 on the same RSGP. Crashed early on in the session. Great work by his Nawali factory crew.
What's interesting about the crash that Bezzecchi had yesterday is that he was following Pedro Acosta at the time, admitted that he was trying to take the same line through that corner as Pedro Acosta, and also just released the brake a little bit too early on the way out in turn 4, which accounted for that crash. But yeah, spectacular recovery from Ben. The half a 10 separated the top 2 yesterday, and Alex Marquez hot on their heels behind Frankie Morbidelli is 4th. So as you mentioned, the 3 riders who had the podium to themselves on Saturday and Sunday last weekend look like the clear 3. They're going to be fighting for victory today and tomorrow as well. And Marco Bezzecchi looking to end this campaign with back-to-back victories, something he has never achieved.
Maybe a surprise package sticking his nose in that podium fight. Could be Frankie Morbidelli. Had a really good Friday, did Frankie. Fresh off the back of what was a rather nasty incident which he did instigate himself in turn 5 on lap 1 in Portimao last weekend, getting tangled up with Polispargo and the KTM as well. Vanea back to Eugenia, rather nasty whack on the left-hand side of his head. He did have some CT scans at a local hospital in Portugal. He was declared fit, and he's been fit and fast so far here this weekend. Pecco Bagnaia, well, it's long odds, isn't it?
To go right there.
Long odds for Bagnaia to take third place in the World Championship away from Marco Sesi. 35 points he is behind his fellow Italian. But Sesi needs to have a collapse in this final Grand Prix in Valencia. Bagnaia needs to win the Prix and the Grand Prix. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, Pecco, that seems at the moment like a very highly unlikely scenario.
Yeah, at the moment, you don't see any of those boxes being ticked, do you, for Pecco Bagnaia to overhaul that 35-point deficit. That's been what his emotions were like yesterday at the end of the Cup Friday. It was flat. I felt flat when I came into the box after a result that Friday that went wrong for Pecco. Once again, changes they tried with that Ducati did not work. But everything they tried this season hasn't worked, with some very occasional exceptions. 14th for Pecco Bagnaia today, just again to underline how close it was. 6/10 of a second off the outright pace, nearly missed the top 10 by a 10.5, but that was enough for Bagnaia to find himself in qualifying 1 yet again. Although of course last time he was in qualifying 1 was in Malaysia. He came through to pole position.
Some really good rides actually on our final Friday of 2025 yesterday. We just saw him on screen. Jack Miller, a Prima Pramac Yamaha star. The Yamaha rider at the end of play yesterday was Jack, only 3/10 away from Acosta, only 1,000th of a second behind Alex Marquez. And 2 Yamahas already directly through into Q2, joined by Fabio Quartararo, who crept in just about passed himself inside that top 10 yesterday. Quartararo in by just 500th of a second. Plenty of French fans across the border over in Spain once again. A super on Fabio Quartararo. Again, though, yesterday could get really in the flow and feel comfortable, struggling with a lack of front feeling. The base setup they ran the last couple of Grand Prix hasn't really worked so far here in Valencia. A lot of riders yesterday were saying that the surface was pretty dirty, not very clean, not a lot of grip around. I think a lot of riders thought that there'd be a little bit more rubber on the circuit yesterday. Nice to put in that this morning, and it's very nice positive conditions. Might expect to see 128 Maverick Vinales is the all-time lap record holder here in Valencia, a 128.931 set on our last minute of course here in 2023. The good news for Maverick Vinales and Roy Martin fans, do welcome back to the last minute start of Spaniard. Maverick Vinales yesterday was 18th. I think it's fair to say he said himself that he was in safety mode. Roy Martin back for the first time since turn 1 of the sprint in Japan. 20 seconds faster. There was never going to be fireworks from the Martinator. This is all about seat time, no mistakes, no crashes.
He's clearly concerned about what further damage he could do if he does crash again and re-injure that shoulder that he has only just recovered from. World champion, or the former world champion, still has the number 1 on his helmet and on his Aprilia, at least for the next 24 hours or so, before of course he loses that for 2026. But this is all about looking toward 2026 right now for Jorge Martini, who has said that if he does feel that the pain is too much or the discomfort is too much, it's not in his best interest to continue in this weekend. He is prepared to stop and play long-term games, given what he's been through this season. So good to see the world champion here on the pit wall there, sitting alongside Davide Cardozzi, here to officially be acclaimed as the world champion of the MotoGP Awards tomorrow evening. Marc Marquez is here.
Said yes, I'm sure you've seen it all across several social media channels. Yeah, welcome back, Marc. Sadly, not a welcome back on the circuit. We're not going to see Marc turn a wheel and anger on the factory Ducati until the Japan test in early February. But you did see him talking to his crew and Ducati management in the factory garage yesterday. He's had to keep that right arm and right shoulder completely immobilised for 4 weeks after the first lap contact with Marco Bezzecchi over in Mandalika, and he was talking to the TBS. He's been able to get himself out of what's looked like a rather uncomfortable brace he's been having to wear for about a month or so. Still can't really do any exercise or certainly no imminent return on 2 wheels for Marc for at least another 2 weeks was what he said. He said the recovery is on track, everything is going to plan, but it's a slow process. And what we know, how many times did we hear Marc say this year, what he has learned painful lesson from 2020 in Jerez is don't rush your comeback. Listen to your body. So Marc Marquez will not be pushing back into a rigorous rehab and a rigorous training program in the winter. He's absolutely 100% A-OK.
Well, it seems his body will also be Maverick Vinales here this weekend. The 30-year-old back with the Tech 3 KTM squad, which the league didn't follow Spargo away, but needed weekend off. Vinales just trying to again build up some strength once again, missing a bit of flexibility on board that KTM to get his body in the correct position around what is a very, very busy 4-kilometre Ricardo Tormo circuit, which manages to cram 14 corners into essentially a great big bowl, which will certainly produce an exciting atmosphere tomorrow. The Vinales to his mid-8 Grand Prix, all in the second half of his season since that crash at the Sachsenring, which was in his first season on board KTM machinery. So far, so good for Maverick. He was within a second of the pace yesterday and ahead of his teammate, Enea Bastianini.
Yeah, ahead of Enea, but I think at the moment, as Maverick admitted, the KTM is just a little bit ahead of him. And he tries to blow off a few cobwebs. Not an easy day as he expected, but the best possible news was, unlike the last time we saw Maverick over in Mandalika in Indonesia, where he was really suffering with some big pain. Every time he jumped on the RC6, he said like sticking a hot knife into that shoulder. No pain reported yesterday from Vinales, just showing how wise and sensible it was for him to maybe step out of the action once again, give that shoulder a little bit more time to recover. Still nowhere near 100% fit, but more than capable of putting in some very respectable lap times. Vinales, with another rider back in action here this weekend. Leighton Spargo, what is a rapidly improving factory Honda RT213V. Luca Marini and Leighton said this weekend, if you compare the Honda from the start of 2025, the tail end of 2024, to the Honda that is now currently circulating here in Valencia, night and day difference. Leighton actually was pretty close to getting himself into Q2 yesterday, 13 on the timesheet, but he was not even 0.2 of a second away from being inside that top 10. I think he said he was riding within himself a bit yesterday, Lewis. Plenty more to come from the 36-year-old.
Yeah, he is also in an element of safe mode, as he was second on the 130.3. For a very different reason to his good friend Jorge Martin. The reason Aleix is sort of riding within himself is because the 2 bikes that he's got within his Honda test team box are going to be given over to Joan Mir and Luca Marini to test on Tuesday. So it's rather important that he gets both of those motorcycles to the end of tomorrow's Grand Prix in one piece.
Yeah, you can see this rear tyre temperature graphic which we saw for the first time. You'll just see on the left hand side here, very short, it's going to spike, it will start glowing red. Actually we're coming into turn 6. We'll see it later on as you come through turn 13, which, as Michelin says, is one of the toughest corners on the Grand Prix calendar in terms of how you manage the temperature, the heat build up on the left hand side of the tyre, and in particular, of course, the deteriorating grip late on. Have a look at this lap there, shall we, around Valencia? at home, as we thought we'd just give your ears a little bit of a Sprint Saturday morning treat. Thank you very much to our Ricardo Tormo Circuit tour guide, Juan Mia, that took us around this tight and twisty 4.005 kilometre layout. Lewis mentions busy, and that's what keeps the lap times so close. We pick up Sesi and Bagnaia. It is still, on paper, a fight for third in the World Championship. I'm not sure how much of a fight it will be over the course of what our 40 racing laps here in MotoGP this weekend. As mentioned, it's going to take a spectacular late collapse from Sesi to surrender third place. It will be the highest ever World Championship ranking for a factory and fully rider, second time in the last 3 years at Sesi. I would have found himself top 3 in the World Championship 2 years ago. Of course, in 23 went on board a Ducati.
Almost certainly going to be settled today. Marco Bezzecchi scores those 3 points that he needs. It's enough. Equally, Pecco Bagnaia doesn't finish in the top 2, or doesn't win the sprint, should I say. He's got to do the double this weekend to overhaul Bezzecchi. Then he will be able to rent his tuxedo for the MotoGP Awards, which take place here at the Ricardo Tormo Circuit tomorrow evening. Bezzecchi extends his advantage now to 2 tenths of a second. 1:30.1 for Bez. He's 2 tenths ahead of Morbidelli. A late Spargaro third, continuing his strong weekend on that experimental testing Honda RC213.
Tough old watch this for Marc Marquez, won't it, from the pit canopy of the factory Ducati team. This is one of 6 anti-clockwise tracks we go to on the MotoGP calendar. Marc Marquez is just almost unbeatable, isn't he, on anti-clockwise circuits. He would have penciled in having been crowned world champion over the mobility resort Batavia in late September. At the time, with 5 Grand Prix remaining, he'd have looked at Phillip Island, he'd have looked at Valencia as 2 circuits where he would have really backed himself to have added to his victory. 10 counts in MotoGP, sadly denied that opportunity with the season-ending right shoulder injury over in Mandalika. The shoulder injury which initially did not appear to be as serious as it proved to be, which the initial reports were, and then Marc was going to be missing from the next 2 Grand Prix in Phillip Island and in Malaysia, and hoping for a return to our final European doubleheader of the campaign. This is an injury, unfortunately, yet another significant injury. I think I've actually read reports from the MotoGP official, the medical director, Dr. Angel Chartres, say that this was another career-threatening injury as far as Marc's concerned. If he did step away, if there was a hurried and rush comeback, then there was a risk that if there was another crash, further aggravation to that shoulder, he could have been putting his career at risk once again. And Marc's been there too many times before these last few years.
Yeah, and he's got the potential of winning back again in 2025, and he wants that back, but he's going to rush it with nothing really on the line in his final Grand Prix of the season. One of the screws in his operated humerus bone was slightly bent, we understand, in that injury, in that accident that he sustained in Indonesia, which also needed repairing, but that has been successfully repaired, so Marquez fans shouldn't worry about that. Sure, Marc will be here cheering on his brother this weekend too, as Alex Marquez, of course, clinched second in the World Championship in Malaysia, and then took a sprint victory in the sprint of the season when he denied Pedro Acosta that first gold medal 7 days ago in Portimao. It's fair to say that the 13-lap battle this afternoon has got a tough act to follow.
Yeah, I think when Marc, or when the doctors were checking that shoulder and arm at Marc and they found that bent screw, I think he was in physio. He said, "Oh, don't worry about that, he's had that break." Yeah, that was nothing to do with that issue. But I think, yeah, they've probably got impressive advice while Marc was once again, unfortunately, back under the surgeon's knife as we ride on board with El Diablo. And we had a bit of a fluid leak at this part of the circuit yesterday. This time around, there's no mechanical issues to bother Quattararo on the factory Yamaha. Let's have a look at the lap times. Let's have a quick check. Quattararo just runs in hot in turn 2. It's Marco Bezzecchi that leads the way, an Italian 1-2 at the moment. A 1:30.104 has got Bez over 2 tenths clear of Morbidelli. I have to say, liking the look of Morbidelli so far this weekend. Third on Friday was Frankie. 5th time this year he's been top 3 on the opening day, and it's obviously worth noting as well that he did win the Valencia Grand Prix here 5 years ago, back in 2020, after an epic fight with Jack Miller. What a last lap that was in MotoGP. So he's got previous here as the 30-year-old Italian. A couple of podiums as well, I remember in Moto2. So yeah, Morbidelli might be a little bit of a dark horse contender here this afternoon and tomorrow in the Grand Prix.
I had the pleasure of chatting to Frankie yesterday, who will never use 100 words when 10 will
Short,
do.
sweet, wasn't it?
But I did ask him about the fact that no one's really got anything to lose this weekend. And how is that going to impact on the action? It should be really exciting. He said, yes, pure racing this weekend, which is exactly what I like. Although he did also say that when it is pure racing, he sometimes needs to just have a little word with himself, just to calm himself down. Usually when we do have those kind of races, he gets himself on the straight to see last Sunday for more information.
Yes, we love Frankie, but he can at times be a man of a few words, which is not ideal when you're working in the media with him. A man of a few words, and unfortunately for Frankie's case, too few podiums really so far this season, particularly when you're thinking on a GP24, which has carried Alex Marquez to second in the World Championship, carried Alex to a whole bunch of podiums, over 25 podiums has gone the way of the Spaniard. Looking at Morbidelli's podium count this year, only Grand Prix podium in Argentina, and a long time ago since his last one over in Qatar. Marquez then looking on, and it looks like, well, we're going to take a very quick pause very soon because we can just see Mark donning the headset, and right on cue was Rajak. So it's great then to hear from the 7-time MotoGP World Champion. I'm going to get him myself, aren't we? Almost in 2022, Jack Appleyard with Mark Marquez.
Yeah, great to be down here with Mark, and it's an easy first question, Mark, the one that millions of fans around the world want to know. How are you? How's the recovery going?
Yeah, it's coming better, of course. Takes time because in the end the right shoulder we need to take care about all the small details, but yes, just this week I started with some rehabilitation. Now I need to be patient for like 2 or 3 more weeks, and then when the ball will be completely fixed I will start a bit better, but it looks like everything is going a good way, and the most important thing is that this new injury didn't affect the other injuries, so I will be in a good shape on 2022.
What have the emotions been like over the last couple of weeks? Having won the championship and then having to sit at home and watch the last few Grand Prix?
A bit strange. It's true that the injury arrives in a moment where you must celebrate, but in the end, on the other hand, arrived in the best moment because everything was close. So yeah, a lot of up and downs, but you know, this injury will not affect the way that I celebrate this championship.
Just finally, have you got your tuxedo ready for Sunday night?
Yeah, I have smoking ready and everything ready to take the trophy.
We look forward to seeing you there, and hopefully we can party on Sunday night. Enjoy the weekend.
Of course, I heard that coming some big names.
Yeah, Daddy Yankee, I'm sure we'll see you dancing.
Let's see. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yeah, and the biggest name from MotoGP, of course, Marc Marquez will be present. He's already picked up the Tower of Champions once in those incredibly emotional scenes over in Japan in late September, when he'll get to do it all again tomorrow. Well, I guess we could say really truly the break will start as MotoGP World Champion. We wish Mark well. Him what is another winter rehab. It's unfortunately a scenario that he's pretty well versed in over the last few years. How many times has Mark had to have corrective surgery for one thing or another? It's not new territory that he faces, which I was going into, but such a shame. 7 days after he was crowned world champion for the 7th time. I will just make sure I correct myself on that one. I was being rather presumptuous, although maybe in 12 months' time he will be.
Not many are going to argue with you.
I don't think they will. Yeah, looking forward to seeing Mark pick up the Tower Champions once again at the MotoGP Awards ceremony right here in the Ricardo Tormont Circuit Paddock tomorrow night. I think 2,000 fans have got a very special invitation as well to come and join the end of season party.
Forward to that one. The Tower of Champions that he has towered over MotoGP in 2025. Of course, all of those injuries, they don't just physically wear away, but mentally every single time as you go through that tough rehabilitation process, and also asking those questions of, are you going to be the same rider once again? He could ask himself through the years of the doldrums when he was, of course, struggling to make a Honda successful, but ultimately didn't have the competitiveness to really justify the rider on board the bike. There's Augusto Fernandez, who we haven't seen much of this morning, but we saw a bit of him yesterday for number 7, of course on the V4-powered Yamaha, which didn't exactly do too bad a job yesterday, in fairness. A second off the pace with Augusto in P20 yesterday on board a V4-powered Yamaha. Now has a new frame on it. Did bring a small step forward, but we're still waiting for the quantum leap in performance to likely that Fabio Quartararo is waiting to see from this new Yamaha.
Yeah, I think Fabio Quartararo is going to be wanting to see an awful lot more from that V4. A lot more engine performance to be unlocked before we get to Burab next year. Whenever that V4 comes out onto a racetrack, I'm sort of drawn immediately to the top speed charts as I was yesterday. And this morning, once again, I'm afraid to say, doesn't exactly make for pretty reading for that new V4, because Augusto Fernandez once again is right at the bottom of the speed track figures, 324.3 kilometres an hour. Fabio Quartararo is just one place ahead, about 1.5 clicks ahead of the V4. Bad news for that V4 is Enea Bastianini. We know the KTM 16 is the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history. Enea's come through the speed gun this morning at 340.3. Could of course been with the aid of a slipstream. It's hard to judge really accurately, but pure black and white on paper, you can't deny away from facts. Augusto Fernandez at the moment is slower than the fastest bike on circuit down the
10 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, nobody on planet Earth can make up that kind of time. And as so many riders said, on the KTM and the Ducati, it's free time down the straight. Particularly when you go to circuits like Mugello, horsepower track, you think Mugello, you think Burab, you think of Austin, Qatar, with its long straight, Catalunya. They've got to find something. They have got to find something very significant. That's to be a massive step forward on that V4. Quartararo interested for 2027 and beyond.
We've got a great example in Portimao of just what Fabio Quartararo is having to do to try and overcome those straight line speed deficiencies. He's having to completely override the bike in all other areas of the circuit. Essentially, sprinting Grand Prix, he's riding every lap like it's a last gasp qualifying lap, and we know Fabio Quartararo is very, very good at those. Because you saw that moment into turn 5 during the Grand Prix in Portimao when he was obviously on the absolute ragged edge trying to get the Yamaha stopped, could not get it stopped. And Fabio Quartararo, I think, is fed up of spending every racing lap that he competes in depending from other people. He qualifies high on the grid, overriding that Yamaha, which is pretty good, over a single qualifying lap, and then he gradually drops back through sprint and Grand Prix as faster riders or riders on faster bikes behind him just whistle past him in a straight line, and ultimately that is proving soul destroying for the 2021 world champion.
There's far too much defending and not enough attacking Fabio Quartararo so far in 2025. I think he was chosen as part of 4 nominees for overtaking the season in 2025. I'm not even sure I've overtaken anybody on the factory Yamaha.
They're all overtaking me.
I think he was scratching his own head to work out when he'd actually been able to make it overtake. I mean, we know, we have never, it's not been up for any kind of debate, has it? Still, over 1 lap, Fabio Quartararo is as good as anybody in MotoGP. Some of his pole position laps this season have been the best laps, best single laps we have seen throughout this record-breaking campaign. Poles in Jerez, Le Mans, Athens, Phillip Island and Portimao. The Phillip Island pole lap was just absolutely something extraordinary. The problem is though, there ain't no points awarded on Saturday mornings in Q2 sessions. Fabio Quartararo, despite so many sensational Saturday performances, still finds himself down in 9th place in the World Championship. He can still snatch 8, he is only 5 points behind Fermin Aldeguer. He's going to go back a long way for the last time Fabio Quartararo was on the podium. Back just to 1 Grand Prix podium so far this season, that's 2nd place over in Jerez. Now the perfect time as we look at Pedro Acosta on screen. Acosta has just actually got up into P3 in this session. He's having a great weekend here in Valencia. Can he round up the season in style with the region? Let's get a thought to the boss. That's guy, Jack.
Yeah, obviously Pedro is in incredible form at the moment, and looking at the timesheets yesterday, it looks like a big opportunity this weekend. Do you sense that within the garage as well?
Yes, of course. I think it's always important to keep it somehow, let's say, single in the mind and think too much, let's say, the single opportunities or the highlights. But of course, Pedro is really also to finish the season in the best possible way. For sure, we know also what he has in mind.
What is it about this circuit that has seemingly gelled so well with both Pedro and the KTM?
Yes, Portimao was finally quite strong for us, and
track has been in the past quite good for us, but okay, grid situation also changed year by year. Last year we were not here, so let's say it's too early to say about for the whole race performance, but preparation started well yesterday, so this is positive sign, and of course still some decisions for tires as well. Pedro mentioned yesterday for tomorrow's Grand Prix there is still a concern with tyre life, with the amount of time in particular that final sector that you spend on the left hand side of the tyre. Is that something that you think could be a big problem going into tomorrow? I think it's never ending discussion, and finally for all of the manufacturers, all of the riders, and it's something okay, but we honestly say that we also have to improve. But in other hand, for example, in 40 miles we managed to absolutely, let's see. Good luck, Aki. Hope it's a good weekend for you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to KTM boss Aki Ayo. It has been far too long, hasn't it? Catalonia 2021. KTM last one, a dry MotoGP race. It does look like it's going to be a full dry Grand Prix here tomorrow. 2025 concludes tomorrow. 2026 kicks off on Tuesday. Myself, Lewis, Jack, and various others from the Nor team will be hanging around here in Valencia to bring you over 6 hours of live coverage from the test here on Tuesday. Maybe KTM will be MotoGP race winners.
Also, of course, get our first public look at top Practice, the newly crowned Superbike World Champion, on board another V4 powered Yamaha. Of course, within the Pramac team, have tested that bike in Aragon very recently, but this will be the first time we see him in front of the gaze of TV cameras. And we'll also see Diogo Moreira, who is a red-hot favourite to be crowned Moto2 World Champion tomorrow afternoon. We'll get his first experience on board the LCR Honda.
Well, we've seen Marc Marquez watching the action on the Ducati pit wall, and he's just witnessed his teammate Pecco Bagnaia take over the top spot in this FP2 session. Bagnaia, the first rider to find a sub-90-second lap this morning, a 129.996. And we will see Pecco once again coming up in Q1 on this disastrous run. It was a brilliant Japanese Grand Prix weekend, wasn't it? As far as Ducati and Ivo were concerned, Mark winning the World Championship for the 7th time. Pecco Bagnaia leading up in the day with a pole, sprint win and Grand Prix win treble. Since then, I can't even believe I'm saying this, Pecco Bagnaia's last Grand Prix finish, was that victory in Mulai. Crashed out dead last in Mandalika, crashed out while saying I'm never going to finish last again in Phillip Island. And of course there's bad luck to factor in as well. Cruel to see him lose a podium and a top finish over in Malaysia when he had the very rare Michelin rear tyre puncher. But another DNF when he was well placed in 4th place, a rather lonely 4th place last time out in Portimao. First time since 2019 that Bagnaia has not scored in 4 successive MotoGP races. He will not want to make it 5 on the spin, that's for sure.
Now, even if he scored for 16 points in Malaysia without the positive and 13 for 4th after Kenny Portimao, he'd still be behind Marco Bezzecchi now in the World Championship for 3rd and 4th, so you can't necessarily say that those have cost Bagnaia 3rd in the Championship. They maybe cost him a more realistic shot at it this weekend. Of course, has won a sprint in that time. Sprint wins have been rather scarce for Bagnaia this season, just a couple of them in Bezzecchi and in Malaysia. But Pecco Bagnaia, rather keen. Certainly got the impression from him yesterday, who always does answer the questions we have for him in the media, and he's always very polite, but I think he's quite keen to the end of 2025.
Yeah, that's flagged right in section Acosta. Acosta's gone down. Pedro Acosta then has crashed. That looks like it's turn 4. How many times he's just set Acosta the fastest 3rd sector of this session. Now this could be really crucial again. If that bike is too badly damaged, Acosta might have put himself in a right hole here, got himself in a right pickle, because he might only have one bike for his Q2 attack coming up later on. Not the first time, not the first time we have seen this from Acosta. Common crash here into turn 4. Oh, looked like bump. Was there just a little bit of a bump there? Certainly looked like the front, you could see it bobbling. Up and down went the forks as they decompressed, and Acosta then in the gravel, and you'll be all eyes on that RC16 now. Let's have a listen. just like the Aldeguer Seki crash. As soon as he released the brake and tapped the throttle back in, he's on the floor. So many times we've seen carbon copy crashes in that fourth corner, but he's going to be praying now that he's going to be able to get that bike fixed up. He's going through the tunnel. The Marco Bezzecchi didn't get back to paddock yesterday, but let's hope for Acosta and KTM's sake that he has not damaged that bike so severely it's unavailable for him in Q2.
It didn't look like it was too badly damaged from the shots we saw of it. Didn't see many pieces flying off, although I want to give it a close look before we send Pedro Acosta back out on track once again. Yeah, it's almost shades of Hungary earlier on in the season when he crashed in the early part of Q2 and then just didn't enjoy the same level of performance on his second bike at all. So Pedro Acosta potentially bringing some unneeded pressure onto his shoulders ahead of a qualifying session, which is going to be so important. They all are in MotoGP, but with the field so close and with overtaking opportunities fairly limited around the Ricardo's almost we know how good Pedro Acosta is at taking a lead, and it's so important for Acosta to get himself minimum on the front row of the grid this morning.
He had just set that fastest first section. He was up by just 0.08 of a second. Yet so many riders yesterday alluding to the importance of qualifying. Qualifying, of course, is important in every Grand Prix, but this tight and compact Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia, it is one of the hardest circuits to make passes on. One line in so many sectors, so if you're deep on the grid, you are really giving yourself a bit of a mountain to climb. So many riders are saying yes, they've got to be really on those first two rows to have any hope. Well, Costa could nail a good lap after he set the fastest first sector. Over to Ayagura, as you can see on screen, so Agura-san, who was brilliant yesterday to finish fifth fastest. He's currently down in 10th place, but it's a really good late charge coming in from Agura. We've got Bezzecchi as the ideal reference, about 50 metres further up the road, as still current Moto2 world champion. Of course, that will be a crown he will relinquish and hand over to either Moreira or Gonzalez tomorrow. First time on a Friday afternoon yesterday, Ayagura found himself finishing inside the top 6. And that's got even better because right on the checkered flag, Ayagura picked in a 1:29.897, just behind Marco Bezzecchi. And Ayagura, then it looks like he will be our fastest rider in the final FP2 of 2025.
Him for granted if he's been in for new tyres. We'll confirm that after the session, but either way, it's an impressive lap, which is impressing Davide Brivio, his Trackhouse team principal. Want to give a shout out to another Aprilia rider, the returning Jorge Martin, in 11th place this morning on a 1:30.520. Put in 13 laps, so he's done pretty much the same sort of mileage as everyone else, even if he has ended the session in the pits. Only 0.6 of a second off the pace for the 2024 world champion.
Mega ride by Martin, absolutely brilliant once again. So a surprise name then, and he's off of our final FP2 of the campaign. It's Ayagura on the Trackhouse Aprilia that leads the way. One of only two riders in that morning session that found laps in the 1:29. The only other being Bagnaia in second. Bezzecchi in third. And a lot of work, a lot of homework on worn tyres. Marco Bezzecchi, really clean getaway there as well from the designated practice start zone. Morbidelli once again right in the battle for the top 3. Pedro Acosta, well, there was late drama once again in that session for the Spaniard. A crash at turn 4, he was fifth. Alex Marquez rounding out the top 6. Best Yamaha on this occasion was Quattararo in 7th. Aldeguer, Lake Spargo, Raul Fernandez were your top 10. Outside that top 10, not too far behind at all was Martin. Well, he'll be hoping that he can end the season in style and making back-to-back wins for the first time in his MotoGP career, Marco Bezzecchi. Because if he does so, you'll be seeing plenty more of that stand-up wheelie at post-Grand Prix tomorrow.
Some obvious signs yet of Luca Marini lifting himself from the order. Marini was down in 16th yesterday. Another new warm participant, Jordan, he was down in 20th in that Prix practice session. Late Spargo was the top Honda. He ended up in 9th place. Mir was 12th. Marco 17th. We'll also see him in qualifying 1. Luca Marini down in P20, just a second though on the pace. This Q1 session shortly is going to be very fiercely contested.
Not for the first time this season. Pedro Acosta's put his mechanics under the cosh. Yeah, let's hope that it probably is just a little bit of cosmetic damage because this could be costly. If that number 1 RT16, just see the movement he was having on the front end there. Not even the ingenious talent of Acosta bringing that one, or keeping that one upright. He looks at the screen, as you can see, looking at the pictures himself. He'll know that was far from the ideal moment to be throwing a KTM into the gravel trap. He didn't dig in or a barrel roll, but it was kind of gently, I say gently, slid on its side. So hopefully it is just a quick repair job as far as the KTM factory crew are concerned. Well done, Iger, that was brilliant. Well, I just mentioned the fact that he had his best Friday of 2025. Kind of like last weekend as well, Aguirre said that he was a bit more aggressive in the early laps of the Portuguese Grand Prix. That enabled him to get away with that sort of second group. A real good battle once they wasn't with Fabio Quartararo and Johan Zarco. He's used that confidence. Aguirre stand next. Fast on Saturday morning in Valencia.
Two riders in the 129s this morning, Iagora and Pecco Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi third for Aprilia ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. Continues this strong weekend in the top four again, ahead of Pedro Acosta with that late slip-up. Alex Marquez under the radar this morning, sixth ahead of Fabio Quartararo, Fermin Aldeguer, Alexis Spargo, Tom Honda and Ralph Fernandez. Barthes, very strong morning for him in 11th ahead of Juan Mir, Jack Miller and Fabio Gian Antonio. Tech 3 pairing of Vinay Bastiani and Maverick Vinales next up ahead of Johan Zarco. Nicolo Bruniga in 18th place. He was also within a second of the pace ahead of Gustav Fernandez, Luca Marini, Oliveira beating the rings, and Somjak Chantra in 24. Just 1.5 seconds covers the lot of them in our 24 rider field.
Looking good, isn't it, for Aprilia here on Sprint Saturday. The two bikes in the top three. Leading the way was Iagura. Up next then, for the final time in 2025, we go full time attacks. We go qualifying in the MotoGP World Championship. Don't go anywhere. Qualifying is coming up shortly here in Valencia. Well, welcome back to Valencia. Beautiful Saturday morning it is here on the outskirts of the beautiful Mediterranean city, Spain's third largest city. So great for the MotoGP paddock to be back here for the first time since 2023. We were due to come here last year, unable to do so after the devastating and catastrophic floods which struck this part of Spain. Which is getting back to some semblance of normality ahead of this Moto Grand Prix of the Valencian community. As for the 22nd and final time in this record-breaking season, we go qualifying in MotoGP. And we go qualifying with a surprise name at the top of the leaderboard in the earlier FP2 session that kicked off the Sprint Saturday number 22 in 2025. Track out of Prix Iagura leading the way this morning. Iagura looked really strong on Prix Practice Friday as well, particularly fastest. Pedro Acosta was who led the way on day one, and although he's had a bit of drama at the end of that FP2 session, Acosta has looked in fantastic form so far here in Valencia. A late crash at turn 4 has put the pressure on his Red Bull KTM factory race mechanics as they look for a quick repair job to get him two bikes ready for the upcoming Q2. First of all though, it's qualifying one, and it's always a heavyweight session these days, isn't it? It will feature Brad Binder, Australian Grand Prix winner Ralph Fernandez, Honda wildcard Alexis Spargo, Pecco Bagnaia has been crowned MotoGP World Champion twice right here in Valencia. He's in Q1 with Zarco, Marini, Rin, the returning Vinales, Bastianini, Augusto Fernandez on the lead for Yamaha, Miguel Oliveira on his farewell ride in MotoGP, Roy Martin, good to see him back in action on the factory at Aprilia with Somjak Chantra and Nicolo Bruniga standing into Marc Marquez. They are your riders in Q1. You caught it on the graphic, but in case you didn't. Acosta, Bezzecchi, Morbidelli, Alex Marquez, Aguirre, Miller, Gian Antonio, Aldeguer, Mia and Quartararo. Those 10 riders can relax in this opening Q1 section because they're already through to our second 15-minute Q2. So it's always super tough to predict and call who's going to get one of those two places to get into Q2 coming up shortly. Don't think there's going to be two much risk from Jorge Martin, who for the final time will sport the #1 plate on the factory Aprilia. It's not about chasing hot laps and chasing big results here this weekend. For Martin, it's just about chasing and restoring some lost confidence after what has been a nightmare, a forgettable 2025 for Martin. Good weekend so far for one half of track count Prix, with Ayagur and fifth fastest yesterday's best ride of the season, fastest to this morning's FP2, but he won't do those for his teammate Rafa Fernandez.
Although he's, I guess, one of the riders who just underlines how fiercely close it is and how through doing both at the wrong, you can find yourself on the wrong side of that Q2 cut-off. Fernandez yesterday did a 1:29.806. He was half a second off the pace. He only missed the place in the top 10 by just over a tenth of a second. We're expecting the margin to be super fine in this Q1 session, which puts some pressure on Pecco Bagnaia. His hopes of finishing third in the World Championship already slim at best. Surely they're effectively gone if he doesn't clear this hurdle and get out of qualifying one.
Yeah, third looks like it's out of reach. Maybe a 2025 which will see Bagnaia finish P5 in the championship. 3 points clear of Pedro Acosta. If you're sort of parting with some of your hard-earned cash on one of those two was most likely to prevail here in Valencia tomorrow, you'd most likely be putting some of it on Acosta right now. Giant Zarco, well, he has given us some great moments, hasn't he, in this year's MotoGP World Championship.
That's going to work.
Yeah, it's time to get down to business. Joan's Q1 for the 9th time so far in 2025. So then here we go, our final Q1 session of the season underway then very shortly. Two factory Ducatis side by side. Niccolo Buliga there on the number 11 bike. Here we are, let's believe it's still sticking around to take part in the Tuesday test here in Valencia. So green light then is cleared at the end of pit lane, out of the shade and into the sunshine here in Valencia. So some of the fastest riders in the world, hoping to be at least one of our top 2 fastest in this opening session. Keep themselves in the fight for our 22nd pole position of the campaign. We've only had 5 riders in 2025 claim pole positions. Marc Marquez 8, Fabio Quartararo 5. Marco Bezzecchi 4 again, Pecco Bagnaia 3. One pole position so far this season. And for Alex Marquez in front of his home crowd in Catalonia.
14 riders then in this Q1 session, of course, with our bumper lineup this weekend. The wild cards of Luis Spargaro and Augusto Fernandez adding to the field. Second qualifying session, of course, coming up for Niccolo Buliga. Another challenge awaiting him as he tries to learn how to ride a MotoGP bike like a MotoGP bike rather than getting into his old superbike habits, which he slipped into last Saturday when he crashed in the TISO sprint. But Buliga, it's fair to say, doing his long-term course, no harm at all as to continue to be the MotoGP rider in the future. Yes, he was 24th yesterday, but he was only a second and a quarter off the outright pace, which at this level is not a lot.
Too much of Luke Marini so far this weekend. His worst Friday yesterday since the Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring. Honda kind of hit the buffers in there running Portimao last time out. So for all the great work that's been done behind the scenes on the RT213V, Portimao, and so far from Marini's case here in Valencia, that's still plenty more to do. Much try harder will be the end of season. School reporters getting a little bit out of shape on the brakes goes Bastianini into that tight left-hander of turn 2. Standard Friday, I think, as far as Anaya is concerned. Of course, we had the pleasure of being joined by Tech 3 boss Hervé Poncharal yesterday, ahead of Mr. Poncharal's farewell MotoGP race, and at times he wasn't exactly like what he saw on screen, was he? When he joined us yesterday from his Italian rider. We know that Anaya, doesn't matter where he qualifies, he will always work his way forward. The problem is he qualifies so poorly.
Yeah, we often see him rocking up the order in sprints. In fact, he won the last couple of Pisa sprints. He's gone from 16th to 13th in Portimao, 19th to 9th for the Augusto Fernandez. Second of the weekend for the number 7.
Yeah, Augusto Fernandez then has tipped off. That's going to bring out the yellow flags into turn 8. Fernandez is down.
How many riders were ahead of him and how many riders were behind him? That could be quite key then as we come round on this first lap. Bagnaia, the fastest rider through the first 2-3 sectors of the field. He was 20.1 in the first sector. Only Brad Binder better that. Bagnaia in the second sector was 24.2, which is as fast as anybody in this Q1 session. Straight into the 129 for the two-time world champion. He's ahead of John Zarco at the moment. Of course, a lot of these laps will get scrubbed off due to the yellow.
That's Bagnaia's fastest lap of the weekend so far. Straight away then, immediately out of the pit lane. Bagnaia flies in a 129.732, which is slightly, not much quicker than his 29.833 set yesterday. He won't care what lap time he produces as long as he gets into that second qualifying session through the tricky turn 4. Time profile casualties there so far this weekend include Portuguese Grand Prix winner Sesi, fastest on Friday here in Valencia and Costa. Albuquerque was already bitten the dust there too on the Grazini Ducati.
The three riders who did catch the yellows were Aleix Spargaro, Jorge Martin and Raul Fernandez. None of them in last time that would have put them in the top 2 just at the moment, but they were behind Augusto Fernandez's crash and therefore have no blind lap time next to their name at the moment. Bagnaia and Zarco continuing their fast start to this Q1 session on their second lap.
Good lap as well coming in from Maschi. He did the media last weekend. It just shows when he rejoined the circuit, having had some bodywork damage after his early contact with Frankie Morbidelli, when he was able to just have clear road ahead of him and run his braking markers, run his normal lines. Again, they set the 4th or 5th fastest lap of that Portuguese Grand Prix. So what's not been really in question throughout the season on the RC16 has been his race pace, but he just has not been able to get anything out of the Michelin soft tyre in time attack mode. That's not the case with John Zarco at the moment. Now, that's a brilliant lap from Zarco. Zarco's just put in a 129.586 as Raul Fernandez now streaks towards the finish line. Fernandez now occupies P1. Hines at the top then. Fernandez with a 129.554 leads the way, but there's not even a tenth of a second coming in top 3. Fernandez, Zarco and Bagnaia.
This is a good lap 2 from Aleix Spargaro. He won't be too far away from the top 2. It's going to be a mid-29 for Aleix too. He's within a tenth of a second of Raul Fernandez. That's only good enough at the moment though for P4.
Yeah, Zarco picked up 3/10 of a second compared to his best pace yesterday. Raul Fernandez likewise 3/10 faster. So as we suspected, this Valencia circuit a little bit cleaner yesterday and certainly with some rubber laid down. And Tom Blackmouth Gafioglu then already trying to pick up some advice from Yamaha's current superstar. So much excitement, so much anticipation to see the A-lister, the superstar box office sensation from World Superbike come to MotoGP next season. Already trying to learn from the best on the Yamaha for the last few years. Yeah, what a mouth-watering prospect it's going to be next year. Fabio Quartararo and Tom Blackmouth Gafioglu as we turn going head-to-head on Yamahas in MotoGP next year.
Raul Fernandez looks like he rolled off on this most recent lap, sporting that tribute helmet to the Valencia community, which is all very dear to his heart. So Fernandez at the moment by 300ths of a second from Zarco, 600ths ahead of Bagnaia, who is 6,000ths ahead of Aleix Spargaro. They in turn have a 4/10 buffer over the next best, currently Miguel Oliveira, but he is his best lap of the weekend so far on the Pramac Yamaha.
Yeah, a steep learning curve ahead for top Blackmouth Gafioglu. He would, I'm sure, be a very keen observer on his World Superbike phone. Niccolo Budiger's performance in Portimao last weekend. Budiger saying that there's a massive difference to be found. Of course, there's a lot more electronics on MotoGP bikes, carbon brakes, lighter, a lot more horsepower, but it's the tyres, that's the big difference. The ruddy rubber over to Michelin. It's going to be the toughest transition you feel as far as Gafioglu is concerned. But we'll have a triple World Superbike champion mixing it with the best of the best in MotoGP next year. Marc Marquez looks on once again from the pit wall. Pecco Bagnaia get himself out of this Q1 session, which as it stands at the moment is not the case. Bagnaia is close to second, which That's all he needs, but he's still 600ths behind this man, Johan Zarco. He's trying to keep himself, just keep the heart rate down, get himself ready for this second time attack. He's hoping it won't be his last time attack in 2025.
And Bagnaia, well, at the moment, he only needs to find a tenth of a second, but he's going to have to get himself into the sort of low 29s to feel anything like comfortable in these last stage. He's gone out very early, not timed though, I wouldn't have thought, to do 3 runs in this stage. This is a relatively short lap, just under 90 seconds, but by the time Bagnaia gets round, they're only going to be around 6 minutes to go. So this is the final run, and potentially the final qualifying action of Pecco Bagnaia in 2025 if he doesn't find some time.
129.240 is the best time we've seen so far here this weekend in Valencia. A 128.931 is Maverick Viñales' 2023 all-time lap record. He may well come under a bit of threat, particularly in Q2. Jorge Martin then, well, trust us, he will not be 60 sec out, pushing for a real competitive lap time. If it comes, then great, but bet your lap time that Martin is not going to be pushing anywhere near the limit. He said yesterday another crash, while he's still very much in recovery mode, would be a disaster. I think he's been warned by the doctors. We're not too sure in 2025 in particular how much more your body can take, taking such a pounding and such a beating right from pre-season testing. Just 13 laps into the defence of this World Championship, it all went horribly wrong for Martin, and he has scarcely been fully fit at any point since 2025. Bagnaia then on the money. This is a good lap from the double MotoGP World Champion. A strong first sector.
He's pretty much matched the first sector he did on his first run, Bagnaia. It might have gone great, but he's only thousands away from what he did on run 1. Sector 2 will be completed just as he comes through turn 7. He can obviously further tenth of a second relative to Ralph Fernandez, but he'll surely be fueled up for the rest of the session here, Bagnaia, so he'll have 3 time laps to try and dig himself out of the hole that he currently sits in.
Ralph Fernandez at the moment in prime position, fighting the pole position here in Valencia. He's out on fresh rubber for this second time attack and making it work. Fernandez already got a bit of confidence coursing through the veins after that 129.554 in his opening run. That means he slots himself into top spot. He's going to take this away from Zarco and Bagnaia on this current lap. Fernandez as he carries on through. Bagnaia then powers the battery Ducati out of the final corner. Long run down to the finish line, and that's more likely from Pecco up into P2. A 129.584, only just in the P2. 0.02 of a second he moves ahead of Zarco. Look at this from Martin. This would be something super special. Not just to watch, but just for Jorge Martin. Shattered confidence. At the moment, it's not even a tenth of a second covering the top 4.
Shattered. Look at Ralph Fernandez, who's about 6 tenths at the fastest lap time of this entire weekend so far. Pedro Acosta yesterday afternoon set a 129.240. The all-time record around here is a 28.9, which has been set on an Aprilia. Maverick Viñales. Ralph Fernandez on the current iteration of the RFGP. He heads for the line. It's going to stretch him well clear of Pecco Bagnaia at 29.0 for Ralph Fernandez. That's the second fastest lap we've ever seen here.
Brace yourselves, 28s are coming. 28s coming, listen to the applause that Fernandez is getting inside that factory Aprilia garage. This is brilliant by Martin.
Could sneak second here.
Here comes Jorge Martin then now through this tyre polishing turn 13. He'll drop down the hill. Second gear. Looks all steady, doesn't it? This is Jorge Martin in conservative mode. Just imagine what he's like when he's going to be fully unleashed. Bagnaia has rolled out of it now then. Martin and Binder on good laps. Oh, Martin up to 4 for the 129.630. 5 riders now in the 29. Bagnaia's got a problem. Has he run out of fuel?
Surely not with 3 minutes to go, surely, but he's got a problem. But it's ended Bagnaia's Q1 session. He ain't going to have time to get back from there. Bagnaia is currently second, but can't defend that second place.
More technical woes for Bagnaia. At the moment, Ralph Fernandez is just decimating this Q1 field. Over half a second clear to Bagnaia. Bagnaia's over. Pecco Bagnaia's qualifying in 2025 is over, and that picture pretty much sums up the story of 2025, doesn't it? As far as the Italian is concerned, he's looking at the left handlebar, flipping the throttle, motor's running, isn't it? As he comes through 6, gets off the circuit.
Yeah, we saw him cruising, I think, on the outside of 8, so he made it quite a long way around the lap before realising that he better stop it. Has he had another warning on the dashboard? Because we can't see that from the onboard camera. But Pecco Bagnaia clearly recognising that bike needs to be pulled over the side of the road, and that is a two-time MotoGP World Champion who is done with 2025.
That is another massive uppercut to the jaw of Bagnaia. Boy, he's had to take some big blows in 2025, hasn't he? And he gets another one in our Swan Grand Prix of the season. This has been sensational by Martin. In pursuit of where he finishes in this session. Martin at the moment is fifth. Still 2 minutes and a little bit less of the session remaining. So Raul Fernandez in cruise control. Cruise control in Q2. Brad Binder with a 129.561 is over half a second back. It's tight then behind Binder in that battle for second place. Bagnaia, we know, is out of it. He's out of contention. Forget about him as a Q2 threat. Bastianini maybe. This could be close. Oliveira 2.
Close Spargo as well. He's very close. Quarter of a second off. Bastianini only 8. He's into the 29s, but nowhere near enough. Oliveira then out of the final corner 2. He's already in the 29s, currently in 7th place. Making some progress. Watch this though, from a late Spargo, who could be perhaps the lost in Q2 appearance on board his Honda, which is potentially going to be the basis for the 2026 bike. Here comes the 41. He does take second place.
Briefly. Zarco took it less than half a second behind him. Zarco used a late there as the reference. You can now look above the screens, Lucia, because you're going to be very happy with what you're about to see. Because Zarco, with the late show, has put in a 129.460. Still 30 seconds of the session remaining. Well, I think Trackhouse can relax because this has been a brilliant Q1 as far as Raul Fernandez is concerned. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum is Pecco Bagnaia, who's getting another scooter ride back to the paddock. Getting worse and worse as well for Bagnaia. And when the Ducati went kaput on him, he was second. He's now going to be starting this sprint and Grand Prix here in Valencia at best from 50. He's been dumped back down to 5th place. He's going to be only 1 place ahead at the moment of Jorge Martin. Marini may be producing some late fireworks. We're watching the number 10 factory Honda. So only just over a quarter of a second at the moment outside of the top 2. It might be a Honda rider, it's running a Honda rider here. Marini on course for potentially P5. He's halfway around this 4th split. Nothing going on this current lap as far as Binder is concerned.
He's going to take the second flag in 4th, so 14 as it stands on the grid for Binder. Marini currently 8th. Should get a late lead for Bagnaia here. He goes up to 3rd place. Half a cent shy of knocking his fellow Honda rider Zarco out. So now Pecco Bagnaia, when he walks back into the Ducati box, will see himself in 6th place, and the door slams shut in our faces. And it's a door that Pecco Bagnaia wants to slam shut on this season.
Yeah, he has had enough. He must be sick to the back teeth of 2025. Look at him. A face that tells the story of what has been a wretched season. I mean, it was always going to be a massive task to wrestle 3rd place away from Sesi, but now, from 16th place on the grid, with Pedro Acosta coming up in Q2 next. Pecco Bagnaia said 2nd in the World Championship this year was not good enough. Well, he might end 2025 in 5th overall. He's only 3 points clear, as mentioned, of Acosta. 16th on the grid, around one of the hardest tracks on the calendar to make overtakes on. How many times have I said this over the last few weeks? Can it get any worse than Pecco Bagnaia? Well, it can.
It can, and it has. Bagnaia looks up to the sky, not again, he says. Of course, Pecco Bagnaia has had such a successful stint as a factory Ducati rider, but 2025 has been a season of psychological punch after punch. There was a man who self-sabotaged during this season, Marc Marquez, but Pecco Bagnaia, who is one of the most polite and chilled personalities you'll meet in this whole paddock, with a face of thunder, he can only take so much.
Yeah, the last time he went 5 Grand Prix in a row without scoring a point was all the way back in his early Moto3 career in 2014. Well, he's going to be starting outside of the point scoring places in the Finland Grand Prix here in Valencia. No problems, no dramas whatsoever. What a classy performance that was from Ralph Fernandez. He's been top sprint Saturday so far for the American Trackhouse team. Ayagura opening his account this morning, leading SC2. Now Ralph Fernandez continues Trackhouse's excellent Saturday because they've been undefeated so far. So this morning, Ayagura fastest in practice, Ralph Fernandez fastest in Q1. Fourth time in the last 9 Grand Prix. Pecco Bagnaia has not been able to negotiate his way out of Q2. Johan Zarco did. Might have to put a bit of money behind the bar for a late Spargo. Another case because it was the Honda Test Rider which Zarco used as the ideal reference to get himself to that 129.460. Martin on his comeback performance. And there's been so many comebacks so far for our ex-world champion. Well, he's out-qualified, Oliveira, Rins, Bastianini, Vinales, Augusto Fernandez, Tomcat Chandra. Brilliant, that, absolutely brilliant. He was looking for some confidence-inspiring performances. Well, I think he just got one.
Yes, it's up to Jorge Martin when you arrived here on Thursday. You only missed Q2 by a 1/10.5. He would have bitten your arm off. Sensational effort from him and from a fellow Aprilia rider, Ralph Fernandez, who walked it in that Q1 session. 4/10 clear of a close pattern behind him. Look at all those riders on 29.5. It was a 29.4 in the end that you needed to get through. Johan Zarco achieving that. Marini in a late Spargo next up ahead of Binder, and the livid Pecco Bagnaia. His last qualifying session ends in Q1 6th. Jorge Martin next up ahead of Oliveira, Rins, Bastianini the first tech tree.
Trackhouse Aprilias coming up in our final qualifying action in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Ralph Fernandez dominates the Q1, joined in our second qualifying session by Johan Zarco. Up next, it is the final showdown, the final battle for the last pole position in 2025. Welcome back then to the Ricardo Tormo circuit here in Valencia. Spectacular helicopter shot of under relatively clear blue skies, and in what we are led to believe is going to be very, very pleasant autumnal temperatures around 20-21 degrees by the time we go into the TSO sprint this afternoon. 3 PM local time, 13 laps for our final sprint showdown of the campaign. Next on the agenda, up next for us, is what we hope is going to be a very tense and nail-biting last qualifying action in 2025. Last Q2, last pole position will go to 1-0. Pedro Acosta, Marco Bezzecchi, Frankie Morbidelli, Alex Marquez, Ayagura, who led the way in FP2 this morning, Jack Miller, who was a top Yamaha yesterday, Fabio Di Gianantonio, Fermin Aldeguer, our Rookie of the Year, Juan Mir, Fabio Quartararo, Ralph Fernandez, who just dominated Q1, and Johan Zarco. Big story in that first qualifying session. A late technical issue for factory Ducati star Pecco Bagnaia will see the Italians close out an horrendous 2025 from 16th place on the grid. The fans are all set and ready for action. We believe there's barely a ticket to be had for our final Grand Prix action of 2025 here tomorrow. I'm looking forward to this one. Keeping a very close eye on proceedings from pit wall is current MotoGP World Champion Marc Marquez, having missed this final Grand Prix through injury, and our current World Superbike Champion ahead of his public debut here on a Yamaha Y-Star M1. Toprak Razgatli Oglu. Let's go down to Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately Toprak at the moment unable to speak to the media whilst he's still under contract with BMW. We'll be able to hear his first thoughts when we get to Sepang in the new year, but I was able to chat very briefly with him there about that test in Aragon, and he said he really did enjoy the opportunity to be out there on the Yamaha for the very first time. I said, enjoy watching? He said, no, not at all. I'm a racer. I want to be out there, and he cannot wait to throw his leg over the MotoGP bike on Tuesday. Of course, he said, been looking at some data, but not too much. I just want to go in with a free mind and attack it on Tuesday and see what I can do.
And we are all very much looking forward to seeing what Steve can do. He has been absolutely supreme over the last 3 years in World Superbike, world champion for Yamaha and for BMW. Pedro Acosta then, well, he was the fastest rider on Friday with a 129.240. He's ending to FP2 though this morning, ending in dramatic fashion. This is him went upright and looking good and rapid and strong on the factory KTM. It's a brilliant shot, this, isn't it? This is the iconic turn 13 shot. I remember Nicky Hayes taking some spectacular shots on the Repsol Honda back in the day, the glory 990 era. Now then, Pedro Acosta, well, he ended FP2 on the floor, crashing at turn 4, which we feared may well see him just have one bike available for this Q2. Right on the scene, Jack, is it one or two bikes?
It's two bikes, and Acosta will be going out on the bike that he was doing that FP2 section with. We saw great work by Marco Bezzecchi's crew to get him out on that crash motorcycle yesterday, which was good enough, of course, to be up inside the top 3. Acosta, the same. Great work by the crew. He'll be back out on that crash bike. I'm sure the guys will be hoping for a similar result to what Bezzecchi saw. Top 3 will do.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. As always, there's Marc Marquez, just that's a joke with some of our Spanish TV colleagues there from DAZN. February, unfortunately. The next time we'll see Mark back on top of the factory Ducati. Yeah, Pedro Acosta, well, it took him until round 21, 7 days ago in Portimao to take his first front row start of the season. Can he improve on that and go one better today and take pole position? Become just our 6th different rider on pole position in 2025. One of those previous poles has gone the way of Alex Marquez. Back-to-back double podium recently for Alex, including a win in the Malaysian Grand Prix, a win in the Portimao Sprint. He's ending an excellent 2025. Just as he started it on a high note, he's 73.
Q2 underway, and in this Q2 session, we just have one KTM rider. Potentially, though, that KTM rider is the favourite coming to this qualifying session. That, of course, is Pedro Acosta. 2 Honda riders now in this session, with Johan Zarco joining Joan Mir, having navigated his way through qualifying 1. We have a trio of Aprilias, which watched them all very, very closely. Sesi, who was second quickest yesterday afternoon, Ayakura, who was fastest in FP2 this morning, and Ralph Fernandez, who cruised through the FP2 session we saw earlier on today. We have the 2 Yamahas of Fabio Quartararo and Jack Miller. Here is Fabio Quartararo going for yet another pole position to end the season. Would be his 6th. His mistake today, as well as everyone else in this Q2 session are on board Ducati.
Yeah, the pole king, but he can't be denied that crown in 2025 has been Marc Marquez. He's going to get a special Tissot watch for the Tissot Pole of Poles Award in the FIM Gala here in Valencia tomorrow. One of several accolades that Marc has cleaned up with in 2025. A nice new shiny Tissot watch, a nice new shiny BMW for some top qualifying performances as well. But boy, Martin, a double pole position starter here in Valencia. No great surprise to see Martin not getting out of that opening qualifying session. Take nothing away from him though, it's still a brilliant performance by the Spaniard. Qualified in 1 place behind his former great enemy, of course, Pecco Bagnaia. So that's outlaps completed. Let's hope that 2025 MotoGP qualifying ends with a bang. So many brilliant Q2 laps throughout this campaign, haven't we? Pedro Acosta looking for his first pole position of the season. Alex Marquez just the 1 pole so far for him in 2025. Marco Bezzecchi's had a flurry of late poles. Started in the Red Bull Ring, Mazzano in front of his home crowd, Mandalika, and of course he top qualifying 7 days ago at the Algarve International Circuit.
Pedro Acosta's just got it. That Bez up ahead of him on the factory Aprilias, but he's just on behind. Acosta, the fastest rider of his group in the first sector, he did 20.0. But you saw Ralph Fernandez do a 19.9 in that first sector earlier in Q1. one. Acosta's really smashed the second sector. He pulled out a couple of tenths on Bezzecchi, so Acosta in the zone here as he goes through this first lap. And of course, given what we've seen already from this season from Acosta, a few errors on Saturday morning, quite important here to get this initial banker on the board.
We have still not seen a 128 lap so far here this weekend in Valencia. Don't keep us waiting too much longer, fellas. Pedro Acosta then drops down, attacking hard on the front end of that KTM into this tight left-hander. The final corner is so crucial. Just need to pick up the throttle at the perfect moment, get all the driving acceleration for him down this starting straight. We're already getting close to those 28s. The opening salvo from Acosta has put him immediately into P1, just as where he ended the Friday action here in Valencia. A 129.298 then from Acosta. You beat the front row very early on after the opening time attack. Is Acosta, the Gian Antonio and Ralph Fernandez. Although that could change. Look at this from Frankie Morbidelli over the line. Morbidelli powers the VR46. Ducati on the front row in third place. Smooth but tight at the top once again as Bezzecchi's run off. Bezzecchi is off the circuit and in the gravel trap. Is that at turn 6 maybe?
Turn 2 I think for Bezzecchi, who's up behind Fermin Aldeguer, and he has a big moment there as he tries to get that a prettier stop into turn 2. So Bezzecchi currently 6th. Morbidelli, of course, his last MotoGP win came here in 2020. So did his last pole position, of course.
600th of a second covering the top 4 after that first time attack. It's been ultra close throughout the weekend here so far in Valencia. Yesterday, not even a second split the top 19 riders at the end of practice. We're going to get a 28. We're not going to surely have to wait too much longer, are we, for that 28? Here comes Alex Marquez, Ayagura, who has already set his stall out in style this morning here in Valencia. He was fastest in FP2. Morbidelli once again in producing a super strong lap. Alex Marquez is coming through the line. Will the 28 come from Acosta? Over the line we go. No, not quite. Alex Marquez, there we go. There is your first 128, delivered right on cue by Alex Marquez. So close to a new all-time lap record. It's still in the hands of Vinales. Agura finds himself up into P6. What about Morbidelli? Surely this is going to be his first 28 of the weekend. It could be provisional pole for the 21. Has he nailed the final sector? Over he goes, not quite. Morbidelli up for second.
Quartararo, as he always does, is launching a qualifying attack on board the factory Yamaha. So it's now a 10th between Alex Marquez and Frankie Morbidelli. Acosta did not improve on lap 2, which is why he's now a third of a second back. Both track house are pretty as currently on the second row of the grid, either side of Fabio and Gian Antonio. Bezzecchi was at the second, turn 2. It's now been relegated back to 8. Quartararo then rides towards the finish line, and he now moves up onto the front row of the grid.
Statement lap by Alex Marquez, a 128.967. Just before we put in that lap, there was 600ths of a second covering the top 4. There's now over 3/10 of a second covering your top 4. Glued to the tablet in Marco Bezzecchi. After that mistake at turn 2, he needs to find something in his second time attack, because having not been able to complete the full stint on that initial run on those soft tyres, he's down in 9th place.
From Ralph Fernandez. What a morning Trackhouse are having at the moment. Fernandez who did do a 29.0 in qualifying 1, so we know he's capable of a lap that can put him on the front row of the grid. He might be about to set it right here and right now. There's a gap potentially he can fit himself in between Morbidelli and Quartararo. If he holds this to the line, here comes the 25, who of course still has another brand new tyre available to him at the end of the session. He doesn't improve in the engine position. It's another 29.3.
There, and I'm not sure if he made a mistake, and that he just thought, right, okay, abort lap and then come into pit legs. It looked like he was getting it a little bit squirrely on the gas coming out of that final corner. Mir down in 8th place. So he's not exactly a prolific pole starter, is he, Alex Marquez? Just in 2 previous pole positions in his MotoGP career. But at the moment, it's going to take some beating that 128.967. Acosta 4th, looking back-to-back front rows. To his qualifying performances in 2025. Joan Zarco came through Q2 with Ralph Fernandez. He's at the back of this opening session. So at the moment, your front row is Alex Marquez, Morbidelli, Quartararo. Acosta, Fernandez and the Gian Antonio would be starting inside the top 6. Segura 7th on what will be a third row with Vladimir and Marco Bezzecchi. Expect plenty more to come though from Bez. pole position in 2 of the last 4 Grand Prix. Shame we didn't really get to see what he might have delivered on that final lap of his first run when he made that mistake going into turn 2. Got to find half a second though, if he is, to knock Alex off top spot.
As good as the Aprilia race pace quite clearly is, we saw it 6 days ago in Portimao. Winning from 9th on the grid in Valencia is a tall order. We've spoken already through the weekend about how difficult it is to overtake around this circuit. It is so tight and twisty. It's not really a long straight speed or beyond the start-finish straight, which is your main overtaking spot. So if you find yourself deep in the pack, 3rd or 4th row, then with Pedro Acosta up the road in 4th and Alex Marquez in such good form on pole, then Marco Bezzecchi surely kiss goodbye to his hopes of winning his season finale from there.
The 4th row here began in 2002. Marc Marquez in 2014, Danny Pedrosa in 2017, Joan Mir in 2020 and Alex Rins in 2022. Only win in 23 off the front row in MotoGP. Coincidentally, they all started from 5th place. So if you qualify on the front row of the grid here in Valencia, you've given yourself a great chance of being in the hunt for the victory. 19 times in 23 the win has come since 2002 on the front row of the grid. Ralph Sanders at the moment is just off that front row. It is tight, really tight from sort of Quattararo downwards. Just over a 10th with Quattararo in 3rd and down to Agura, I guess you could say, in 7th, although Agura's not exactly a miles clear of Mir and Bezzecchi. Miller 2 down in 10th place is what? 2 tenths just a little bit? Not even 2 tenths behind Quattararo in 3rd. Miller off the front row then by 7th place. Back at 3rd.
This is what we're talking about with the fine margins in this session. If you just make one small mistake, if you're a metre wide at one corner or you just miss your braking marker at any one of these 14 corners, it can cost you a couple of rows on the grid. Marco Bezzecchi is taking through turn 4 where we saw him make a mistake yesterday afternoon, and he's now dialed in through the first sector on the 72.
Lovely this from there, it's beautiful. Through 60 goes, pick up the throttle. Really start now down towards the high speed turn 7. You're up to 5th gear here, about 250 kilometres an hour. Back 3 gears and now to this 90-degree 2nd gear, turn 8. And into the tightest field section. You've got to be careful as you're going through turn 10. How many times do we see riders wash out the front here as they're going through one of these, a few right-handers? Well, this is absolutely brilliant by Bezzecchi and Quattararo, who were both on the front row of the grid, weren't they, together in Portimao last weekend. Well, Bezzecchi is taking this away from the field, just as he did in Portimao last weekend. He drops down then now into turn 14. 1 corner remaining for Bezzecchi. At the moment, this could be a 28.6, a 28.7. Let's track him over the line on the factory Aprilia. It's a 28.8, a 128.809. Thank you very much, Marco Bezzecchi, on course for back-to-back poles to end 2025. What a lap.
All-time lap record, but for how much longer? Here comes Fabio Quattararo after a 6th pole of the season. It's a 28, but not enough for pole. It's the front row for Quattararo. Miller up behind him on the Pramac Yamaha takes 5th place.
Yeah, Miller's used Quattararo there as a brilliant representative. That's a brilliant job by Jack Miller. Up into P5. Agura then now been pushed to the back of the 3rd row in 9th. And Acosta, I was just about to say, Acosta's going the wrong way at the moment. Now down in 6th place. This is more likely at the moment, though. He's not really going to be posing any significant threat as far as Bezzecchi's current pole time is concerned. 128.809 is what he's chasing. Is he on the front row? You bet he is. Acosta then finds his own 128.9. Just under a 10th of a second now split Bezzecchi and Acosta. Bezzecchi, Acosta, Alex, your front row.
Crescini and Duo are trying to lift themselves up the order. Aldeguer climbs 4 places, 11th up to 7th. Alex Marquez isn't far off here, and you might have noticed on Bezzecchi's lap, he did lose time to Alex in that final sector, so this will also be very, very close. Alex Marquez across the line, and
real time demanding turn to 30. One corner.
The MotoGP win drive, he has been taken from 5th place. That's right as far back as you dare start in the MotoGP era to win this Valencia Grand Prix. He's less than a tenth of a second off pole, so he's not done an awful lot wrong. But at the moment, only 5th. He is still pushing on though on this current lap. He's within a tenth through the first sector. Alex Marquez looks like he's got one more crack at this to try and get himself up for a second on the grid and deny Marco Bezzecchi back-to-back poles.
Yeah, this is good running by Bezzecchi. Ended his first run in the gravel upright, but off the circuit at turn 2, closing out qualifying now in 2025, potentially with another Tissot watch strap to his wrist in Bezzecchi. Can anybody stop the factory Aprilia star? It looks like Alex is cruising. I think Alex has rolled out of it. His qualifying performances in 2025 are done and dusted. Alex potentially then will be closing out the year with what would be his 14th front row start, which actually would move him ahead of Mark. He would be the most front row starts of the campaign if Alex can hold on.
And the best is just dropping off the soft Michelin tyres now. They've done, 3-4 time laps on these now. With still 45 seconds to go. Bezzecchi is still trying to defend his provisional pole. At the moment, no one is taking aim at it. Quartararo has already pitted. He's settled for 6th at best.
Yes, Fabio Quartararo getting a bit of a splash and dash. I'll probably get him out for a practicing start because obviously he won't get another lap in this session. A fair few riders were inside that top 3 at one stage in this session, weren't they? So Gian Antonio, certainly has to be mentioned, the Italian who has put together one of his best performances. He's only going to be his 3rd front row start of the campaign for Digia. Second on the grid in Austin, which he did convert into a podium in Texas. His last front row though was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? When he had the pre-grid drama on the MotoGP 25 in Hungary.
He goes better in the sprint for the Grand Prix than he does in qualifying. And Brisbane actually looked pretty good yesterday, so Digia might fancy his chances from there. Well, it's not a disaster for Pedro Acosta. He didn't really do much wrong, as I said, in that qualifying session. 96 thousandths away from pole position today for Pedro. Problem is, 4 riders beat that, 2 Aprilias, 2 Ducatis.
Nothing going here late on as far as Aldeguer is concerned. Certainly in terms for pole position. Gets that one goodbye. Only 1 front row start this year for Aldeguer. Don't think it's going to be 2. Certainly won't be 2 as he now comes into the final sector. Fabio Di Gianantonio, when we last came to race in Valencia back in 2023, will tell you constantly that he should have been on the podium. He was initially on the podium. Of course, he then got busted with a tyre pressure penalty. I remember actually even doing the press conference with Fabio when we were waiting for confirmation from race control. Eventually, unfortunately, he did have to hand the trophy over to John Zarco on that occasion. But we know then that he can produce top performances here in Valencia. He's done it on that occasion. But your final pole position of 2025, and it seems fitting that once again we get another all-time lap record in this record-breaking 2025 campaign, goes to factory Aprilia star Marco Bezzecchi. He will end the season then with back-to-back pole positions. What a 7 days in Q2 it has been for the 27-year-old Italian. A nice little belated birthday present as far as Bez is concerned. So what's to go with some of the other gifts that he's been given so far this weekend. The present he really wants though is another sprint victory and another Grand Prix victory, which will of course secure him third in the World Championship. I think that's done. Bezzecchi on pole, Pecco Bagnaia is only right off the third in the championship, 16th place on the grid. We've had so many brilliant qualifying sessions throughout 2025, some of the best single laps you will ever see in history, and we are closing out with another corker, less than a tenth of a second, covering your top 5 riders on the grid for the 13 laps sprint this afternoon at 3 PM local time, for the final Grand Prix over 27 laps tomorrow. Well, in Q2 certainly he was simply the best.
whets the appetite nicely, doesn't it? For the sprint later on, should be super close between from 4 to 5 or 6 riders. Pedro Acosta will certainly fancy his chances for the 5th on the grid. Have to give a nod to Raul Fernandez for a spectacular qualifying performance that he's put in today. Of course, has been on the front row once already this season back in Indonesia. But from Q1, Fernandez takes 4 and just 600ths of a second off pole position. Gian Antonio, 3rd on the grid, as Matt mentioned, his 3rd front row start of the season. Or at least his 3rd front row qualifying. And Alex Marquez in the end unable to improve on run 2, and it cost him pole to Sesi.
9th pole position of his MotoGP career then for the Italian. He's got a stunning second half of the campaign, hasn't he? Hard to believe really, isn't it, that Marco Bezzecchi wasn't on a sprint podium until round 10 in Assen. He's only podium before a close second to Marc Marquez in the Dutch TT was that victory at Silverstone. Once we tipped in though to the second half of this historic 22 round campaign, there's been podiums to front as far as Bezzecchi is concerned. 2nd in Brno, 3rd in Austria, 3rd in Hungary, 2nd in Misano, DNF in Mandalika, a Grand Prix where he was the favourite from the pole position. 3rd in Australia, where his hopes of victory were really dented by the double on lap he got morning Marquez over in Indonesia. A double podium last weekend in Portimao. It's going to be a tough bet against him having another double podium to round off 2025. Alex Marquez, well, he does indeed finish with the accolade of having the most front row starts in this year's MotoGP World Championship. He said between him and brother Mark, 30 apiece coming into this final Grand Prix, but Alex finishes that one with his 14th. Fabio De Gian Antonio, well, he's got a bit of a score to settle with Valencia after what happened to him in 2023, where he did cross the line inside the top 3, but the type of pressure penalty saw him pushed back to 4. Yeah, definitely out for revenge still this year. So far so good as far as 49 is concerned.
On the qualifiers who will perhaps look back on their day and feel a little hard done by. Morbidelli did a 29.0, that only put him at 7th in the end. Quarter of a second on pole position, not even on the front 2 rows. The weekend has promised a lot so far for Frankie, but in the end he will start from row 3. Tommy Almaguer will also join him on that 3rd row. He did a 29.1 in that session. That was only enough for 9th, and he never really came together for Honda in the end, did it? In that Q2 session, no rider on the front 3 rows. Mir and Zarco, 10th and 11th.
Top 5, all inside. Mario Vinales is now old. 2023 Valencia all-time lap record. Has to be one of the closest front rows of the season, one of the closest top 5 we've had of the campaign. Let's hope it's as tight and as action-packed as that Q2 was in the sprint and the Grand Prix here. Yeah, no wonder Marco Bezzecchi's got a big smile on his face. He is loving life at the moment on that factory in Puglia. He's gelled with the Nawali factory engineers. Massimo Rivola saying last weekend he was perfection in Portimao. Hard to argue with that assessment really, as Bezzecchi just put a foot on the quarter in that Algarve International Circuit Grand Prix. He's racking up the P2s, whether it be in the sprint, the Grand Prix or in qualifying, doesn't he? Alex Marquez, P2 overall in the World Championship. Fabio De Gian Antonio makes it 2 Ducatis on the front row of the grid. Italian fights once again locking out your top 3. Looking forward to hearing the thoughts then about final front row starters in 2025. 3rd on the grid then, Fabio De Gian Antonio. But Jack?
Well, Fabio, what a way to kick off this final round of the season. It's been a roller coaster year, but gives himself a great chance to finish the year with some great results.
I said yesterday that the main goal was to achieve a great result in qualifying, and this morning my only thought was, could be a great lap. At the end I done an amazing lap because 28.8 is a great time. Super happy. We worked really well this weekend, so the feeling is definitely there. I'm enjoying a lot riding the bike. So yeah, we start from front row. Let's see what holds up for this season.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
First front row start in 8 Grand Prix, will first time he's qualified in the front row since the Balaton Park round in Hungary. Certainly hoping for better luck on this occasion. Yeah, that's a top ride by Gian Antonio, as you said. That is a class lap time on 28.853. Fair play to the Italian second fastest what he managed yesterday here on Friday. Alex Marquez coming to speak to Jack shortly for what will be his 9th front row start in MotoGP, 65th in his Grand Prix career. Can he topple Marco Bezzecchi? Wasn't able to do so in the Portuguese Grand Prix last weekend. Second on the grid over the rider, second in the championship. Alex for Jack.
Well, Alex, it looks like we're going to be treated to another showdown between you and Marco. Great job in qualifying. How prepared do you feel for what's to come?
Not 100%. It's not like Portimao that we have the possibility. Yes, we are missing, from the grip, traction, we are losing quite a lot, but we'll try and the aim is to give our best. We'll see which one is the better choice also on the rear, because will be quite interesting. So yeah, the track is not super fast. It's not super clean, it's not super fast, and it's difficult many times to understand well what is the traction. So we need to learn from the fastest guys. At the moment is Marco and someone else. We have in Ducati that is Morbidelli. It's quite impressive on the rhythm, so we'll try to give our best and to not make mistakes.
Good luck later.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Alex Marquez. Double podiums in Malaysia and in Portimao. And making 3 in a row to sign off what has been a memorable year. Personally for Alex and of course for the Marquez family. Solid first ever 1-2 for siblings in the MotoGP World Championship. Standing in the way of Alex conquering Valencia. He's been on fine form in front of his home crowd so far this season. His first victory in MotoGP coming in RS. He also won at the circuit to Barcelona, Catalonia, didn't he, Alex, earlier on in the season? Marco Bezzecchi is going to take some serious stopping. Turn 27 earlier on this week, did he, in Valencia? And he's on pole position for our season finale. Bez with Jack.
Marco, pole position once again, this time for the season finale. You're in great form right now. Just how comfortable do you feel going into the sprint and obviously the Grand Prix tomorrow?
Yeah, it was a super good session. I had a lot of fun, especially obviously in the second time attack. In the first one I made an early mistake and I was a bit too nervous. So when I went in again on track, I tried to calm myself down a little bit and focus just on riding well, and the bike worked perfectly, obviously, and super happy because the boys made a very good job. Now we can focus, of course, on the sprint and on the GP for tomorrow. This track is super close. The gap between all the riders are super close. Sorry. So will be super tough, but we can enjoy. Hopefully, I can make a good start and fight with the best.
Great lap. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, another great lap, another great performance. Thanks, Jack. Marco Bezzecchi, he has been victorious here previously in Moto2. Can he sign off 2025 in style? Aprilia rider has never won back-to-back Grand Prix, so more history for 20 seconds for Bez. This is him working in perfect harmony, working in perfect tandem right now, is he, with that factory Aprilia RSGP. You can feel it, Aprilia can make more gains forward in the winter. We know Ducati certainly aren't going to be standing still. But could we see Aprilia emerge as the strong contenders to end Ducati's unrivaled domination of MotoGP in recent years? Well, Marc Marquez on the grid, unfortunately not in the way he would have liked it to be here in Valencia. He must have been getting himself set ready to attack in the sprint and the Grand Prix. This is Marc Marquez about to receive the keys to a very nice, new, shiny BMW, our top qualifying performer in 2025. 8 pole positions in his first season as a factory Ducati rider. Started life in red with pole positions in Thailand, poles followed in Argentina, in Austin and in Qatar, further poles in Aragon, factory and in Hungary. And that is the reason why the BMW M Award will go to the number 93. This is a special prize giving ceremony. BMW just fun hasn't down the years. Like 8 poles then this year, 30 front row start, and now once again get hold. Very, very nice.
He found out why he's in the supermarket, didn't he? Last Saturday morning when Alex Marquez didn't take pole in Portimao, that officially clinched it for the 93. So got quite the fleet of BMWs back home, hasn't he? It's not his first rodeo in terms of winning this particular award. Of course, not the circumstances that Marc Marquez would have liked to secure this, but he does add yet another accolade to what has been a glittering 2025.
Yeah, 2025, which without any question has seen Marc prove that he is back to his brilliant best. That pole position he took on his factory Ducati debut in Thailand was really the catalyst to the most successful season in MotoGP history. Marc Marquez will end 2025 with 545 points. That is a record point tally in MotoGP. I mean, he would have been well north of 600, maybe even 700, had we not seen Marc miss the last 4 Grand Prix of the campaign. Yeah, good to see Marc, and good to see him back to his best in 2025. So he gets the award, the BMW M Award, as the top qualifier. There's actual Mittler, marketing manager at BMW, just checking how many times his name's on there. I think it's quite a few. Quite a few. This is not breaking new ground, isn't it, as far as Marc Marquez is concerned. He's probably got enough to open a BMW dealership himself. Probably sorting out a franchise contract here right now, isn't he, the number 93? CEO, of course, Carmelo Espeleta, will be very much a focal figure of tomorrow night's special MotoGP award ceremony, where he will have the honour once again crowning Marc Marquez world champion for the 7th time. Well, there you go. A factory Ducati proved the key to more success in MotoGP in 2025 to Marc Marquez. And he gets the keys once again as the top qualifier in 2025. The BMW M Award then presented once again to 32-year-old Spaniard.
Promised that he would take Alex Marquez for a spin, didn't he? After winning that award, perhaps that will come a little bit later on today. Alex has got his own job to do, of course, having qualified on the front row of the grid today for the Valencia sprint, which comes later on. The fastest rider over 1 lap and the fastest rider over 22 Grand Prix this year has been Marc Marquez.
Yeah, I think we might be getting a word with Marc about what he thinks about being top qualifier in 2025. First and foremost, though, he's just going to pose for the photo. I think somebody in the grandstand has just shouted, "If you don't want to have him, Marc, we'll gladly take the keys." Yeah, so Marc Marquez, top qualifier, top of the World Championship, back on top of the world, back to his brilliant best in 2025.
What's it on 60 on this thing? He's probably asking to get us nearby.
Yeah, he's on used to 300 horsepower on my right hand on a factory Ducati. A few more ponies under his right foot when he does take to the seat of that nice new shiny BMW. Of course, the riders still presented with so watching for pole position. Nobody in history has scored more MotoGP pole position than Marc Marquez. So what does he think about being our top qualifier and the owner of a new BMW in 2025? Down to Jack.
Well, Marc, congratulations. The 2025 BMW M Award winner. As you said, not bad to go shopping for avocados and you end up with a brand new BMW car.
It was exactly like this, I promise. I was watching, I was there shopping because, it was for the lunch time and I was watching the practice on the telephone and Gemma was shopping the fruit and then I saw the image in the box with Alex that I win the BMW, so super happy to receive another one. We won a lot in the past, but now was long time, so happy and I will enjoy it.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So unfortunately, after that pole position in the Balaton Park, Mark was not able to secure any more poles, but just look at how many times he's got his name on the BMW M Award. And he saw his brother Alex come very, very close to finding pole position in the final Grand Prix of 2025. That honour though goes to factory Aprilia star Marco Bezzecchi, who closes out the season with an all-time lap record and the last pole of 2025.
Marco Bezzecchi topping a super tight Q2, 10 to cover the top 5. Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Miguel Antonio is the front row. Raul Fernandez, 4th, second best qualifier for him this year, ahead of Pedro Acosta, 5th, and Fabio Quartararo, despite getting into the 28th, only 6th. Frankie Morbidelli leads the 3rd row. The first Honda to Amir is 10th, ahead of Joan Zarco and Ian Guru, top 10 P2, who could only manage 12th. Pecco Bagnaia, a miserable Saturday morning for him after technical problems on his Ducati left him 16th, 1 place ahead of Jorge Martin, who rode out of his skin, taking P17 on the grid for the sprint later on.
Well, it promised so much and it delivered. Yet another fantastic MotoGP qualifying session. We get confirmation this has been on the cards for quite some time, as it. Marc Marquez then leads the BMW M Award, and as you have just seen, he has been presented with the keys, 8 pole positions and 13 front row starts. In total, for the 93. Nobody in Grand Prix history has taken more poles than Mark. Tally now, as we end 2025, up to 74. Next leg, Mick Stewart, the Australian legend, with 58. Q2 then delivered. It was another super special qualifying on what should be another super Saturday here as we go into our final sprint of the campaign with Marco Bezzecchi on pole position for the 2nd time in 7 days. What a way to end Q2 2025 for Bez and for Aprilia.
On Earth. The world's most fearless riders, the fastest runners, the most forward-thinking manufacturers. This is the hunt for the next one. We ride the edge of possibility. Our riders and machines are always first on the throttle, last on the brakes. The riders, athletes with hunter mentality, at the peak of physical fitness, habit and skill, and always calculating their next move. The manufacturers, creators of the most advanced bikes on the planet, capable of speed of 360 mm per hour, purpose-built for leverage, pioneering engineering, creating blistering acceleration, ultimate and absolute performance, unrideable to mere mortals, pain only by our riders. We ride the edge of this, or the rear wheel drift, the fastest, the final corner, the great the legend, the times when you can't look, and those when you can't look away. Pioneers and visionaries work tirelessly not just for the win, but for the future of our sport, our technology, and our planet. Their eyes not only on the checkered flag, but on the ever-moving finish line of the programs. We ride together as one global racing family, with the riders, the engineers, the technicians, the broadcasters, the truck drivers, the cooks, the hospitality, the sponsors, the many individuals all united in the goal of glory, with every kind of fun, the every weekend, the first time, forever, the never miss a flag, the home track faithful, the circuit holidayers, the day trippers, the sun and sofa skills. The ones we've known forever and the ones we haven't met yet. Cheering from the stands or the streets, whoever you are, wherever you are. Be our rock gallery. Be part of it. It's time for the 2025 MotoGP World Championship.
Marquez once again, what a showstopper that was. And in best answer you'll see from MotoGP. Will win a classic sprint here in Portimao. Absolutely sensational. We race for the 21st time.
Exciting sport on earth. The world's most fearless riders, the fastest runners, the most forward-thinking manufacturers. This is the hunt, the next one. We ride to the edge of possibility. Our riders and machines are always first on the throttle, last on the brakes. The riders, athletes with hunter mentality, at the peak of physical fitness, talent and skill, and always calculating their next move. The manufacturers, creators of the most advanced bikes on the planet, capable of speeds of 360 km per hour, purpose-built for MotoGP, pioneering engineering, creating blistering acceleration, ultimate precision and absolute performance, unridable to the immortals, tamed only by our riders. We ride to the edge of possibility, more overtaking, and all around. The rear wheel drift, the fast, the final corner, the sprint, plucky underdogs.
Valentino, or he could prolong it to Valencia. I mean, how do you guys live this within the garage? It must be so nerve-wracking.
Yes, I am. For me, it's one of the most difficult Sundays. Even today we check the warm-up results. It's very difficult to predict how the race can be. It's really hot, difficult, very demanding on physically, tired. For sure, it's going to be a really long race.
What about the Hondas though? The Hondas are looking very, very strong here.
Yeah, honestly, they did an impressive session during the entire weekend. Danny especially has been really consistent and fast. But as you know, the battle is in our garage, and I am not focused in what they can do, Honda can do now.
Thank you very much, Mayo.
That was good of him to talk, don't you? What? Honestly, I don't know if I've ever heard of that. Like they said, a Grand Prix race on 2 or 4 wheels.
No, Nick, it's like, you know, like you say, it is like a football field. I obviously don't know what you guys fully hear on the TV, but, you know, you can hear the booing for, you know, for the likes of Lorenzo Marquez, which is, of course, a bit of a shame, but the sort of cheering for Rossi as well. It really is that kind of atmosphere. It's just building the tension so much more.
Thank you that Valencia just there with Maya Maragali said everything. He was talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I've never heard it so gripped by the tension. Marc Marquez, boy, would he like to put one over Valentino Rossi after those pretty bad comments he made, Valentino Rossi made about Marc Marquez. Very personal comment, and it's just added fuel to the fire. There is a small pocket of Marc Marquez fans, but I think the grandstand at Turn 1 is entirely full of Valentino Rossi fans. This is the avenue between the 2 grandstands and the 2 straights that run parallel, 14 to 15, then they run the other way, of course, at that start finish straight, emptying by the minute because these people are getting in their seats. We'll find out very shortly, won't we, just how personally Marc Marquez took those comments by Valentino Rossi on the eve of this Malaysian Grand Prix. Valentino Rossi said, we'll find out if it was a mistake to go on the warpath, I guess a verbal warpath against Marc Marquez, or whether it's some people in the paddock actually think that Rossi was doing it to actually fire himself, but so gripped by the pressure himself, which is almost like putting more pressure on him. Make sure he doesn't let this great opportunity to capture a 10th world title slip through his fingers. Carl Truex has had a very good weekend, a crash early on Friday, but after that he's qualified in the middle of that second row of the grid, second to second, 5th row. 7th second row start for Cal Crutchlow, 8th in the World Championship. He was 6th here in 2013. Looked good all weekend apart from the crash, hasn't he? Yeah, you've got to love Cal Crutchlow. He finds the funny side and everything. He's probably nudging about 40 degrees ambient temperature down. They're going to Cal Crutchlow just doing a fake shiver like he's in the Antarctic down there. Yeah, it means to get them to start. The men do look off the start from that second row. They're going to be Lorenzo and Ginoni up there. What start are they going to make? What sort of start is Valentino Rossi going to make? Rossi will be hoping that this man Andrea Ginoni can get in front of Jorge Lorenzo, disturb his rhythm in the early laps. Andrea Ginoni, a podium finish here in Moto2 back in 2010, and 7 years ago in 2008 took his first ever Grand Prix pole position in the 125cc class. Missed the race here last year though after a FP2 crash, suffered an arm injury and had to return home to Europe early. Got 4th in the World Championship. Great ride in Australia where he finished in 3rd place. In at that pole position, if you remember the race at Mugello where he finished 3rd. Dylan.
Yeah, guys, we were just spoken with Massimo Maragali, buddy. Good news. It'll be good to talk to someone else within the Yamaha camp. More on Jorge Lorenzo's side. Wilco, massive day for Jorge. He knows he can't win the title here, but he knows he needs to beat Valentino. What's his approach? I mean, he was even trying different style bikes this morning. Does that mean that he's very confident with what he already has, or does he still have doubts?
No, he was quite confident yesterday morning because he had a very good pace. But of course, you always want to improve the bike, especially because Vale and Jorge had both the same bike, so you always try to find the best for your style. And finally, I think we have a very good pace.
Obviously, not the best starting position for Jorge. He is very strong though. What's that mentality got to be going into turn 1? Go for it or stay out of trouble?
Well, qualifying didn't went so what we wanted, you know, because 3 tires was not perfect. So he did even a faster lap in FP3. So that means, yeah, you messed the qualifying a little bit. But yeah, on the other side, I think that lap time is important for the grid position, but for the race it's useless because they will be a lot slower.
Okay, thank you very much, Wilco.
Yeah, Wilco Gielberg, crew chief, of course, not Jorge Lorenzo. Sounds like they call calmer than Mario Maragall. He doesn't Valentino Rossi. He's in a different zone. He is in a race zone. That there is no doubt. We saw a little bit further back, that 3rd row of the grid. Andrea Dovizioso, Maverick Vinales got a good record here. Bradley Smith did well because Bradley Smith had to come to qualifying 1. Actually qualified in the end on the 3rd row of the grid. Dylan.
Yeah, guys, just another word here now with Paolo Ciabatti from Ducati. Paolo, last time out. Oh, actually, sorry, national anthem, Paolo. We'll just hold on a second.
25th anniversary of the Malaysian Grand Prix. There you go, the Malaysian Grand Prix is the first chance for Rossi to take the MotoGP title. Back down to Dylan with the caddy boss, Paolo Ciabatti.
Yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, Paolo, as we said, last time out it was Andrea Iannone. He was really mixing it up with the front guys, having a big effect on the championship standing. He's looked fast once again in the free practices. Do you think he's going to be up there again?
Well, I think if we get a good start, he can do a good race. Obviously, it looks like here maybe we don't have the same pace that we have in Phillip Island, but with a good start, maybe he can try to stay with the front group. It will depend also, it's so hot, it depends on what the strategy from the top riders will be.
Great, thank you very much for that, Paolo.
Get behind Jorge Lorenzo on Twitter, hashtag Vamos Jorge. Show the Spaniards your support. Hashtag Forza Vale if you're in the doctor's camp. Trader Vicioso, embarrassing result, but this was in Australia where he finished in 13th place. He has qualified on the third row of the grid, 7th fastest, was his 7th in the World Championship. Big battle between him and Bradley Smith, 5 points between them. Back at that front of the grid. Valentino Rossi with a great record in Japan. An 11-point lead in the World Championship. A war of words, well, a pretty one-sided war of words with Marc Marquez on Thursday. And then a front row start, knocking Lorenzo back to the second row of the grid as he chases his 10th World Championship title. And the Hondas are going to play a massive part in this race. Danny Pedrosa getting as much cool ice on his neck and his body as he possibly can. The temperature top, the pressure reaching boiling point. There's Maverick Vinales, 8th place on the grid for the Spaniard, a second top 6 finish for him. A great ride last weekend in that Australian Grand Prix at Phillip Island. 12th in the World Championship, a former 125 cc and Moto2 winner here in Sepang. Yeah, great ride by him in Australia and a good record here.
Guys, just a very quick word down here with Hervé Poncharal from the Tech 3 team. Polish Spargo, we know had a crash this morning caused by Hector Barbara. Hervé, how is Paul? Is he good to race? I understand his neck hurts a bit.
Yeah, the leg was hurting quite a lot once he came back after the crash. He went to the medical center and he got a very small crack on the neck vertebra. We are not sure, so they asked me to wait for 30 minutes, done another x-ray, and finally declared him fit. So I think there is no risk for the race, but it's going to be quite a lot of pain, which on a track like this is not going to help. But anyway, you know, he's a tough guy. Last year he raced with a broken foot and finished 6th. So let's wait and see, but it's a big pity because this morning he was really feeling good with the bike at the warm-up.
Thank you very much, Hervé.
Yeah, and Hector Barbara starting from the back of the grid, another penalty point for him after that crash. An animal type thing just appeared in the commentary box and is crawling down the wall, isn't it, Matt? Is it one of those centipedes that we looked at earlier? I don't know, but I hope it's not quite as scary as it looks. Alicia Spargo, of course, brother of Paul. It's the 6th time this season they've started alongside each other. Right, 5 minutes to go for the showdown in Malaysia. Penultimate round of the MotoGP World Championship. What a year we have had. Victory number 5 of the season for Lorenzo. He makes a move up the inside of his teammates, salutes them after. Rossi is back out with the slip. Disaster for Lorenzo, he's crashed out. Lorenzo wins here in Moto. Absolutely flying. Pedrosa leads. And Lorenzo's running wide. Pedrosa wins priceless 2nd place. Look at Lorenzo. Valentino Rossi makes his 6th. Oh, Andrea, you know, the unbelievable from the Italian. And Marquez goes for the victory. What a last lap. What a race. What's next? I don't know. The crowd of around 90,000 here don't know. Valentino Rossi, he would like to think he's going to be the world champion. He admitted yesterday he hasn't been sleeping well this week. Let's have a look at the targets. I think for once it's not going to have a massive outcome on the race. Yeah, medium front and rear tyre for all of the front row of the grid. Cool, yeah, I've got sweaty palms in the commentary box myself here. And me, Matt. What's it like for the riders down there on the grid? Here we are, front row of the grid, then there's Danny Pedrosa, Mark Marquez, both of them former winners here. Valentino Rossi, 6-time winner here at Sepang. And that precious 11-point advantage in the championship. Helicopter hovers overhead. The crowd have even gone a little bit silent just for one moment. So welcome back to Sepang. I'm Nick Harris, sitting alongside me, Matt Burt, down in pit lane. Dylan Gray for this penultimate round, the MotoGP World Championship. Pedrosa, Marquez, Rossi on the front row. Row 2, Lorenzo Crutchlow and Andrea Iannone. Row 3, Andrea Dovizioso, Maverick Vinales and Bradley Smith. Row 4, Alexis Spargo, Paul Spargo fit, and Danilo Petrucci. Row 5 headed by Stefan Bradl, Scott Redding and Jack Miller. Row 6, Bautista, Yoni Hernandez and Nicky Hayden making his last Grand Prix appearance in Malaysia. Row 7, Loris Baz, Tony Elias and Eugene Lafferty. Row 8, Mike DeMeglio, Ant West and Damien Cudlin. And row 9, all on his own, the naughty boy, Hector Barbara. Hector Barbara, if you are just joining us, penalised for an incident this morning with Paul Spargo. He was 10th on the grid. He starts now from the back of the grid. The moment of truth getting closer. Will we have a new 2015 MotoGP World Champion? Can the Yamahas match the pace and the speed of the Honda at the front? Stay with us, because we are about to find out. 20-lap Malaysian Grand Prix. Remarkably, it's Valentino Rossi's 329th Grand Prix appearance. It's a new record for appearances in Grand Prix racing history. Will he celebrate by taking the 2015 MotoGP World title? Lorenzo's leading the cycling lap, and the Crestanas in up towards turn 4. Dylan, track conditions.
Look, it's very fine. It is quite hard and humid. It is a little bit warmer than it was in Moto2, but the good thing is this rain that they thought might come has stayed away. That doesn't mean that the team won't be prepared. There could be a few interesting things with regards to wet tyre choice. Do they need to switch onto the number 2 bike? However, I don't think we should get into that right now, because as we stand, like you guys said, medium front, medium rear, it's going to be a straight shoot down.
Take a big breath at home. Boy, Lorenzo, Danny Pedrosa, a little wheel there from Andrea Iannone, and there he is, Valentino Rossi in there also, Marc Marquez, certainly not sending Christmas cards to each other at the moment. Just to remind you of the situation, Rossi leads that World Championship by 11 points. Will he be crowned the new champion? The world waits with bated breath. The 2015 Malaysian Grand Prix about to start in front of a crowd of almost 90,000 fans. Valentino Rossi versus Jorge Lorenzo, the 2015 MotoGP World Championship, potentially on the line in the next 20 laps. Confirmation there, Marc Marquez in third place, Andrea Iannone in fourth. Jarvis, the boss of Yamaha Racing. One ear thinking of Rossi, the other ear probably thinking of Jorge Lorenzo. There's been a lot of goings on off the track this weekend. There's been a lot of pretty nasty stuff said. That is now forgotten, or is it forgotten? Because we're about to find out. We are. This is the showdown. The penultimate round, 20 laps of the Sepang circuit. Will Valentino Rossi, at 36 years old, be crowned the 2015 MotoGP World Champion? Marc Marquez got away well from the middle of the front row of the big zone with Valentino Rossi. Danny Pedrosa moves to the middle of the track on that run down to the first corner. Jorge Lorenzo's been swamped by the two factory Ducati. Disaster start for Lorenzo. It's the Dovizioso that tries to sweep around the outside of Rossi. The two Hondas led by Danny Pedrosa that leads this race. Dovizioso, Lorenzo getting squeezed by the two Ducatis. What a nightmare for the Spaniard. Lorenzo trying to find his way through the pack, but two Hondas lead the way, but Rossi in third place, turn 3, up towards turn 4 they come. Pedrosa leads Marquez. Here comes Lorenzo up the inside on the brakes. What a move by Lorenzo! Lorenzo on the inside of both the factory Ducatis at turn number 4. Brilliant from the number 99. That was reminiscent of Andrea Iannone last weekend at Phillip Island when he swept under Marquez and Valentino Rossi. It's Danny Pedrosa that leads this Malaysian Grand Prix from Marquez, from Rossi. Lorenzo having to fight really hard to make a break away from Dovizioso. Crucial first lap of the race. Through 7 and 8 they come. Up now towards turn 9. Favourite overtaking place at this circuit. Even Rossi I don't think will attempt it this time around. The Ducatis of Iannone in particular trying to fight back against Lorenzo. Up through turn 11. Opening lap of this Malaysian Grand Prix. It's Danny Pedrosa chasing a 7th Premier Class podium here in the Far East. There is Valentino Rossi. Lorenzo, has he finally broken that determined early charge of the Ducati GP15 of Andrea Dovizioso and Andrea Iannone. There's Polisbargo in 7th place. Good start to this race for Polisbargo. He's gained 5 places on the opening lap. Rossi closing up on Marquez. Remember the war of words on Thursday evening from Rossi down the back straight. Well over 200 miles an hour, down through the gearbox into turn 15. We're about to complete the first lap then. It is Pedrosa from Marquez, then it's Valentino Rossi. Jorge Lorenzo has clawed right up onto the back wheel of Valentino Rossi. This is going to be the first big shootout between the two factory Yamaha riders. And Lorenzo makes his move up the inside the first corner. Caught Rossi napping in the braking zone for turn number 1. Rossi tries to fight back. They almost touch through the first corner. Lorenzo up in the third. Oh, Lorenzo has been mighty aggressive on the first lap, even more aggressive up at turn 1. They almost touch, but Lorenzo now up into third place. Honda's at the front, Lorenzo third. Rossi, Iannone, great start as you say from Polisbargo. Find that engine neck, that would not be enough. 8 points, we'd be on our way to Valencia. We saw it in Moto3, you blink and it changes at the top of the championship table. Brilliant move by Lorenzo on the brakes down into that first corner to take third place away from Valentino Rossi. The live World Championship standings, Rossi's lead will be cut down to 8 points heading to that final round in Valencia. Of course, it was 8 points, the gap between Rossi and Nicky Hayden 9 years ago, and we all know what happened there between the American and the Italian. Can Rossi respond in his favourite braking zone, turn number 9? No, he can't, not close enough. Lorenzo holds firm. Lorenzo and Rossi then trying to break away from Dovizioso. Andrea Iannone really struggling to go with his Ducati teammate. He's dropped down in 6th place. Valentino Rossi made a decent start. Near as that overtaking manoeuvre in turn 1. He came from a long way back. Rossi tries to pull back up the inside. Lorenzo as they flick it left through turn 2 where it dips away. Just holds it advantage. Problems here for Iannone. Well, we said Iannone was struggling to run the pace of the top 6, and that's the reason why mechanical on that factory GP15. About to complete the second lap, it's still Danny Pedrosa that leads the way from Marquez. Then it's Lorenzo through turn number 15. Valentino Rossi in 4th. Now, what's the gap between Lorenzo and Rossi at the end of this second lap? Is Rossi finding it hard to go with his teammate? Lorenzo has just set the best lap of the race at 2:00.6. A worrying for Valentino Rossi, half a second quicker than the Italian. Lorenzo in turn 1, this is where he took over third place on the last lap from Valentino Rossi. Lorenzo really has got the charge on through turn 3. They start climbing the hill up towards turn 4. Valentino Rossi, well, it's early stages of the race. You can't talk about damage limitation just yet. There is Andrea Dovizioso, just got a glimpse of him. And Cal Crutchlow moving up into 6th place. Marquez out wide at turn number 4. He got it wrong on the brakes down into turn number 4. Jorge Lorenzo sweeps underneath him. Lorenzo now into 2nd place. Starts the pursuit of Danny Pedrosa, but it was a mistake by Marquez on the brakes into turn 4. What an important mistake that could be. Rossi now closes up on Marquez. This is going to be very fierce indeed after the war of words on Thursday night. Pedrosa, Lorenzo, Marquez, Rossi closes up as they come into turn 9. 17 and a half laps to go. What a race already unfolding. Lorenzo was half a second inside of Marc Marquez's race lap record set last year on the second lap of this Malaysian Grand Prix, and Lorenzo now in second place. He took full advantage of that mistake by Marquez up at turn number 4. We're back on board with Marquez through turn number 12. There is Valentino Rossi then trying to find his way through. It's Danny Pedrosa that's in control though on this bang race. Pedrosa's advantage over Lorenzo is up to almost 1 second. Marquez is a further half a second back.
Here comes Rossi, we ride with him. Marquez in front of him. I don't think he is quite close enough on the brakes that come. Even Valentino Rossi can't get up the inside of Marquez. As they come into turn 15, this is where Lorenzo slips down on something. Rossi almost on the inside of Marquez as they accelerate up towards turn 1. 17 laps to go.
Marc Marquez thought yesterday about the problems he was having with front end grip, and there he was in hot at turn number 15. He's having real issues stopping that factory Honda on a full fuel load in the early part of this Malaysian Grand Prix. That's giving Jorge Lorenzo a chance to pull away in second place. It gave Lorenzo the chance to take second place on the last lap at turn number 4. So Marquez having a few issues on the brakes with that front tyre. Great chance now, can Rossi pounce up at turn number 4? He's certainly close up to move on the inside. Rossi takes third place, he's up the inside of Marquez. Rossi makes his stick, Rossi back up into third. Marquez tries to squirm it back through 5. Rossi's got the inside line, Rossi third.
Marquez will fight back. Rossi up into third place through 5 and now coming through turn 6. Marquez very close through 6, 7 and 8 coming up. One of the favourite overtaking places about to arrive in turn 9. And Marquez closing up on Rossi. Round 8 they come. Little short straight. 9 approaches.
Remember the last time we saw Marc Marquez going backwards in a MotoGP race. It's Danny Pedrosa, his teammate, that still holds an 0.8 of a second advantage over Jorge Lorenzo. There was Rossi a little bit slow coming out of turn 9. He's under pressure from Marquez, but Marquez is having really major front end grip issues in the early part of this race. He's already succumbed to Lorenzo and to Rossi at turn number 4.
There is Marquez, there is Rossi. We've ridden with both of them safely through now, 12 and 13. Again, Marquez closes up. Has he got the power to come through 14? They accelerate down his back straight, as I say, well over 200 miles an hour on the brakes. We ride with Marquez. I have a feeling after what has gone on this week, he will give absolutely everything to beat Rossi. They get into 15, not able to do so. He is having his problems. Can he get the power up as he comes up the inside? Side by side, they come. Rossi should have the advantage as they go up towards turn 1.
Will Marquez be able to use the grunt and the power of that factory Honda down to the braking zone for the first corner? Marquez moves to the inside line. Marquez is going to make the move on Valentino Rossi. Rossi tries to cut it back to the inside. Rossi's back through. Brilliant from the Italian. This is the dogfight the world was waiting for between Valentino Rossi and Marc Marquez. We've got it here in Malaysia.
Got it, big style. The talking stop now. They're talking out on the track. We ride with Valentino Rossi. Up they come towards turn 4. Here comes Marquez. Here comes Marquez.
It was personal off the track on Thursday. It's personal on the track on Sunday here in Sepang. Rossi fights straight back through turn number 5. Great move by the 36-year-old. Marquez squeezes Rossi out again. This is brilliant. Epic battle between the old warhorse and the new master.
Oh, what a race for third place. Marquez back into third place. Through 7 and 8 they come. Rossi may line him up at turn 9. He's got to get a little bit closer than that. Here they come up towards turn 9. Here comes Rossi on the brake.
This is Rossi's favourite overtaking point on the Grand Prix calendar. Brilliantly up the inside of Marquez. Marc Marquez says take it straight back at turn number 10. Will Rossi come back to the inside of turn number 11? You bet he will. Rossi up the inside. This is unbelievable actually. Big moment for Rossi on the front and he lost the front of that Yamaha. Left foot off the footrest. Marquez back through.
Crowd are going completely and utterly crazy. I'm sure you are back at home. This is the battle we wanted after everything that's happened this weekend. And we are getting it. Marquez, third, just down towards turn 50. Pedrosa still leads the way from Lorenzo.
This is more about World Championship points. This is about personal pride between Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi. This is a raging battle for third place. While these two are having this unbelievable dogfight for third, this is giving Danny Pedrosa and Jorge Lorenzo the perfect chance to break away. In fact, that gap now between Lorenzo and Marc Marquez, it's up to over 2 seconds. Pedrosa and Lorenzo lapping in the low 2.01, Marquez and Rossi in the low 2.02. While they're having this fight, they're a second slower than the two in front. This was how close it got. Oh, Rossi was leaning on Marquez up through that third 10. You are not going to get any closer between two of the fastest men in the world, two of the biggest rivals now in the world.
Unbelievable stuff between Valentino Rossi and Marc Marquez. And Marquez, that was the moment for Rossi. We're back to live and Rossi came right on the rear wheel of the Honda. Pedrosa has that big advantage at the front from Lorenzo. First and second one, big advantage in 7/10 of a second. We ride with Marquez. Rossi is coming once again. Rossi lines him up. Here comes Valentino Rossi, and he's moved back into third place.
Brilliant by Rossi, almost took Marc Marquez's knee. Rossi's foot off the foot peg yet again. I think Rossi's saying, like, don't let's have this tussle. We've got the pace to catch up with Jorge Lorenzo. This is turning out to be one of the scraps of the century.
Well, Marc Marquez is saying back up, he should have said all those things on Thursday night. He didn't want to scrap like this, old chap.
Well, we said it was personal off the track. It is definitely personal on the track now. Valentino Rossi, he knows while he's having this great fight with Marc Marquez, Jorge Lorenzo's clearing off to a relatively comfortable second place. Crucial World Championship points at stake. Marquez is going to cut it tight through turn number 14. Rossi can't grab the inside line. Marquez back in the third place. There was 52 overtakes last weekend between the top four. How many overtakes have we already seen in the first 6 laps between Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi in this dramatic Malaysian Grand Prix?
It makes the Rossi-Max Biaggi fight look like a vicar's tea party, because this is war between two guys that have fallen out big time. As Matt said, there's a lot more at stake than World Championship points. Of course, they're important. We better keep an eye at the front as well on Jorge Lorenzo, closing up on Danny Pedrosa. This is a war for third place on a racetrack at over 200 miles an hour.
A fight with Marc Marquez at your peril. That's what Valentino Rossi did in the pre-event press conference. Some of the harshest comments we've ever heard from the 9-time world champion aimed at Marc Marquez. No way through for Rossi this time up at turn number 4. Jorge Lorenzo now is 2.7 seconds clear of this battle. Lorenzo still trying to put pressure on Danny Pedrosa, who's still leading by 6/10 of a second through 5. Back with this epic, this intriguing, this exhilarating battle between Marquez and Rossi.
Here comes Rossi once again. 4 points it is in the World Championship, but this could well change. Take a breath, open your eyes. This is the battle of the season. This is personal. Pedrosa and Lorenzo. Here goes Rossi on the brakes again. Even Valentino Rossi, and he runs it a little bit wide. Even Rossi couldn't get up the inside of Marquez, but he closes once again as they come through the first turn 10. And Rossi gets up the inside, and Rossi is back into third place. What can Marquez do? Side by side they come.
Marquez thought about riding around the outside of Rossi at turn 12, brave in the extreme. That would have been, he rides around the outside of turn 13 instead. He absolutely bugs Rossi on the outside. Rossi looks really good. Well, you've got to say, Valentino Rossi looks over his left shoulder. He slowed right down in turn number 14. There was contact between Marquez, a shake of the head from Marc Marquez, and you feel with some justification.
Oh, wow! It's going to be repercussions from that incident, I can promise you. Let's have a look at it again, Matt.
Yeah, Marquez, well, he got pretty close there. Rossi had the line through 12, and then Marquez audaciously, brilliantly rode around the outside of Rossi through turn number 13. Now this isn't through turn 14, coming onto the back straight. Rossi was wide. Well, Valentino Rossi has run Marc Marquez out to the edge of the track there. Marquez is coming back into the pit. As Nick quite rightly says, this race is only just one part of the story of the Malaysian Grand Prix. What is going to happen in race control after this race? Because this is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Dylan, put your tin hat on. It's coming back in.
Yeah, I'm just down here trying to see the reaction. Obviously, the team is fuming.
Right, Marquez back in. Grosso Lorenzo Rossi. Marc Marquez crushes out after an incident with Valentino Rossi and goes straight to the back of the garage. We thought it could not get any more exciting. We didn't think it could get any more tense. It has. Rossi running in third place. This isn't the end of this particular incident. Marquez goes down.
Yeah, Rossi's picked him up and he's pretty much slowed right down Valentino Rossi. And then as Marc Marquez has just tried to cut back to what was close to normal, and they were so far outside. Here is Rossi. I've got to say, Marc Marquez will feel incredibly aggrieved, and you have to have an element of sympathy for the Spanish rider. It's up on our screens. You won't be surprised here in the commentary box to hear that incident in this unbelievable Malaysian Grand Prix will be investigated after the race by Race Direction. Here we go, confirmation. As we said, this is not the end of this Malaysian Grand Prix by a long, long way. Race Director Mike Webb and the three other members of that Race Direction panel, they will now be investigating that incident after the race, and I would think that there'll be some anxious and worried faces inside that factory Yamaha garage, because
Right, settle into the race. Oh, hey, it's about 6/10 of a second between Danny Pedrosa and Jorge Lorenzo. 6 seconds back for Valentino Rossi. Vizioso and Crutchlow having a really good race for fourth place, and then Bradley Smith. Dylan.
Well, no, guys, you know, I can only tell you so much. As you say, Mark came into the box. As you can imagine, he's gone straight round the back. Very upset with the incident. Obviously, a few tempers down here at the moment. We know nothing more than that. I'll see whether I can find out something else. I'll be back with you guys shortly.
Many thanks, Dylan. Right, Bradley Smith 6, Aleix Spargo 7, Paul Spargo 8, 9th is Petrucci, 10th is Bradle, 11th Vinales, Scott Redding 12, Batista 13, Hernandez 14, Hector Barber coming up to 15th, Nicky Hayden 16th, 17th Miller, Elias 18th, 19th Demeglio, Eugene Lafferty 20th, and Ant West running in 21st place. Out of the race, Marquez. Out of the race, Baz. You know him, he's still with a mechanical problem. And also not finished one lap with Damien Cuddy.
there is a mass throng, inevitably, of TV cameras parked now outside that Repsol Honda garage. Is there been another huge sting in the tail of this MotoGP World Championship? That live championship standings as it is right now on track. 7 points between Valentino Rossi and Jorge Lorenzo. What if Lorenzo catch and pass Danny Pedrosa?
Read my mind. 5, but it was down to 2 points then, wouldn't it?
That. And Valentino Rossi.
Is he going to be penalised?
And he might have bigger problems than just losing 5 more points to Jorge Lorenzo after this Malaysian Grand Prix.
So guys, just to let you know, so I've also been to the Yamaha garage. I've asked to get someone's opinion on the incident. Because it is going to be investigated by Race Direction, they prefer not to speak until something has been spoken about officially.
That's fair enough. They're probably preparing their case as we speak, aren't they? What a decision for Mike Webb, the race director, and his panel to make. When you look at look around him, look both ways there. I think he's just the checking that Dovizioso isn't that close. But he's not. He's about 5 seconds down.
There's 2 things that give me concern for Valentino Rossi. One is he was off the throttle when he should have been back on it. And 2, you can perhaps argue his case if he hadn't looked across and see where Marc Marquez was. He could have said in his defence, well, I didn't see him, I just ran wide. But he had 2 really long looks to his left. He could clearly see where Marc Marquez was on track. This is only going to rumble on and on long into the night, I'm sure, as Race Direction analyse closely that incident between Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi. After what Valentino Rossi said in the pre-event press conference on Thursday, it kind of set up the possibility of something like this happening on the track. It got bitter, it got personal. Valentino Rossi's comments were so vicious. It wasn't just about the racing aspect. He attacked Marc Marquez personally, didn't he?
He did. He said Max Biaggi was an open fight. He said Marc Marquez was supposed to be a fan of his when he grew up. That picture's on the wall. He doesn't believe that. Yeah, he got very, very nasty indeed. Lorenzo could tip off Danny Petrosa now, and that's not going to be easy. Petrosa's running well at the front. That would just blow the championship going into Valencia, and who knows what's going to happen in race direction. Petrosa still leads the way. 10 laps to go. Boy, those first 10 laps of the half distance have flown by. I don't think I've seen a fiercer battle at that level almost in my whole life of MotoGP. Boy, that was as fierce as you'd want to see.
Yeah, it's coming so close after what happened on Thursday. Absolutely.
Back after the front.
Marc Marquez has well and truly got his claws in to Marco Bezzecchi.
Almgren has got a 15-3rd now. He's got through on the Costa. It's coming. It is coming. Oh, he darts to the inside line there. I think Bezzecchi just charged down a little bit high. He's compromised next to Prix on the factory and Prix. They go side by side. Marc Marquez decides it's his moment. He hits the front. Marco Bezzecchi tries to respond. Going toe-to-toe with Mark. This is brilliant by Bez. He's going to pick up some slipstream here. Start winning straight. He goes side by side with the factory at Aprilia. He levels Bezzecchi in the braking zone. Bezzecchi really does try to top it out on the outside, but Mark has got through. Mark are back in the ascendancy.
Marc Marquez might finally have been able to break the resistance of the brilliant Marco Bezzecchi today.
Almgren's got the pace to get Bezzecchi, no question about it. Rookie, what rookie? Yeah, he's going for it. He's having a look on the inside of Bezzecchi. And Almgren on the charge. Marc Marquez has been supreme once again. It is 6 successive victories and now in 2025 for Marc Marquez. It is 6 successive double wins. Almgren takes an exceptional 7th place. Bezzecchi takes the 3rd.
Valentino Rossi congratulates one of his charges. 21 down, 1 to go as MotoGP returns to the spiritual home of its season finale, the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. A sellout crowd is expected and a spectacular end to the campaign lies in store with the Moto2 World Championship still up for grabs. That plus our final sprint of the season to come today. This is MotoGP. Good afternoon everybody and welcome to bright and sunny Valencia on this final Saturday afternoon of the season. It's been a pleasure to join you throughout our Saturday afternoon Moto2 Moto3 qualifying session. So a pleasure to have your company one last time in this 22 round 2025 season. But we do still have one World Champion to crown this weekend. That comes tomorrow afternoon in Moto2. An intriguing qualifying session to come later on, with one of the World Champions contenders in Q2, the other going through Q1. That's still to come ahead of the sprint in MotoGP, over 13 laps at 3 PM local time. Kicking off our afternoon's entertainment though, is Moto3 and their Q1 session. Here is your lineup. We welcome back Jacob Ralston this weekend. Of course, he missed the last couple of Grand Prix after injuring his left hand on Friday in Malaysia. Brian Ariarte, who has impressed us in his short start to Moto3 Live, course he's a full-timer next season with IO. Stefano Neppa, on what is set to be his full-time Moto3 farewell. Leo Vitelli for the Level Up MPA squad, who's been used this weekend. Scott Austin, CIP Green Power. Eddie O'Shea, his fellow Brit, posted inside the top 20 yesterday. Nicola Carraro for Rubicon Snipers. Dennis Foggia for the Aspar team in what looks set to be his final Moto3 outing this weekend. So it's last for Aspar. Hakim Danish, who continues at British MT Helmets MSI. The Sensi Racing Foe squad of Rushe Moodley, Cormac Buchanan, and Honda teammates Zen Mihani also in action in this Q1 session. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison set to talk you through it all. Eddie York is in pit lane and will be speaking to the pole sitter in part of May at the end of Q2. And in these Moto3 qualifying sessions, he's spoken to 12 different riders over the course of our 21 rounds so far this season. Moto3 qualifying has been nothing if not unpredictable in 2025 now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Lewis. And one rider that's been talking about the rest was 25, was Zero Wader, declined back in Indonesia. But when it comes to Saturday, it's different level of prediction. I should say really variation in our qualifying session so far. Delighted to see the rules back on our screen and back again this weekend. Not at 100% fit fair to say, but we've had a fairly fast 15 today in practice. So it shows that he's not a million miles away, even if it's far from ideal. Understand is more from Moto3 World Championship category. Again, there is some different form. Quite played out ridiculous. I say, real healthy, serving and fast fortune throughout the start of 25. It's not long to play at all. In fact, that's back in January. All of pre-season. The first 2 races on the back there. Honestly, mechanical field we had Aragon from Fulham mechanicals arrived at the worst possible time. So on board for the year.
An opportunity this weekend for him though to make himself aware to prospective team managers next season. Got to have seen in 2025. Look at the rider who replaced Ralston in Portimao, Joel Esteban, that being a substitute rider can be a window back onto the grid full time in the future, which could potentially be an opportunity next year for Ralston. Here's Matteo Bertelli for the Level Up MTA squad, who's a confirmation of his teammate for 2026 earlier on in the weekend. And the rider's name I just mentioned, but Joel Esteban, who's been confirmed second MTA rider for next season. Esteban not on the grid this weekend because of Ralston's return from injury, but off the back of back-to-back 4th place finishes in the last couple of rounds, or 2 of the last 3 rounds, Neil, I think Esteban making a very solid case for a full-time return.
like it. A little unfortunate not to repeat at this and spot this year, but when they had managed to get their confidence back in, absolutely really hot. But the rookie season Esteban wasn't that 1 year ago. And yeah, so a bit of time away. The Junior GP series has done as good as Selesai. He has been generally quite impressive, and that was another really fine performance by him in Portimao. Selesai on the final podium spot. When the time for the Santo. That coupled with Kelas, when he deputised in his podium at the Phillip Island, was enough to give automatic decision that he should be up in the World Championship next year. So stuff, the development, he's still really happy. He's confirmed to be in that team next year from quite a while ago.
Wish him well in whatever he does next season. Again, he's on the right route. I'm sure he'll find his way back onto this Moto3 grid in the future. It's very bright for Hakim Danish there, who you just saw going through the picture. As mentioned, he's once again in at the MSI squad for the Selesai Yamanaka, who I believe is actually live on Instagram at the moment. So Selesai with half an eye on this qualifying session and half an eye on his Instagram feed. Watches from home. We wish Selesai all the very best in his recovery from his recently had surgery on the little finger on his left hand prior to Portimao, which is why we aren't seeing him in the final couple of Grand Prix. Brian Oriarte then, the Red Bull Rookies champion and the Junior GP World champion, comes back in the run-up to the Portuguese Grand Prix. And he's been quietly building into his Moto3 career since we saw him first in Australia, points in both Malaysia and in Portimao. A 13th place finish for him in Portugal, not helped by some severe late tyre drop. No question, the best from Brian Oriarte's point of view, Neil, is very much still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a precedent for a rider stepping into the high Moto3 team and the final race here at Valencia as a really Red Bull Rookies Cup champion and for the British in one spectacular fashion. Go back all the way to 2018. Evan Dublin had a full day of seriously wet running, and he was the youngest rider competing with a Grand Prix race. So, second rider actually something similar, but he is coming to a track that he knows very, very well from his days in the junior category. And then secondly,
Spent lap time probably in the 38th in this session. Fast lap of the weekend. David Almanza on the Leopard Honda, a 37.333. The time to get through Tip 2 yesterday was a 38.4. Carraro was already into the 37s in the early stages on the Snipers Honda. We had confirmation in the run-up to Portimao, or during the Portimao weekend. We didn't get a chance to mention last weekend, but the Snipers lineup that you see right now on track will be the automatic pairing for 2026. Nicola Carraro and the young Spaniard who made his debut a couple of races ago, Jesus Rios.
Rios is actually very impressive this weekend. He'll be one to keep an eye on in Q2, which was time 7 at the end of play on Friday afternoon. And well, be on to a bit of a winner for next year. And Carraro, not sure if being a bit harsh by saying slightly fortunate perhaps to retain his seat in that team. This is his second year. Yeah, we've seen any big moves or shakes from him so far. But Martin is also 9 cars set to the Honda. Coming out here, John obviously at the moment, but it's a little higher than he has done to get on the street.
23 years of age now is Carraro. Of course, we first saw him in Moto3 3 years ago when he was Patelli's injury replacement partway through that season. 21st in the World Championship is the Italian. Certainly expected to better than that. So was this Italian, Dennis Foggia, who hasn't had the greatest of luck in the back end of the season, of course, after being diagnosed with pneumonia prior to Australia. Turned to action in Portimao and did score a couple of points, even if he had some difficulties, especially in the faster corners of Portimao. Not so many of those for him to worry about here. Foggia goes into second place. He has now joined Carraro in the 137s.
Points ahead, Dennis Foggia 2025, so say that about the year on the whole. One disappointed for a rider that came so close with this category hard right in previous years. For the hard Honda. And it's been a real disappointment overall, with the exception perhaps of the Italian Grand Prix of Mugello when he really finished on the podium. A few other highlights from Dennis. Top 6 on just one other occasion, that was back in Brazil. And from that LA on the turn 2 in the final lap. So that was very personal to the two riders that have been fighting for the championship that year. Acosta had sealed the prize in the previous race, and then on the MotoGP, he had to lose 6 points. So imagine what happened to they both angled going up into turn 2. Much so close. They're all right.
Neither came out the other end, unfortunately, of that second corner. As Foggia slips a place down to third, because Neppa's also joined his fellow Italians in the 1:37.9. 37.925 for Neppa, 37.958 for Carraro, 37.925 for Dennis Foggia. Ralston currently holds fourth place on a 38.1, 4 tenths quicker than he went in practice yesterday afternoon. Danny fifth from his Ripple rookie sparring partner earlier in the season. Uriarte 6th. Zembetani 7th for the Honda teammates, scored put in a 38.3, and Scott Longton, Richie Bootley and Eddie O'Shea. Cormac Buchanan, who I'm afraid has taken his crack count up to 35 already this weekend. He is 11th, and we haven't seen any representative yet from Matteo Bertelli.
With Gordon Malcolm, and we were genuine circumstances for the track. Today morning, it was up at 36 for the Golden Ball, 3 Moto2 Practice track, at the top of the session. He was camping line there, which Tom really still benefits off the dial on this occasion, but field and after a really tricky weekend of 40 mile, really tricky weekend of Japan, the real sense by the practice of this, and even another tough weekend here in this Grand Prix.
Straight up off his seat and ready to rejoin the action. Yet what's happened to Bertelli on his first run, but something else alright to find him down in third place at the moment in this Q1 session. That's the 39.3 at the moment for the Italian, who started this 2025 season with back-to-back pole positions in Thailand and in Argentina. Good expecting to see Bertelli ending this season back towards his peak physical condition again. You could argue he may never fully get back to his peak physical condition that he was in prior to that horrible injury in the spring. Bertelli, of course, confirmed alongside Esteban that MotoGP squad for next season.
number gets up ahead and they come up to this turn 12. So crucial to get a good run out. Switch back and through turn 13. You can see Oriate taking that narrow line. The rear tire moving and brings down in towards turn 14. Should be good enough to lift him up from 6th.
Got this for the junior world champion. Vitelli will now reel him back in on the way towards the finish line. Oriate buried well into the 37s. A 1:37.535. Only David Almanza, the fastest rider of the weekend so far, has gone quicker than that.
Yeah, like Moto2, that record is a real cold ride. Yeah, we didn't come here last year, obviously, due to the tragic flooding in this part of the world, which meant that really new official for representation with Moto3 and Moto2. And forward as a result of that, pick up with number 13, trying to go underneath, and succeeded to go underneath. Scott Ogden, through turn number 4.
Ogden won't be enjoying that because he's just done a race first sector. Danish has done the same, as has Vitelli, who's at the front of this queue of riders. Vitelli and Oriate, of course, they're on their second time lap. They left the pits about a minute and a half before this group, who are now closing up behind, who are on their first time lap of run 2. Overall best first sectors for Neppa, Carraro, for Danish, Vitelli, and for Ogden. Well, much understand, having been past turn 4, Ogden's lap has gone away. Danish, though, he's still in touch for them to lift himself into the top 4.
The best of the get through into Q2. Well, just is what goes. Full time Grand Prix appearance. When you get the doubles out on this lap, that was then the cannon just felt the force of the Malaysian rider coming through. Who did some brilliant performances in the Red Bull Rookies Cup throughout 2025. But more comeback rides as well from well done in the order. Comes from line, it's going to be time for Neppa coming in as well. Neppa goes into first, jumps up into third, so time for those respective riders.
Ogden is improving at the back of the picture and he claims 4th place then. He's now down to a 37.8, so Carraro relegated to 5th. Vitelli's now 6th, so that's 38.0 personal best for him. Wasn't enough as the Aspar team look on. For the moment, they are clinging on to a place in qualifying 2 with Dennis Foggia.
You have to imagine that the lap record is going to get smashed again when we get right. He was in 1/10 of a second off it. He was second, I think, 10 to best rehearsal for a bit of a comeback ride in tomorrow's race. That is what Danny, Ogden and Mike McCullough that have felt the full force of him and his overtaking RS.
Well, I mean, for Vitelli, so he won't be getting out of the top 4, or into the top 4 with the time he's lost. As Danish is all action, isn't he, on board that KTM. That's what you've got to look forward to over the 22 round season of 2026 when he's a full-timer at MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. Full commitment there on the end of third number 12 today. Excellent stuff indeed. Ogden is doing nice. Young Englishman just a second a second away halfway around here. Through split number 3. Still pretty much in the ballpark is Ogden. Could be good enough for to split in the top 4.
Danish could be under pressure here because Foggia is also going quickly. Just behind Carraro, we're watching for number 10 now. Personal best at the moment coming in for the Boe duo, Booty and Buchanan, currently 7th and 12th. That's the extent of their progress on the order in this Q1 session. So Ogden gets over the line just in time for one more lap, and he's going to need it because he did go briefly into 4th place, but bumped back down to 5th by the improvement of Foggia.
But at least he does it one last quiet lap. Thomas Buchanan got in for one. Brian Oriate is pretty confident that the work that he has done so far in Q1 will be enough to see him through. Our time is line and we've got one personal best sector coming in from Vitelli, finds himself down in 7th, but that lots of grey crash helmets popping up on our red time.
37.4 also looks pretty safe. If one rider beats that, you wouldn't expect 4 to. So Danish now goes back past, or tries to go back past his fellow debutant in the World Championship full-time next season. What's taking up to another big moment this time for Danish, this time losing into 3. And that's particularly balked for Kelly, who had set a personal best in the first set, and of course now is badly held up once he arrives at turn 4.
Oh, and Scott Ogden has had a crash right at the end of this section, so that is the Englishman's chances of progressing through. It's over. A a real serious support on the screen of the personal best second session. So he was absolutely honest on here. He chose number 8, that was. So he was trying to pass a rider up ahead, which was wrong. Was big. 19 on the grid and best. So
He did a little bit hard, didn't he, on that inside line as he was desperately trying to salvage a place in the top 4. Carraro's not going to do that. His lap has been cancelled for track limits, so the limit of Carraro's progress is 6 in this session, which will be 20th on the grid for the Italian. Much higher than he started in Portimao last weekend, where he did at least salvage points, so still something to fight for Carraro tomorrow. Top 4 are locked in. Stefano Nepa, who will be taking some confidence in that. 137.450 for Nepa. What's set to be 139th final Moto3 start this weekend. Of course, there are still questions about who will be the second rider at the 658 Squadron Courses team. They are reserving that place for Noah Nepi, where he is fit enough and happy enough to return in the future. Should he not choose to do so, or not be fit enough to do so, then maybe Nepa's time in this paddock might not be over just yet, but certainly as we speak to you now, it will be his Moto3 farewell tomorrow.
Yeah, I did manage to catch up with Noah Nepi, the manager, before coming on air to tell us some good news that he's progressed. Dusted. So that's fantastic news, and I'm sure you saw on social media earlier today shots of Jose Antonio Rueda back in the paddock. In fact, the IO box here this weekend also looks very good. So what happens to find absolutely fabulous news that both riders are getting on so well.
Agree more with that. Rueda will be cheered also by the performance of his replacement, I guess you have to call him, in the IO team, not just this weekend but next year, of Brian Oriarte. Second quickest. Rueda, who will be hearing from very, very shortly. So stick with us in a few moments when we go on air for qualifying 2. Q1, topped though by Stefano Nepa, ahead of Brian Oriarte, Dennis Foggia and Hakeem Danish. Scott Ogden missing out by just 15 thousandths of a second, and of course the crash on his last run fixed for him ahead of Carraro, Batelli, Moodley and Ralston, who returns to action from 23rd on the grid, a tiny 10th ahead of Eddie O'Shea and Cormac Buchanan, who starts at the back. Joy to be back at the spiritual hub.
Thank you so much. Yeah, day by day. Yeah, but well, now need to make the step on the Moto2 because Moto2
in good spirits as well. And Mulai, obviously, manager that was telling us last weekend at Watchalong, certainly not going to be any riding towards the end. In 2025, going to take that time to recover and recuperate. Yeah, there's a huge advantage of Moto2 until February, so you're going to miss a decent chunk of testing in November, but really, if everything that happens, that is probably the least of his and the IoT's worries. You'll obviously need a little bit delayed in terms of his preparation for Moto2, but it's completely understandable. And we know what it's going to happen. A couple of weeks ago in Malaysia.
He's back here and back smiling is a victory for Jose Antonio Rueda, who has done so much winning this season. 10 victories, of course, in his spectacular run to the Moto3 World Championship. Of course, who joins him? Well, we know who's going to join him at the practice yesterday, a practice session which colour was sky blue as Leopard Honda dominated 1 and 2 yesterday. David Almanza quickest in practice, quickest in free practice 2 earlier on today. Almanza has also been on pole position recently in Malaysia 2 rounds ago. A G-Start's favourite?
Quite possibly. He's had 2 more positions in the last 7 Grand Prix, so he has been pretty handy on a Saturday afternoon of this. So his speed so far this weekend has been quite questioned, but hungry riders around him that I think are going to be giving them something to think about. You mentioned Max Kelas, he is absolutely determined after his third win of the season in Portugal a week ago to overhaul and help the Karan tomorrow for second in the championship, 8 points separate them. He has the likes of Alvaro Carpe and Joel Kelso, who are fighting for 4th in the championship, a position currently held by the injured David Brignon, who sat on the sidelines.
Of course, sticking around in Moto3 next season, the intact squad, where he'll be joined by Almanza for next season. Sure to be one of the title favourites, along with Kelas, of course. Could get ahead of the next season as the runner-up in the World Championship season, despite being too young to cast the opening round or 2 of the campaign. Q2 is underway. 15 minutes inside our final pole sitter of the season. Gil Gorman gets another opportunity to impress. Boy, did he impress on that intact KTM last time out. Of course, the first time he'd ridden the KTM in Grand Prix motorcycle racing, his previous outings, of course, were on a 658 squad, of course, Honda, which will ride full time next season. And I think we were expecting good things for Casey O'Gorman, but even our expectations were exceeded by what Casey did a week ago.
Yeah, he was pretty impressive in the previous World Championship riding. He was deputised in the 6th year squad around mid-season. He finished in the points category, I believe, in just his second appearance, which was quite impressive at the time, but qualified second row into 5.
there's winter of quite a lot of change in Moto3 between the various teams in Prix Pini. But here he is, because Pini runs this circuit very well, even though none of us came here in any class of racing last year. Pini is very familiar with this Ricardo Tormo circuit from his years in the European Talent Cup. Pini's now attacking turn 2 as Taya Barasato makes his way towards turn 1 in his final Moto3 qualifying session.
Stepping up to Model 2 with the Honda Team Asia squad. 2026, so this is and I would say a largely underwhelming and slightly.
Start, isn't it, to this Moto3 qualifying session? Three riders at the moment now on the racetrack. Barasato and Andrew Fernandez, who's on his out lap right now. So we'll follow Pini into the final corner, see what kind of pace he's setting. We're expecting 37s, not 36s in this qualifying 2 session. Let's see what Pini is able to achieve as he now charges towards the finish line into low 38 for Guido Pini at 138.116. Next season he'll be riding in the colours of Leopard, and Leopard have been the team to beat so far in this Valencia Grand Prix. So with continue.
We need the first test.
Side of the box, that's Davide Valencia just going out on track. On the other side of the box, Adrian, he also looks strong. I'm guessing he's super motivated in front of his home fans like David to try and end the season on a high with a podium at least.
Yeah, both of them are very motivated. So David, he did the podium this year in Malaysia, not as we wanted because Fernandez was disqualified, but both of them are strong here. So, and both of them want to finish this season with the podium.
Good luck, Madrag. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madrag. Thanks to Elliot. And at the moment, it is a Honda on the original pole, but it's not a Leopard Honda. It's a Honda Team Asia rider, Taya Barasato. He's put in a 137.459, matched within 34 bounds by Fernandez. 3 riders, as mentioned, have a better time at the moment. Pini third on that 38.1 that he set on his first lap. There is Madrag Couture, you were hearing from a second ago, just on the right of the picture. The rest of the field belatedly have now joined the action to dispute this final pole position, and Elliot was absolutely right. They were all waiting for David Almanza.
Yeah, Almanza's going to have his credentials tested here in these coming minutes. Max Kelas is a rider that will certainly be in the running for victory tomorrow. Just up behind him, and Alvin Harris there as well. Kelas is worth pointing out. Last time out in Portugal was absolutely awesome, and probably the most dominant of the five we've seen from so far in his very short Moto3 career. The first time we've seen him win with a bit of margin over the rest of the field, and maybe he got a little bit fortunate and helping Kelas got loose apart a bit in the pack towards the end. Gives him that little moment where he can break clear. Kelas back in the pack, but still not that kind of maturity. Not even with the full World Championship season under your belt. It's seriously impressive, but what he's been doing on the way throughout this year.
Teamer is following Armanza. He's been followed by Kelas, but Armanza just getting on with it on this lap, as his teammate Andrea Fernandez. The cleverest cookie out there might well be Marco Morelli, who is right behind Kelas, who's of course following Armanza. As we now follow Fernandez across the line. This could be a lap record as well as provisional pole, and it's both at 1:37.282. We expected the lap record to be beaten in the Tuesday session, and it is beaten by another Leopard Honda.
Yeah, seriously impressive stuff from Adrian Fernandez. Could we see a lap time in the 1:36 here in Moto3? I was not expecting to see that coming into this weekend. Previous lap record in the Dunlop era of Moto3 was 38.2. So we've already gone a second under that. Not too far away from giving it to the 36s. So Fernandez could be tough to beat, judged by the current laps we are seeing on Mansa though. Might be train of riders behind him, getting on with the job as he said, so this is a very impressive time from him.
Also good laps coming in just behind them by Peroni, Neffa and Carpe, who are all within around 100th of a second each other. They could all be about to go on to the second row shortly. They keep their current rate of performance. Who else is also going well at the moment? Says on the CIP Green Power machine, who's in for the intercept relay. He's also on a fairly solid lap. Kelas then down to a 37.1 with a strong final sector, aided in part by Armanza off the road. He takes the pole position away from the 22. So it's now Aspar, Leopard.
Yeah, look at the rider in third, Marco Morelli, the number 95, the third rider in this group that is on our screens here. We were saying last time out in Portugal what we do is just how impressive Morelli has been. He came in as a regular fixture in the NLAB squad, and it's comfortably be their best qualifying performance in the dry, I believe. So Morelli once again showing he is a real rider to watch in the future when he comes across onto an asphalt ATF next year. I think he's going to be one to watch for sure.
He's second in the Junior GP World Championship at the moment to Uriarte, as once again Kelas taking the Kelas line. We often see him jumping the other side of the curbs when the regulations allow him to do that. That's the tarmac is painted green. You don't get penalised for that because the theory is that it's actually slower to go out there. As Morelli carves under the 28, because Morelli's trying to put an NLAB Honda on pole position here, which would be the mother of all stories to close our Moto3 qualifying 2025 campaign. Armanza though, not remotely interested by what's going on behind him, and he could be the rider to set that first 1:36 on Valencia in Moto3.
Really could be joined by Morelli as well, who's on course to go second. He's got the perfect guy just up ahead of him, 6 bike lengths ahead as they come around turn 14 and accelerate. So Morelli's close enough to gauge from the slipstream just up ahead from the number 22, but Armanza is going to be our first ever 36. Oh, narrowly misses out on that, but still good enough for provisional pole.
Morelli also lost time in that final sector, so he stays 4th. Carpe's 5th on the first of the IO machines, and Neffa via qualifying 1 in 6th. To scan through those 2, but I can tell you that would be Stefano Neffa's best qualifying since he was on the front row for the very first race of the season back in Thailand.
Yeah, there is confirmation of the new record. Go back to Neffa. It all looks so rosy back in Thailand, didn't it? Qualified second, finished 4th. We thought, okay, well, for potentially his best season yet, but it really has gone awry in a spectacular fashion. I'm still yet to understand what Stefano's plans will be for 2026. But really strong opening since that from both Armanza and Marco Morelli on our screen. As well from Kelas. He's rival for second in the championship. Wow, that is a crazy front end moment that he has saved on his left knee. Almost his left elbow as well, coming through turn number 8.
Front end, almost resembling a pogo stick there for Kelas. The cancer problems, which he did a very good job of reacting to. Another one of those at turn 1 earlier on, as Elliot informed us. Didn't quite do justice there to super slow-mo, just how little time he had to react to that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's Mark Marquez's protege with those kind of antics. And he's a very, very special talent at being a medicinal by his rookie season with Campbell the other day, he's going through his results and he's pretty much been in the fight for the podium every single race he's participated in so far this year, with one or two exceptions. To have that kind of season right off the bat does give feelings for next year's championship as to whether it will be a competitive contest. Hopefully there will be other names that can rise up to the occasion. The likes of David Rinkoff, you have to imagine, will be there. Alvaro Carpe as well, but Kelas will undeniably go into 2026 favourite. I don't know if you agree, Lewis.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. I would say I wouldn't be putting too much more money on it, so I don't think I'll get very good odds on that Kelas at the moment. Of course, in the battle in this year's championship for second overall, very much advantage Kelas. In qualifying finish now, he's in the middle of the front row at the moment. It has been a strong first run for Angel Keras, who has been able to do a lap in the 37 so far, or 38.005. Keras currently in 14th place.
Yeah, slightly surprised, but we do see this quite often from Keras in qualifying. Tends to have a little far adrift after the first run, and he's a bit of pressure on his shoulders for the final time attack. He's wants to do the same here as well. Joel Kelso just up ahead of him. We've spoken about the Australian either. Hence the decision for Kelso. Last chance to win a race for the KTM before he moves across to the NLAB squad next year.
Finally on there, Keras will be a level of relief for Angel, that Joel Esteban is not replacing Jacob Ralston this weekend. It's fair to say that Keras wasn't particularly impressed by the aggression of Esteban 6 days ago in Portimao. So much so that Keras said that I've actually ended up saving my tyres all Grand Prix for absolutely nothing, because I got punted off the racetrack in the very closing stages and had to recover the second place.
Keras absolutely used to those kinds of antics. He's normally the one dishing those kind of moves out, to be fair to him. So then, the riders have given themselves just enough time to do one more flying lap in this section. And further improvements that could edge Capital Manso off provisional pole at 37.1, as you can see, is the time to beat. Joel Kelso leads this little gaggle down into turn 1, which features Nepa, Neil Bowman. Minor reactor, Alvaro Carpe is in there as well.
Big threat for Manso at the moment, comes to his teammate Adrian Fernandez, who's in a different pack to the riders we're watching. He's coming towards the final corner now. So glance over my comment book window and expect to see a Leopard Honda passing. He does now. Here comes Adrian Fernandez. This is going to be a Leopard 1-2, it is. And Adrian Fernandez is in to the 1:36. Lunetta behind him has also got himself into 4th place. That's his first lap time of the session. So we've now got Hondas 1st, 2nd, 4th and 5th.
Honda's best Moto3 qualifying performance across the grid for quite some time. Hearing in our headsets that Pirelli is continuing on used rubber, so it's not a fresh set of Pirelli tyres for the young Argentinian. However, Sato comes across the line and goes into 6th.
Pirelli has taken the checkered flag, so he will not be improving on what is now 5th place, relegated by the improvement there for Lunetta. For Sato then onto the second row, so it is now 1, 2, 4, 5 and 6 for the Hondas, who are at least are ending this season on a high. And at the moment, it's Honda versus Honda for pole. It's Fernandez versus Lunetta at the moment, and Luca Lunetta is also halfway round.
Lap time coming in from Joel Kelso. Oh, and that's Neil Bowman who's just crashed out on turn number 14. I was just about to say the Irishman was 2 tenths off coming through split number 3.
Borisato had his lap time cancelled, so he's now back to 9th, and those will be some yellow flags potentially which could impact. Well, the Keras has got 10th anyway, as Fernandez continues to improve. Not that he needs to. A little bit of a room for slap of the tank for Almanza, who's been kicked to the dinner table by his teammate by the looks of it, Adrian Fernandez, who's one of the last riders to take the checkered flag. He needs to keep pushing though, because Lunetta's going very quickly behind him. Kelas won't be threatening pole position. That fight is still being wheeled away, so I'm not sure whether these lap times will be valid. We'll treat them as they are at the moment though, as the 31 leads the 58 over the line, and Adrian Fernandez does not improve, and neither does Lunetta. So it's another pole position for the Leopard squad. Almanza has taken 2 pole positions. Adrian Fernandez now joins in with his second pole of 2025.
Second pole of this year, third career pole. Not particularly used to the top spot on Saturday afternoons, but he's done it here with an exceptional time. A new lap record and the first ever Moto3 lap time in 1 minute 36 here versus Ricardo Tormo.
So Honda first, second 4th and 5th in that qualifying session. Have to give a huge shout out for Marco Morelli. Whatever you say about how he did it, up behind some faster riders, but he was not exactly struggling to keep up with them, was he? Marco Morelli on the M-Lab Honda. Outstanding effort to put himself in the middle of row 2. As far as second in the championship is concerned tomorrow, this rider certainly had the advantage on the grid, with Kelas starting on the front row in 3rd. Kelas only able to lift himself up to 10th in the end.
Another really impressive performance from Max Kelas. A reminder, he has to win and also guarantee not finish second or guarantee third in the championship. You might think that doesn't mean a great deal, but when we talk to Kelas after his victory in Portimao, it most certainly does mean a great deal to the number 20 in. Another front row performance for him. It's the first time in 7 Grand Prix that Kelas has been on the front row. It's been a bit of a barren spell for him on Saturday afternoon. But not even Rookie of the Year 2025 can live with Adrian Fernandez and David Almanza. Or yesterday, being hard on the riders, having a real flex from the rest of the Moto3 field. Almanza was nearly half a second faster than everyone else except his teammate, which he did have something a little bit extra up his sleeve, and so too did Adrian Fernandez, as it turns out, in qualifying.
It's fair to say there have been a few Friday false storms for Leopard this season. It's not uncommon to be talking about David Almanza in particular topping practice on a Friday, or Leopard as a whole. And yes, the field did close in the end in qualifying. As Neil mentioned, their advantage was much greater in practice, but it is still a 1-2 on the grid for the Leopard squad. Second victory here before. That the Practice 2021 battle, where Dennis Portier was involved in a crash with Pedro Acosta on the last lap, and did have victory too at that time. Portier's Leopard teammate, Xavi Artigas. Leopard haven't won around this circuit since. A very good chance tomorrow. Max Kelas, Neil mentioned getting a bit of a Saturday slump taking place on the front row of the grid. It would also mean an awful lot to the Valencia base at Spa-P if Kelas could take not only victory but second place in the World Championship tomorrow.
Which would be an awful achievement considering he missed the first 2 races of the year because he wasn't old enough to compete, and the 3rd and 4th races of the year because he had broken his thumb. So he's really playing catch up, but almost consistency since his return. To have another go at the podium position in tomorrow's race. And Max has to acknowledge that Fernandez is just a faster rider today.
Underperformers in that qualifying session as we look at older brother Raul congratulating younger brother Adrian. Seeing Raul on track in an hour and a half time. Batista sprint. Yeah, the underperformers, you could argue for a starter of course, losing that would have put him on the second row and yet the 3rd row for Tayo. Keras has been covered 10th. Joel Kelso down in 12th place. No back-to-back poles for the Aussie. He's led 8 Grand Prix this season without winning any of them. Looking to get his overtaking boots on tomorrow if he's to battle for a final Grand Prix victory. His last race for KTM. Team Casey Goldman, of course, would have been higher on the grid. Had not had that crash at the final corner. He'll have to go for 15th place on the grid tomorrow. Guido Pini, who was one of the first to go on track, only 17th. So expect a little bit more from the future Leopard rider.
Yeah, Corner was next off the 3rd split when he did crash, so potentially he could have been on the 2nd or 3rd row, which would have been another really impressive performance, but was cut out from 15th inside of row number 5. But Saturday is blue, in terms of Moto3, light blue, for 1st and 2nd.
Blue is the colour, Leopard is the name. Adrian Fernandez, your pole sitter for the final round of 2025. He's speaking well. Denny's for company. Alton's late crashing Q1 left in 19th, then Carrara, Bettini, Mucci, Wilson, and Zed Makani, Eddie O'Shea. We also saw falling in qualifying 1. He is 25th ahead of Cormac Buchanan. Of the season, where we still don't know who our Moto2 World Champion is going to be this season. Will we have a little more of an idea after the next couple of qualifying sessions? Q1 is up next, and if you haven't been following this Valencia Grand Prix so far this weekend, well, get ready for a bit of a shock, because we have World Championship leader Diogo Moreira in this Q1 session. Hasn't been the breeze to the title so far for the Brazilian. Still opportunities to turn it all around in the next 45 minutes or so. 24 points is the difference between the top two in the World Championship. Whatever happens this weekend, we will either have Diogo Moreira from Sao Paulo, Brazil, or Manu Gonzalez from Madrid in Spain, crowned Moto2 World Champion. Here is your Q1 lineup, which does feature the points leader, Diogo Moreira. Joining him, Philip Salac for Alfa Martin Vignettes, his farewell to the Martin Vignettes team. Home hero Aaron Canet, who's fourth, of course, in the World Championship in that three-way battle for third. Alonso Lopez, pole sitter here in 2022. Albert Arenas ahead of his Moto2 farewell. He's 9th in the World Championship. Moreira, as mentioned, the points leader, was only 19th yesterday. Mario Andretti, David Alonso on a 3-race podium streak. He's, of course, 7th in the World Championship. Another heavyweight opponent for Moreira in this Q1 session. Jorge Navarro, another home favourite on the forward bike, which has been going very, very well this weekend in the hands of Alex Stridge, who we'll see later in Q2. Gonzalo van den Gorberg confirmed with that RW Indrafoglia team for next season. He did the Q1 session for his full-time teammate in 2025 in a moment. Yuki Kuni for Hidden 200 Team Asia, his final Moto2 champion this weekend. Xavi Tututu, who continues to replace the injured Joe Roberts. Eric Fernandez in MSI, and Hector Garzo wildcarding this weekend for an NTS chassis at RW. He had a crash on in practice today. But this Moto2 season, which we have absolutely loved from start to finish, could it yet, Neil, have one final twist? If it's going to come, then surely this session will give us the key to this title battle.
Yeah, I must admit, I came into this weekend thinking Diogo Moreira lifting the championship trophy tomorrow afternoon would be a mere formality. That's what happened yesterday, when he took a little bit of a mid-turn with his setup, Alpine box, and didn't get to the top 14 at the end and played in practice. Evaluate things somewhat, and it's going to be such an interesting session. It's not often that we're looking at this Q1 1.
14th or higher is Manu Gonzalez. With tomorrow's 22 lap Valencia Grand Prix. For Manu Gonzalez, it is very simple. He needs to win tomorrow with Diogo Moreira at 15 or lower. If he wins, the Moreira is 15, so he would finish the season level on 282 points. But Manu Gonzalez would take the tiebreaker because he would have 5 wins to Diogo Moreira's 4.
Yeah, and to be honest, from what we've seen in the free practice sessions, FP1 yesterday morning and then FP2 earlier today, it does look Diogo can be in a pretty decent position when it comes to the race. He is there or thereabouts. Might not be the fastest rider, but certainly in contention for podium positions. Amassing the points. Well, Gonzalez looks a bit like a rabbit in the headlights. Moreira has overturned a 60-point deficit, turned it into a 24-point advantage. It's been an incredible 84-point swing in his direction over the last 9 races. But as you said, Lewis, you never quite know, do you, when it's the last ride finale? That's for sure. If he's qualified well, there will be some serious nerves going into tomorrow's Moto2 22-lap race.
So it's just that extra pressure of a title decider at the very last race. Of course, you don't have the safety net if something goes wrong. If Moreira does clop his lines this weekend, and Manu Gonzalez is able to win the race, there'll be no form of riposte for Moreira. He would lose the World Championship. It's never happened before, but the World Championship has changed hands, or the lead changed hands, with bigger margins with 30 seconds at the final round. So a record will be broken either way tomorrow. If Gonzalez is champion, it will be the biggest final round comeback in Grand Prix history. Moreira takes the title, it will be the biggest comeback full stop in a Moto2 World Championship, or indeed intermediate class history. At the French Grand Prix, or the conclusion of it, Moreira was 61 points behind Manu Gonzalez. Perhaps even more impressively, he was 60 points back in the summer break after his back-to-back non-scores in Germany and Brno. No one has ever won an intermediate class world championship from that big a point deficit at any stage of the season.
Yeah, 8 of the 9 last races that we've had, he's outscored Gonzalez. He's also absolutely adamant after his victory in Portugal 6 days ago that he would go on the attack this weekend. It would not be a different approach for him in Valencia. He feels that's the best way to approach this final Grand Prix, rather than be on the defensive and trying to manage the gap to Gonzalez up ahead. It's best to just go out, try and ride as normal. That he feels is the way to discard any nerves that are likely to come. So Moreira has positioned himself pretty well here as he starts his first flying lap of this Q1 session, just up behind Aaron Canet. Canet has been strangely off. Colour this weekend. We know that he's not been right at his best in this second part of the autumn.
As Neil mentioned, it's perhaps not the reference you might have thought it was in previous weekends. David Alonso then straight into the 132s, which is a pretty fast pace, it has to be said, at this early stage of qualifying. The best lap so far this weekend, a 132.372, was set earlier on this morning by
Well, is very much in the zone.
His best lap time of the weekend so far. He gets to the 32 this morning in Prix Practice 2. He said essentially that they took a wrong turn on setup yesterday afternoon when Moreira, you can see his little moment here, coming out of the final corner. He gets up on the curbs, drops the wrong side of it, the bike steps sideways ever so slightly. But essentially for this morning's Prix Practice 2 session, they reverted back to the setup that had been running Portimao and before. Of course, it's been a pretty strong setup for Moreira, and it appears to have forced him right back onto his best form again.
More orders are coming around turn 14. I think he has just coming out of this bend on the curbs and a little bit unsettled, but nothing too dramatic there. Certainly just slowed down as he came across the finish line. We see again well soon message there from the number 99 on the other side of the Italo box. That is Andreas Huertas, who suffered a really unfortunate injury yesterday right at the start of FP1. He's actually broken both of his arms. So our best wishes to Adrian. Not end his rookie season in Moto2 in an ideal way.
And so using Sesi, of course, to crash at pretty much the same time. And he injured his ankle, so we won't see him this weekend either. Arenas, who was very quick this morning in Prix Practice 2 as well. He goes into second place, and Moreira improves still further. A 1:32.468. That is now just half a tenth slower than the fastest lap time in practice yesterday. A tenth off the all-time lap record. Can't say that he's absolutely safe though. Quarter of a second at the moment covers the top four. Alonso Lopez half second back in fifth though, which is where Moreira needs to be. It's all about being in the top four in this session for the World Championship leader.
Yeah, and he showed 1 week ago, both in qualifying and in the race, that when the pressure is really on, he is someone that is very, very well equipped to deal with that. He's proven that again here in qualifying in Valencia. Really good showing from Moreira so far. Just puts every one of these sort of in a circle, and Alonso has lost a significant time through split number 3. So again, going to have his struggles here on the home soil, so this time is fairly safe. At the moment, just looking back to what he was able to do this morning, Lewis, he did a 19th lap race simulation, and from what I could count, only one other rider had faster rhythm than Moreira, and that was Danny Holgado, who looked absolutely sensational. But Moreira, very, very, very consistent, and even on worn tires, he's still able to lap the low 1 minute 33. He's pretty well covered tomorrow. Progressing through this session.
He's on course to do at the moment. It's weird, isn't it? Because he'd ask right now who's more likely to win the Grand Prix tomorrow, Moreira or Gonzalez. Then you say Moreira at the moment. He's shown more evidence so far this weekend to suggest he's got the speed to win the Grand Prix. How are they all feeling down there at Leopard? Advising to the team, and of course a World Championship winning team manager in MotoGP before. Livio Supo is in pit lane speaking well.
Certainly, Livio, that's a really important lap for Diogo. First couple of times around, how is the general feeling in the team ahead of qualifying?
First of all, we're very sorry that Adri is not here with us. He's fortunately getting injured yesterday morning in the first lap, basically. So, and for Diogo, of course, it's a special weekend. It's the first time he's fighting for a title. I think he needs to do like he has done in the last part of the season. Not thinking about the championship, just thinking about the race, enjoying the last race in Moto2, because anyway he deserves to be in MotoGP next year. I'm very proud of that, because I think many people mid-season something.
Yesterday on 2 minutes and outside the top 14, a bit of added pressure.
Maybe. But anyway, the race is tomorrow. We know that it's still not done, So as I said before, think about the race, try to enjoy the sun in the last few races, and have fun.
Just a quick word on Adrian. What's the latest on his two broken arms? How's he feeling? What's the experience like?
He's in the hospital in Barcelona waiting for the surgery. The doctors need to wait the information to go a little bit more down, and there is no rush anyway because of course he will not be able to join us in the test of not this Monday, next one in Jerez, where we will test for the first time with Daniel Munoz. So it will be a long winter for him. But all the best. It's been a difficult season for Adrian. Coming from Super Sport to Moto2 is not easy. But I'm sure he has the talent to do a good job also here.
Absolutely agree, Liam. Thank you for your time and good luck for the rest of the weekend. I really respect the one. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Elliot. Great to hear most notable baritone in the MotoGP paddock. Livio Suppo, who obviously has championship winning experience from previous years in the paddock with Casey Stoner, of course, in Ducati, and then Honda, and then numerous occasions with Marc Marquez in MotoGP when he was his team manager in Repsol Honda. Now working, as Lewis previously said, as an advisor for the Italian squad, and World Championship was just his second season in that role. Roberto Brivio, the team manager, just his second season in that role as well, would be something of a boon for the two Italians.
Would be the second Italtrans World Championship in Moto2 after Enea Bastianini clinched the 2020 crown at the very last round of course in Portimao that year. Dare say Moreira will go out again. I don't think this is the time of the season to be playing any sort of bravery and games with saving a tyre for Q. Let's go to second within half a second.
Each rider in the practice and qualifying sessions.
Heading out, confirmed in our ears by Elliot. We can now see him on Prix climbing aboard his Italtrans Kelas. 2.5 minutes for something to go, so he will have time to get round for one more flying lap. Actually, he'll be having half an eye on the big screen as he goes around his outlap. Potentially a new 5-lap record coming here for Alvaro Reina. It was very quick as mentioned in pre-practice 2 earlier on today. So he's been switching here from Alonso, who's also going very quickly. Alonso then is bumped out of the top 4. He's now 5th because Reina has set a 1:32, 1:77. He smashes the lap record.
Yeah, brilliant stuff for Reina. Under the lap record by 0.2 of a second. And look at this from Aaron Canet. This is why Diogo Moreira cannot relax just yet. And the likes of Canet are still yet to show their teeth in this session. Let's see what the number 44 can do coming out of turn 14 as he guns towards the finish line. Then he's on course to jump into the top four, at least a second from him, just behind Arenas, and one place ahead of Pereira.
Pereira then now third. He is now safe by 83 thousandths of a second to Alonso Lopez. Van den Gulberg to front over the line to take seventh on a 32.6. He's 2 tenths behind Pereira at the moment, who's still on his outlap with a minute of the session remaining, and pressure now on the shoulders of David Alonso. Surprising anyway to see him in qualifying 1, not held to go by a crash in turn 2 in practice yesterday afternoon. As it stands, the 80 is starting.
If I'm being honest, Lewis, a lot of people saying this weekend that you've got 2 good laps with the Pereira going.
He now makes his way towards the finish line. He does improve anyway. Stays in third place, but he gets himself down to a 1:32.459, and it would appear crisis has been averted for the World Championship leader.
Yeah, very much job done for Diogo Pereira. Handled, you have to say, with the minimum of fuss in his usual cool and composed way. A similar way which he dealt with any kind of drama in Portugal just 6 days ago. Now Alonso, as you can see, not really making an impact on the times here, which will be a great relief to Philip Salanch after he aborts his last flying lap of this session. On at turn 12, Alonso comes across the line. It is going to be 20th on the grid for the outgoing Moto3 World Champion.
That's a real shock for David Alonso. Bit of some expression there on the face of Nico Terol. He's Alonso qualifying lowest 20th, first time since Bruno. We've seen David Alonso that far down on the grid. Mark VDS will at least have both of their riders represented in the final Q2 session of the season, which of course is the last session for both of their riders. With Mark VDS, it looks pretty good as we said so far this weekend. So will join in out with Arena. Well, final Moto2 outing this weekend, his 98th and final Moto2 appearance. 6 times, Neil, he has qualified second on the grid in Moto2. Never a pole, do you believe you've made?
Yeah, never a pole in Moto3 either. That was quite remarkable for riders that won the World Championship in that category back in 2020. And he still has a chance of doing it here in his farewell to this paddock for the time being. So Reina Pinez, importantly, Diogo Pereira and Philip Salanch progress through into Q2. Good for Philip Salanch, who's had a few things to celebrate in the last couple of race weekends. You can see there, and VDS have got just a couple of nice little stickers inside their box to celebrate the achievements of their riders. They're obviously going on to challenges new 2026 and third place in Motegi last year. I think Philip stole podium from Mark VDS in his 2 seasons there.
So Alonso his way back into pit lane. We'll not be seeing him in qualifying 2. It'll take some effort to extend his run of podiums to 3 in the last 3 for the former Moto3 World Champion. Given how fiercely difficult it is to overtake around the Ricardo Tormo circuit and how close the field has been. thousands between the fields in this weekend so far. It's going to be a real challenge for Alonso to climb up the order from there. It's Albert Arenas though who tops qualifying 1 with a new all-time lap record here in Valencia. Aaron Cadet, who, I have to say, didn't look all that likely for much of Q1, but he does go through in second. Diogo Moreira, the World Championship leader, also through in third. Philippe Salat completes the quartet to advance to Q2. The two heavyweights that miss out, Alonso Lopez and David Alonso. Van der Gorberg 7th ahead of Navarro, Angie Fernandez, Zuratu Zakuni and Hector Garza. We remind you, no Yuki Saki and no Aston Huerta, both ruled out through injury sustained in FP1. So it's Albert Arenas who's top qualifying 1, but the headline is the World Championship leader is through. Diogo Moreira will join Manu Gonzalez in the battle for pole position for this title deciding round in Moto2. Q2's up next. Welcome back to Valencia, everybody. We are an hour away from the final sprint of the season in MotoGP. 13 laps ahead of us. And of course, third place in the World Championship could potentially be decided. Marco Bezzecchi could score 3 points, or if Pecco Bagnaia fails to win the sprint, then Marco Bezzecchi can rest his tux and book his place at the MotoGP Awards here at the Ricardo Sommer Circuit in Valencia tomorrow evening. Big issue still to be decided in the Premier Class. But the biggest issue still to be decided in Moto2, who is going to be the world champion around this time tomorrow. Will it be the first ever Brazilian world champion in the form of Diogo Moreira, or will Manu Gonzalez add the Moto2 World Championship to his World Super 300 Championship from 2019? Qualifying 2 session may well give us part of the answer. As you can see, bottom right of picture, Diogo Moreira has cleared the first hurdle. He is through from qualifying 1. He was third of the 4 to advance in Q1. Danny Holgado fastest in practice, although 2 riders have since beaten his practice lap time. He set new all-time lap records. Danny Munoz, who's third on your screen, was quickest in SP2, and Albert Arenas quickest in Q1 with a brand new all-time lap record of a 1:32.177. 75 on his Sesi farewell and his Grand Prix farewell. Still has an opportunity. Grand Prix start number 172 in all classes and number 98 in Moto2 to potentially claim his first pole position. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you then for this final Q2 session of the season. Diogo Moreira doing a lot of the hard work in knocking his place out of qualifying 1. Must have been a few butterflies in the Ital Trans camp ahead of that session. Sure, there must have been a few at Impact GP watching and perhaps not outwardly but quietly hoping that Moreira would slip up. He did not. Manu Gonzalez has a key session ahead of him to try and not only qualify on pole position, but he'll be hoping that Diogo Moreira is quite a long way back down on the grid. How are the nerves down at Impact GP for title chasing Manu Gonzalez? Manager Jürgen Lee is giving that now.
Certainly is. Jürgen, good to speak to you. Obviously a massive qualifying session coming up for Manu. How's he feeling ahead of qualifying? He knows what he's got to do. He's got to qualify well, so what's the feeling like in the box?
Well, the feeling is quite good, I have to say. Everything is a bit released at the moment. We accept the situation and we know the situation we have. So I said, guys, we had a fantastic season. However, then it was fantastic. And I can see also this in Manu's face. The smile is back and he enjoyed the riding. And so far he had good sessions. Especially if you analyze the morning session was very good.
Yeah, like I say, the pressure is sort of now off Manu. He's got to go and win the race, and judging from the lap time, he's got a good chance of doing that. So, what did he say after yesterday and the improvements that need to be made coming into qualifying and then on to the race tomorrow?
Yeah, it was quite positive. Yesterday he suffered a bit. He was complaining about the rear grip and some vibration, and this morning he said it was much better. So we try a bit more in this direction because for sure we risked a bit and try, but he's very positive. And the problem here in Valencia is also in the qualifying or in this tight course, in this tight track, you need a bit luck also. So I hope he can have a free lap and bring all the sectors together, that he can start from the front row, because here is super important, but as I said, not everything in our hands.
Is there any tactics going to be going on tomorrow if Manu gets a good qualifying position? I know he's got to focus on winning the race, that's all he's got to do, but is there something you guys have in mind to try and disrupt Ferreira in any way, or is it just full focus on yourselves?
No, we are sportsmen. For sure, Senna will not disturb Manu, but it's quite normal. But we are sportsmen, we have not in our plan. We will try to win the race, but the problem is others have the same target.
And quickly on the other side of the box, Senna, how is he feeling this weekend? Obviously, got that fantastic victory over in Australia, not been on the podium since start. I'm sure he's excited to try and end the season on a high and also try and help Manu in any way possible.
Yeah, of course, same for Senna. He did a long run this morning. Also the pace was really good, and he's very positive, and this kind of tracks he likes, where he do not need to stop the bike that hard, so I think even for him can be a very good race, and as we know him, especially the...
What happened this weekend has been a very, very positive year for that team and for Manny Gonzalez. And well, if we can pull off an unlikely championship success, then that will be the cherry on top. Just before we get into this qualifying session, looking back at FP2 earlier today, we saw a lot of riders do very long runs. Just to give you a brief idea of how everyone is looking. Holgado's rhythm this morning certainly indicated.
In Valencia, 2020, for Stefano Manzi.
Probably knowing exactly who he needs to follow.
Baltus and Moreira have 7 apiece. Holgado, who we're now looking at, has 3, 6 and 2, and the captain pair of Aaron Canet and Barry Baltus have 1 apiece.
This is Danny Holgado. We could see another new Moto2 lap record here. Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Holgado could be in the 1 minute 31s here at this particular speed. Moreira just doesn't quite have enough to stay on his rear tyre. Holgado comes in out of the final turn and across the line. It's a 31, it is not quite, but a 32.155 is enough for provisional pole as it stands.
Munoz and Screech underlining why we've been talking so big about them so far this weekend. They go 4th and 5th, so at the moment it's Aspar Calais from Pramac Blue Crew, Boscascoro, and Mark VS Boscascoro on the front row. Munoz, Scritch and Baltus is currently your second row, but Baltus might be about to change that. Here comes the 7 up behind the 81 of Federation. I saw Manny Gonzalez backbone getting cancelled there for one reason or another, so he will be improving again. All this flat bringing some pressure on himself. Baltus climbs up into 5th place then, in between Munoz and the Scritch, Dixon into 7th place. And at the moment, for Mark VS, they have 2 riders in the top 7.
Performances from BDS as we go on board with Jake Dixon. Thanks to the ride, Moto2 has been the model for that particular side of the Mark BDS box.
So Gonzalez' lap was cancelled, you might have seen it before it disappeared off screen, for exceeding track limits. He did a 1:32.363, so had he stayed within track limits, gets the route point is slower, so that 32.363 would have put Manny Gonzalez provisionally in 4th place. Instead, he's currently last in this Q2 session, P18.
11th and 18th for the 2 championship contenders as it stands. Diogo Moreira would take that result. That would pretty much seal the deal for Moreira, because there's no way that Manny Gonzalez would be able to win tomorrow's Grand Prix from the 6th row of the grid here at Valencia, especially with the likes of Danny Holgado. Starting from the 1st row, Holgado is going to strengthen his position on pole position here. I feel he does. Starting to a 32.075, another new lap record for the number 27.
Of course, the moment for a 4th pole of 2025. Rookie of the year, of course, that was confirmed in Portimao a week ago. What can Manny Gonzalez do on this lap? In many respects, this is just all about getting lap time on the board. Of course, this is now 3rd lap on these tyres. Maybe feel that a mate can still come up pit lane. Anyway, let's follow Manu Gas through the final corner. What to think about his victory ground. He is coming up pit lane. Here's Manny Gonzalez, still got fuel for that lap. As of one for Jello, we also haven't seen him on pole position since Mategi. Of course, it all went wrong for him at the start of the Grand Prix. So Manny Gonzalez hasn't done an awful lot of leading in recent times. Won't be leading from P18 on the grid either.
He decided to abandon that lap time. Right, half a second off through split number 3. So Gonzalez thinking there's probably more. Coming in, switching. We just had confirmation of Manu. I think that is coming out of turn 4. Gonzalez to see the track limits on the green, and it was pretty clear to see. He will have to go again in run number 2. You can tell that Jurgen Lee.
Very much advantage Baltus as it stands at the moment, particularly with where they're starting. As it stands, Baltus currently sitting in 5th place, Dixon 7th, and Aaron Canet might coming through Q1 in a moment, only up in P13. It'll be a serious blow to the Valencian hopes of securing a top 3 finish in the World Championship here in Valencia. So Salach then into the heart of turn 2. At the moment, chasing a first front row start since Indonesia 2023. Been a couple of years since we've seen the check on the front row of a Moto2 grid. Of course, we shouldn't forget he's also a Q1 graduate here this afternoon. At the moment, part of a front row of the grid, which is 2/3 Boscoscuro.
Yeah, the weekend hasn't been without its dramas for Danny Holgado. Twice a follow-up in turn 2, with very similar crashes both times when he became very unsettled and heavy on the brakes. We've seen such dramas for Danny so far in this session. Cool and composed down in the box, looking to solidify his 6th place in the championship this year. We were talking yesterday afternoon about Danny being probably one of the revelations of this season, along with Barry Balmes. I don't think anyone was expecting him to perform at this level so consistently in the second part of the year. And it's only that rider there, Diogo Moreira, that scored more points than Holgado in the last 9 races since we resumed after the summer break.
Well, the word we've used an awful lot through this weekend and through the latter part of this Moto2 season is pressure. And that's what it comes down to now. Who can handle the pressure? Diogo Moreira might feel that a little bit of the pressure is released from his shoulders now, having come through qualifying 1. But for Manu Gonzalez, it is a win or bust weekend, and you feel it is a front row or bust session now, a front row or bust 5 minutes for Manu Gonzalez, who did not get a lap together at all on that first run of Q2. If you've still got a hope, Manu, of winning this Moto2 World Championship, it's all going to hinge on the next 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Big pressure on the number 18's shoulders. You can see him looking around there, thinking for just to confirm that he's got some clear track ahead. As Moreira once again sees fit to sit in behind Danny Holgado. It's worked first time around to an extent. Looked as though he's continuing to have some traction issues on the exit of the final turn when he set his fastest lap time. So there is more to come, but he also runs the risk of riding behind the rider that doesn't necessarily need to push at 100% as things stand, because he is on provisional pole.
Brand new software tyre for Moreira, as we would expect. Munoz has done the same, and he's now out there looking to lift himself back onto the front row of the grid, and he does that too. Good final sector for Munoz. He now goes into 2nd place. That would be a maiden front row start in Moto2, as it stands for Munoz.
Really impressive performance. Jake Dixon just gets his braking wrong, coming down into turn number 10 and 11. That's a shame for the Brit, who's a little bit frustrated. He seems to be quite angry with Tony Arbolino. Yeah, stop hanging around behind me. Go and do your own lap.
Tony Arbolino said, nah, you're okay, I'll stay where I am. Actually, Jacob was all the same for you. 3 minutes remaining in this session. And Arbolino's currently in 9th place, so he would start next to Dixon on the third row of the grid, with Colin Vire in between them, of course, front row starter and podium finisher in Portimao a week ago.
Manu Gonzalez was just letting that group pass through before he went on to the start-finish straight. There's a couple of really fast names lapping this track at present. And Guevara is one of them. Albert Arenas has come through Q1. Oh, and Guevara has a little bobble through turn number 4 there. Another name is also Seni Agius, who has 2 red sectors in 1 and 2. You can see Moreira getting all crossed up coming out of turn number 5.
And it's not helping Escridge, who's up behind him. Look at Aegis, his 3rd sector. We could be the 31 shortly with the Aussie. He and Arenas are going head-to-head at the moment. But remind you, Albert Arenas in his final Grand Prix as a regular, 172nd Grand Prix start, yet to take a pole position. Is that all about to change? Moreira, of course, will not be improving on this lap. He's now back to 13th place, so here comes this fast pair. And as Arenas been able to pull out some advantage over Aegis in his final sector, he needs it. It's Aegis who takes it with a 1:31.886. Arenas did a 32.0 for that, wasn't enough. In fact, currently have a rider on pole, maybe not the one they wanted.
Stunning time that from Seni Agius, the first Moto2 rider ever in the 1:31 here at the circuit. Ricardo Tormo, brilliant stuff from him. Danny Holgado's about to respond. Ethan Guevara responds. 31.8 now is the benchmark in this session.
You can write a book about Ethan Guevara's weekend so far. What a rollercoaster speed for him. The rollercoaster was last weekend. Holgado now takes it back with a 31.808. It is punch and counter punch in this qualifying session. Danny Holgado now by 65 1,000ths of a second. Ortola's making a start at this on the Boscoscuro. So too is Manu Gonzalez, who's within a 1/10 of a second. This is all going to change around. Ortola first across the line. He goes 8th. Manu Gonzalez onto the 2nd row in 5th.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff from Gonzalez. Maybe he lost just a little bit in that final sector up behind Marcos Ramirez. And look at this first sector coming in from Diogo Moreira. He needs to muster a response in these final 2 minutes of Moto2 qualifying this year, and he is doing just that.
Where do you look? Moto2 has been spectacular entertainment in 2025, and is continuing into this final qualifying session of the season. And Diogo Moreira has made a little bit of a habit this season of just pulling a spectacular lap out of the bag just when he needs it. Wouldn't he be just like the World Championship leader to do it again here? Holgado's looking to put this beyond any reasonable doubt here on this final lap. Currently just 65 thousandths clear on Guevara. Holgado is now 3/4 of the way through a lap, which could see him extend his advantage.
Looks as though it's fit at best for Manu Gonzalez. He's not able to improve on his final flying lap here, which could well be a blow if Moreira is able to improve in this final sector.
Moreira's going to be pretty close to him on the grid if he can hold this. It's estimating that he'll be somewhere around the fringes of the top 10. But Moreira has a good fight on sector. He might get ahead of Gonzalez yet. Here comes Daniel Holgado, who is cruising to pole position by the looks of it here, as he now goes across the line and extends his advantage with a 1:31.715. Moreira goes into 9th place. He is 4 places behind Manu Gonzalez, and Moreira still has one more shot at this.
Yeah, incredible.
He's off anyway.
He's off, yeah, so that's it for Moreira. It's going to be 9th at best for the Brazilian. Let's see what Manu Gonzalez can do coming out of the final turn. Can he improve on 5th? He does not, so it's 5th at best for the other championship contenders.
At the moment, there are no other personal best sector times on our screens, and it gives us all a bit of a chance to catch our breath in this qualifying session, as Jake Dixon there giving a bit of a friendly goodbye wave to Manu Gonzalez as they close their qualifying session without a hint of irony.
Dixon will be furious. He's 17th. He's had a really strong weekend so far, but Dixon is not going to be able to challenge the podium places surely from somewhere back in the 6th row.
That battle, third in the World Championship, is going to take place in the midfield tomorrow. Canet 12, Baltus 14, and Dixon 17 in their battle to see who joins Moreira and Manu Gonzalez at the MotoGP Awards tomorrow afternoon. You'd say that's just about job done for Diogo Moreira, starting in the middle of the pack, which is going to lead to perhaps a nervous first couple of laps for the Brazilian tomorrow. Manu Gonzalez has at least out-qualified Moreira, which is the first part of the job done. He would have wanted to be on the front row though. He's got to go from 5th place with some serious star performances up ahead of him. Arenas in 4th position, having come through qualifying 1. Senaragius on the front row of the grid, and again positioned in some way to help Manu Gonzalez on the grid tomorrow. Ethan Guevara, his best qualifying in Moto2, a stunning 2nd, and pole position once again. It's a 4th pole of the season. Exactly why he is the Rookie of the Year, Danny Holgado.
Yeah, Holgado has been absolutely irresistible so far this weekend. I mentioned previously about his rhythm in FP2 this morning. It was absolutely incredible, and he showed that he had the 1 lap speed to boot, and back that up. We had an amazing qualifying performance from him back into the pack when he was half a second clear off the rest. I think that's almost as impressive.
He might do Diogo Moreira's job for him tomorrow, in fairness, in the battle for the World Championship, with Manu Gonzalez needing to win tomorrow to have any hope of overhauling that 24-point deficit. I have to say, he's going to have to go to beat Danny Holgado on the evidence of this weekend.
Yeah, he really is. But if you're Impact GP boss, Jürgen Ding, probably going to be saying to Sesi agents, just try and get the jump, get ahead of Holgado, and slow the pace down ever so slightly and let Manu Gonzalez potentially come into play. If Manu Gonzalez gets to the front of the race tomorrow, then the pressure really is on Diogo Moreira, who will be starting mid-pack.
Have to give a shout out once again to Ethan Guevara. He's about as black and blue as his motorcycle is, in fairness, after his crashes early on in the weekend. He's caught by 2nd. The career best for him is an outstanding effort. And we have to give a shout out once again. I'm becoming a bit of a fan club here in the commentary box, but Alex Bridge on the 2nd row of the grid from forward. He's also going to be in that podium battle tomorrow, from what we've seen from him so far this weekend. Fire 7th, ahead of Munoz and Moreira. You just heard that from Manu Gonzalez. It's not bad, but it's not truly what he needed.
Yeah, he would have loved the spot on the front row, but still always not lost from 5th place. A little bit of disappointment there written on his face, but I guess he can take a little bit apart from the fact that Moreira will be starting on the inside of the 3rd row. Lewis, let's be honest, it's not the ideal place to be at the start of a Moto2 race here around such a tight start to the race. Up into turn 2, there's always a bit of commotion, isn't there, in the 3 Grand Prix categories, and there's no question that Moreira will just be trying to keep his nose clean at that point. There might be hungrier riders around him trying to get forwards, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how he plays that first lap. It will be crucial to the outcome of his race for sure, how he plays it. Will it be a bit of a pick up on Yaya approach in 2023 when, 2022 when he was willing to go all in when he was fighting with Fabio Quartararo?
Let's head down to Park Ferme and get some reaction from the Aspar camp. Pole number 4 for Danny Holgado. Nico the rolls the bell.
Yeah, it certainly is, Nico. What a job from Danny once again to put it on pole. Rookie of the year and looking really strong again in Valencia.
Wow, super strong pace about Danny. We are super happy to finish like this the season. This is unbelievable because he rides super fast and we are super happy and ready for tomorrow. Enjoy tomorrow. Thank you.
Occasions throughout that practice session. Did see Lewis, there you can see evidence of that at turn 3. We saw him lighten up the rear tire a couple of times coming through at turn number 9, out of the final corner as well. I don't think it was the cleanest session from the Brazilian, understandable in the circumstances.
Yeah, he doesn't often show any sign of nerves, but there must be some Brazilian butterflies in his stomach this weekend, knowing what he's on the verge of achieving. No Brazilian motorcycle racer ever has been crowned a world champion. It could all change in less than 24 hours time. Make sure you're with us if you're not one of the 100,000 or so that have sold out of this Ricardo Tormo circuit tomorrow for the final race of the season. And make sure you're watching from home. The Python side in Moto2 gets underway at 12:15 local time. We're back to the normal race day schedule with Moto3 getting us underway, Moto2 to follow, and MotoGP to bring the curtain down. Congratulations then to Danny Holgado, pole number 4 for the Rookie of the Year. He's without.
Danny, congratulations, the 4th pole of the season. Great to do it here in Valencia as well, I'm sure, and maybe a 3rd win of the season coming up tomorrow. Talk us through that brilliant lap.
Yes, it was a fantastic 2 last laps. I really enjoy this qualifying because it's my home GP, so my fans, family and friends, for sure my home GP for my team. Very happy with the job in general during the weekend because we are working very good and this is very important for tomorrow in the race. We are ready to fight for tomorrow. I need to enjoy. This is the most important because it's the last race during this year. Nothing. Ready for tomorrow. Thank you to all. See you tomorrow. Vamos. Good luck.
Vamos indeed. Danny Holgado will be going for it tomorrow with no pressure on his shoulders. The 27. Just go out there and enjoy the experience one more time in this spectacular rookie season for him. Guaranteed, whatever happens tomorrow, to finish 6th in the World Championship. Can't be caught by his teammate Alonso, and he cannot catch Jake Dixon. He could potentially end the campaign with only Manu Gonzalez and Diogo Moreira having one more Grand Prix this season. They've won 4 apiece. Jake Dixon has won 3, which Danny Holgado can equal tomorrow if he wins the Valencia Grand Prix. He almost run out of superlatives for the rookie season 27.
Yeah, we certainly do. A rider that was so comprehensively beaten by David Alonso in Moto3 last year. It's quite surprised to see him fairly comprehensively beaten, the outgoing Moto3 champ in this campaign. Danny Holgado on pole position for the 4th time this year. Absolutely irresistible here on Saturday afternoon.
Ethan Guevara, a career best 2nd, ahead of Senna Agent, back on the front row of the grid in 3rd. Albert Arenas, his Moto2 farewell, will go from 4th, ahead of Manu Gonzalez, and Alex Estridge for forward 6th. Colin Vire and Danny Munoz for IO 7th and 8th, ahead of points leader Diogo Moreira, who starts 9th, knowing that if he finishes in the top 14 tomorrow, he is world champion. That battle for 3rd in the world championship will take place outside the top 10, at least on the grid. Aaron Canet 12th, Barry Balfour's 14th, and Jake Dixon a surprising 17th for his Moto2 farewell. So ahead of the title decider in Moto2 tomorrow, it's Daniel Holgado on pole with Manu Gonzalez and Diogo Moreira 5th and 9th ahead of their final showdown. The final sprint of the season in MotoGP is up next for us. We'll begin our build-up in around about 15 seconds time.
Nightlife, Valencia makes a welcome return to the calendar to close down the historic 2025 season. Full of picturesque parks and gardens, the next 30 kilometres of golden sandy beaches. The final gold medal is up for grabs in 20 seconds to keep those sprints of the campaign. For the last time on Sprint Saturday in 2025, it's time for MotoGP. First Grand Prix here all the way back in 1999. 20 world titles have been won here in Valencia. We'll get a 21st here tomorrow, won't we, in Moto2. Wonderful stadium circuit with usually pole track from almost every vantage point, almost every seat. Capacity of 150,000 fans. It's going to be packed to the rafters for our final Grand Prix of 2025. Got to be careful on the right hand side of the tyre as you brake hard into turn 4. Likewise into the tricky turn 10 as well, and then managing the left hand side of the tyre in the Grand Prix here tomorrow will be absolutely pivotal. Hard on the brakes into 1, 2 and turn 8. There's been a few crashes this weekend at that turn 8, including one for Brad Binder. Look at all the overtaking off-spots, the tight layout, with ample opportunity to make your move. This was our last visit here in 2023. Marc Marquez versus Jorge Martin. Of the season. Lights out and we are racing. Jorge Martin, the first independent to win the Premier Class title.
The run from twin exit to T1 is about 350 metres long. The biggest of them all, he is your champion.
If you like your motorsport, shaken and stirred, this is the place to be. Standard supercars on the cars real fast here at 260 kilometres an hour.
So here in Macau, we are getting closer to the start of the championship deciding round, and that is potentially going to be a double champion.
Have found in the last stages of 2025. It's almost a given, it seems now. It was almost a given Prix this Valencia Grand Prix weekend that Sesi was going to complete 3rd place overall in the championship, 35 points clear of his great friend and fellow trash talker Pecco Bagnaia in that battle for 3rd place. Well, it's been brilliant so far this weekend in Valencia for Sesi, taking that stunning pole position this morning. Another all-time lap record went in Q2, our final Q2 of 2025, a 128.809. Let's put Bez on pole. Pecco Bagnaia is faint and very slender hopes of wrestling third place away from Sesi in this season finale, while they pretty much evaporated after his factory Ducati expired this morning in Q1. Sesi on pole, Pecco Bagnaia way down in 16th place. Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Gianantonio complete your front row. Pair of Ducatis on the front row once again here in Valencia. 14th front row start of the season for Alex, which means he will end 2025 with the most front rows of the season, and for just the third time this year, and the fifth time in his MotoGP career, Fabio Di Gianantonio is on the front row of the grid. Bit of a score to settle for Didio as well here, of course, in Valencia in the Grand Prix here 2 years ago. Of course, he's taken a very hard-fought and deserved podium, but a post-race tyre pressure infringement saw him bumped out of the top three. Nobody can bump him off the top three in qualifying this morning. So Sesi, Alex Marquez and Di Gianantonio is your front row. Pedro Acosta was fastest on Friday. Keep an eye on Acosta as he looks to end his long winless streak in MotoGP from 5th place. So we're all set, the stage is set. Sadly the sunshine has disappeared, but it's still a rather mild Sprint Saturday here in Valencia. In the company of Matt Burton, Lewis Sutherby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. 2025 is ending very well, Lewis, as far as Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi are concerned. Back-to-back poles, brilliant performance once again by the Italian. Laid down the marker, he's the rider to beat once again.
Certainly is. It's super close though on the grid, looking at the top five who are all within a tenth of a second. Six of them all got themselves into the 128s in what was a fantastic final Q2 of the season. Late this morning, Bezzecchi by 26 thousandths of a second from Alex Marquez, who in turn was 28 thousandths ahead of Fabio Di Gianantonio, who was then 14 thousandths ahead of Ralph Fernandez, who was then 38 thousandths ahead of Pedro Acosta. So all five of those riders will feel they've got the pace to fight at the front of this sprint. The last sprint of 2025 in Portimao was an absolute belter. Will the next one and the finale for our Saturday action go one better?
Hasn't been completely plain sailing this weekend so far for Bezzecchi. He was caught out yesterday afternoon on with a crash at turn 4, although he did rebound brilliantly to finish in second place. 14th MotoGP pole position for Aprilia. 9th for Bezzecchi in his Premier Class career. Aprilia have never had so many poles in a single season in MotoGP. Bezzecchi taken 5 of the last 10. This sort of form carries on into 2026, and neutrals will be hoping so, certainly Aprilia will be. You get the impression, the distinct impression that Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin went fully fit, and if that Aprilia just continues to make progress, well, Ducati's unrivaled domination of MotoGP could come under its biggest threat for quite some time.
And a threat this afternoon surely comes from this man, Pedro Acosta, who's coming to Valencia this weekend for one thing and one thing only, and that is a win. Will today finally see him taste sprint success for the first time, who did everything but win last Saturday in the Portimao sprint when he threw haymaker after haymaker in the direction of Alex Marquez, ultimately finishing in the silver medal position in second. Yeah, fifth on the grid, that's probably about on the limit in terms of where you can win from here in Valencia, but we know that KTM is a super fast starter, and Pedro Acosta will be going on the attack from the very start.
A long run down to that first corner, well, plenty of time for Acosta to click through the gearbox on that KTM and make up some places. He's used to starting on the middle of that second row of the grid, isn't he, the 21-year-old Spaniard. He's qualified fifth in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix, and if he's looking for omens, if he's looking for a bit of inspiration, since 2002, the start of the 4-stroke era, I told you this morning, there's been only 4 wins off the front row here in Valencia. Guess where they've all come from? 5th place, Marc Marquez, 2014, Danny Pedrosa, 2017, Joan Mir, 2020, and Alex Rins, 2022. Over to you, Pedro Acosta. Brilliant to be back at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. A wonderful circuit, a wonderful atmosphere, a wonderful city. We've been welcomed back with open arms. Of course, we were intending and hoping to come here to complete the 2024 MotoGP World Championship before the floods devastated this region in November last year. It was fantastic to be back and see the city is returning to some semblance of normality. Anything but normal 2025 has been so far for Pecco Bagnaia, and we've said it so many times, Lewis, over the last few weeks. Can it get any worse? Can it get him any more of a whole Pecco Bagnaia? Well, he can. 16th on the grid, and unfortunately he was undone by a Ducati technical issue, and he was very, very frustrated, wasn't he?
Yeah, not a lot Pecco Bagnaia could have done about that earlier on today, because he was P2, as you mentioned, at the point that the bike stopped on him. And Pecco Bagnaia had to ride a scooter back to pit lane and just watch himself tumble down the Q1 leaderboard all the way back to 6th place, which became 16th. You have to say that any slim hopes he had of maintaining fight for third in the World Championship into tomorrow's 27-lap Grand Prix Valencia are surely gone now, barring the mother of all miracles in the next 13 laps.
And it's not just Bezzecchi who's shining late on in the 2025 campaign for Aprilia, is it? Raul Fernandez, who was our 7th different winner of 2025 recently on our flyway tour over at Phillip Island in the Australian Grand Prix. Well, don't discount Fernandez as well from being in the hunt for a sprint and Grand Prix podium. 40 racing laps to come your way in the next 24 hours or so here in Valencia to cap off a 2025 season, which is fair to say did not go anywhere near according to plan. The rider we just saw on screen, Toy Martin, great to welcome him back into the action after yet another lengthy injury layoff. This is going to be Martin's first competitive action since he last hit at one corner at the Japanese Grand Prix sprint in late September. Of course, he went charging into his teammate Marco Bezzecchi and another serious injury to his right shoulder. Martin's back and he's been impressively quick actually, 17th on the standings. He was less than 500 of a second behind Pecco Bagnaia. Of course, the last time he raced in Valencia in 2023. Those two a lot higher up the grid, and there was a lot higher stakes than there was for the pair of them here in 2025. Martin, 17th on the grid.
Just good to see him back and competing again, isn't it? As he, I guess, puts the building blocks in place now for what he hopes is an injury-free 2026, where we'll be hoping, based on the evidence of his teammate, that he can fight for a second MotoGP championship. Aprilia continuing to take enormous steps in the right direction. Can they achieve back-to-back victories here this weekend? Of course, that will be answered tomorrow. Bezzecchi has enjoyed plenty of sprint success in the second half of this season. Gold medals in Misano, in Indonesia, and in Australia. And also add Valencia to that. If he goes third in the World Championship, is conclusively hit.
For the second time in 3 years on 2 different motorcycles as well, Marco Bezzecchi. He really has stepped up this year. Could he handle the pressure of being a factory rider? Could he steer development? Well, we've had our emphatic answer, haven't we? Particularly in the second half of the campaign. Never has the fully rider won back-to-back races in MotoGP. Great to see Fabio Di Giannantonio after what's been a rollercoaster campaign for him on the Ducati GP25. A third front row start of the season for Digia. As we look at five-time world champion Jorge Lorenzo, a legend on the grid. Let's get the thoughts of the R46 boss, Pablo Nieto, who has joined. Jack, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody at home. It has overcast ever so slightly here in Valencia. I don't think there's any threat of rain, but it's certainly cooler than we've had throughout the weekend. As the guys were saying, Pablo, when it's been good, it's been very good for Fabio this year. When he's had his struggles, he really has had his struggles. So to be on the front row is, I imagine, a really positive sign of how competitive he is here.
Yeah, it is. It's very important for us, no? Always when you start in the front row, it's very important because in the end you have to focus on the race. It's true that it's very, very important to make a very good start, first laps. We have to take care a little bit about corner number 4. It's the first right corner, and now we check the temperature of the track, and it's 20 degrees. It's a little bit under limit, but we have to try to push to warm up the tire.
Frankie's pace is fantastic, as good as anybody. How much of a missed opportunity was it in qualifying, and how much work has he got to do from the third row?
Yeah, that's very difficult always, no? I think the limit always is try to be in the second row, no? When you are in the third row, you have to take some risk. It's important that the first lap you try to make some overtakes, but like you say, no, he has very good rhythm, very good pace, so he can make also a very good race.
Thanks, Pablo. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pablo. Yes, a good point made by Jack, because Frankie Morbidelli has had a very strong Valencia Grand Prix so far. He was third fastest at the end of play yesterday. Last weekend in Portimao was the first Grand Prix all season when he's raced in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. Of course, the Grand Prix in Germany was when Frankie did not score a point. Marco Bezzecchi then on pole position at 128.809, all-time lap record coming from the Italian. Pretty much anywhere finishing the points this afternoon, and he's got third place in the championship locked and loaded. Marini, well, he's a bit frustrated to just miss out once again on a direct place into Q2. 3 Grand Prix in a row now. Marini has found himself the odd one out at the end of Q1. 13th he's started the last 3 Grand Prix, and around this notoriously hard to overtake, hard to pass Valencia circuit, kind of already compromised his chances of getting anywhere near that podium battle.
Hey, we mentioned already in the weekend the stakes for Honda this weekend as they look to lift themselves up a level and a tier in concessions. They're currently in rank D, which gives them the same benefits, if you want to call it that, as Yamaha. If Honda score 9 points overall this weekend with their leading rider, then that would move them up into rank C, which would drop the engine development, they would drop an aero upgrade through the season, and their race riders wouldn't be able to test in between Grand Prix. So 9 points is what Honda need. That's for their first rider across the checkered flag, both today and tomorrow. 9 points would be basically second place, which might be a tall order, but they could take a step towards boosting their concession standing at the end of this year.
Just saw in front of us Massimo Rivola. He is convinced, he has no doubt, and why would he give them the Nuali factory running the second half of the campaign? They will be able to take the fight to Marc Marquez and to Ducati next year. Let's go and hear though from a proper legend in this part of the world, a global superstar, wasn't he, back in the day? Jorge Lorenzo with Jack.
Yeah, MotoGP Hall of Famer Jorge Lorenzo with me, of course, 10 years on from that memorable Valencia 2015 weekend. I spoke to you about that earlier. Let's focus on what's going to happen right now, Jorge. Marco on pole, Alex in second, Pedro looking super fast, but from the second row. How do you think this one's going to play out?
Yeah, it looks like after the injury of the strongest, Marc Marquez, Sesi came a little bit stronger, Alex stayed strong as all the championship, and Pedro came very strong the last 5 races. So KTM is not the best bike for time attack, so I expected him in pole position or second place, but finally he struggled and started in second grid. So it's not good for the start. Benteke and Aprilia form a duo very strong. So let's see. I think, yeah, these 3, Benteke, Alex and Pedro are the favorites.
What are the important things if you want to win around Valencia? What do you have to do right?
Well, I think it's not an easy track to overtake, so starting in pole position and arrive first in the first corner is very important. So that's, I think, the strategy that Benteke is willing to do and he prefers. But of course, Alex and Pedro, starting from behind, he will go the maximum to be, for the first time, winner of MotoGP. I think Pedro have a great option to do it today and also tomorrow.
Thanks, Jorge. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, always great to hear the thoughts of Jorge Lorenzo. He was a master around this Ricardo Tormo circuit. 4 victories in MotoGP here. As some of our potential MotoGP stars of the future here for the Moto Mini Champions prize giving ceremony. And that was here on the build up to the Valencia Grand Prix. Very international flavour up the Chinese victors. The FIM President George Viegas has the honours of handing over the medals.
Yeah, I'll give this one a go. We're told Dariusz Kopczynski, the winner of the 160cc class in China's Shengbo's Sun. As you can see there on screen, is the 190cc Moto Mini World Champion. Spectacular day's racing too at the nearby car circuit, which is just on the outside of Turn 1.
Yeah, those young stars, potential stars of the future, had the pleasure of joining Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Acosta from Pecco Bagnaia pre-event press conference. But what does it mean to the Valencian community to have MotoGP back? Well, that's what it means. They've got a Mexican wave going on. Of course, almost €2 million was raised as part of the relief fund by the MotoGP community, which stood together with the Valencian community. Top rank around Gatlioglu. Not long, folks, not long at all before we will see him for the first time in public on board the Pramac Yamaha YZR M1, a full-time entrance into MotoGP next year. He'll be teammates to Aussie Jack Miller, who's had a pretty good weekend actually so far. The 30-year-old from Townsville down under, 9th time this year that Jack's found himself inside the top 10. Jack looks really under pressure and strain. Does he on the grid? Always got a big smile on his face, always looking super relaxed is Jack. The last time he led a Grand Prix, that was right here in Valencia back in 2023, where all unravelled a little bit late on as the temperature drops for KTM. Brad Binder was also leading that race. Will Val Fernandez be a leader? 4th place on the grid. Well, Pedro Acosta, we posed this question so frequently, haven't we, since the summer breakers. Acosta and KTM have grown in stature together. It's today that he'll break. He took his MotoGP. Let's get a word with his crew chief, Paul Travassos.
Yeah, that's the big question. Paul was just in a big throng of technicians here, including a gentleman from Mitchell. He feels like tyre choice is going to be critical in this one. These temperatures as cold as we've had all weekend.
Yeah, no, to be honest, the biggest issue is maybe the front. The rear is pretty sorted, so it's just the front. You know, there's a window where everything works a bit better, but the problem is, there's only really one choice, but it's just about the safety and about being smart. So I think we've got it sorted, so we just have to go and see what happens.
Pedro in particular, his pace looks great. Obviously qualifying not exactly as you would have wanted, but can he still do the business from the second row?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think it's a long straight. We've been known for to be good starters, and I think we're going to be okay there. You know, qualifying. You know, everyone puts it on the line. To be honest, our ideal time was even the best. So we know we can do it. We've shown in all the other sessions that we're up there, so it's just putting it all together now.
Thanks, Paul. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Pedro Acosta's crew chief, Paul Travassos. They've done the homework, they've done the legwork then. Acosta, 5th place on the grid. Yeah, it's a shame that dazzling sunshine of this morning has completely deserted us, because it will clearly have an impact on grip levels, certainly in terms of managing temperature. Start winning in MotoGP, and the Marquez family, well, they've done an awful lot of winning, haven't they, in 2025. Great to see Marc Marquez, the new world champion, here on site for the prize giving ceremony here in Valencia tomorrow. Unfortunately, Marc sidelined from this Grand Prix.
Let's head down to the grid then and get a word from the pole sitters camp. Marco Bezzecchi on pole, Massimo Rivelas the chat.
Yeah, from speaking to a few people on the grid, Massimo, they're all indicating they think that Marco's the favourite for this one. Starting from pole position, how do you see the race playing out?
The race pace this morning was not too bad. I think Pedro has something more than us, possibly. We know our race this year is in a very high level. So I think again the three of Portimao can generate quite a good battle. Vinci normally is very good on at the end of the races. Okay, the sprint is short, but I think there will be a mix of tires even if it's a sprint. It's not granted that soft is the right tire, so a nice mix. Very interesting.
Should make it interesting. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to the Prix boss Massimo Rivola. They have had their best MotoGP season in history, the Mulai factory. Could it get even better Could it be rounded off in style? Well, they've already got a pole position in the bag thanks to Bezzecchi. Another sprint and Grand Prix victory beckon. Some late words of encouragement there from Acosta's crew chief, Paul Travata. Absolutely packed grandstands here for this Moto Grand Prix of the Valencian community. Expecting a crowd tomorrow, I'm told, of over 100,000 fans. So in the zone, ready, prepped. This is not alien territory anymore, is it, for the factory of Prix, in particular Marco Bezzecchi in the background. You can see there the big mural, such an influence. Well, the reason why Marco Bezzecchi is on this grid was the influence of Valentino Rossi. It was, of course, here 4 long years ago now. Crikey, where does time go? 2021 was Valencia Grand Prix when Valentino Rossi bowed out after such an illustrious Grand Prix career. I'm sure tuning in at home to see Marco Bezzecchi can cap off our final sprint Saturday of the season in perfect fashion with a pole position and a sprint victory. 6 days ago in Portimao, Massimo Riva, a Prix boss, called him perfection over in Portugal. Hard front, soft rear tyre.
Change to the soft front tyre according to the latest bang up to date information from Michelin.
Be a risk. That hard front of these cool conditions now, it's hard to sort of describe to you back at home.
It's clouded over quite a lot.
Cloud cover, which kind of engulfed and swallowed up this Valencia circuit. Around about lunchtime, if you joined us for the morning sessions, qualifying and practice, it was a glorious autumnal start to sprint Saturday. And as you can see now on the grid, it's gone rather great. Lots of riders there. There are changing tides later on here. As soon as we have the bang up to date latest information from Michelin in terms of what the pick is, everybody surely is going to be running the soft rear tyre. Will anybody be having a punt on the hard front? Is it just gone too cool for that prospect? 13 laps, just a reminder, is coming your way in this final sprint action of the season. Double digits tomorrow, 27 laps to close out our longest Grand Prix campaign in history. 22 Grand Prix across 5 continents, across 18 countries. Next year, of course, there'll be a special return home in many respects, in particular for Diogo Moreira and for Frankie Morbidelli with his Brazilian roots, as part of the 2022 round 2026 campaign will take us back to the South American nation.
And just to give you an idea on the track temperature, yesterday in practice, track temperature was up at 24 degrees. In qualifying earlier on today, it's the same now for the sprint, track temperature is 6 degrees cooler than it was. And Matt mentioned earlier on, last time we raced here in 2023, the drop in track temperature had a serious bearing on who won the Grand Prix. KTM's really struggled, and in the end, both had problems whilst leading the sprint. Jack, you've got some more comments on that?
Yeah, track temperature, when it gets below 25 degrees, Michelin tell me, that is sort of the cut-off point where you want to really be looking at the soft front tyre, which is why we're seeing some late changes to go with the soft front tyre. Tried to get a word as exactly who's on what, but there was a flurry of late changes across the board, so when the tyre warmers come off, we'll know for sure what everybody's running.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. I think it's going to get progressively cooler over the next few days here in Valencia. It looks particularly chilly, unfortunately, for the early part of our first battle of 2026 at the Tuesday test here, which so many of us are staying around to bring you live and exclusive coverage of. Unfortunately, it might be a rather quiet start to proceedings on Tuesday because it doesn't look like, as we're getting close to our winter break. We know we're getting close to the winter because I walked past the Prix Hospitality last night. We've got a Christmas tree in the Prix Hospitality. Great stuff. Fabio Di Gianantonio then, third front row start of the campaign. Alongside him, Alex Marquez, second on the grid. Marco Bezzecchi, though, the first Prix rider in history to secure back-to-back poles. Can he finish our final sprint of the campaign with a gold medal around his neck? time then for our final sprint of 2025. So far in our previous 21 sprint Saturdays, we have had 4 riders who have collected a gold medal. Marc Marquez sidelined through injury. Well, at the start of the season, Marc was completely untouchable in the short sprint format. He will end 2025 with 14 sprint wins. So warm lap underway then here in cooling conditions at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Who is going to pick up the final medals of 2025? Marco Bezzecchi then, soft front tyre, Aprilia and the Italian clearly think that tipping point has been reached. It has now gone to a call to run the hard front. Fabio Di Gianantonio, 6 sprint podiums today so far for the 27-year-old Italian. Last time we saw him on a sprint top 3 was in front of his home crowd in Misano. Alex Marquez, well, he's had the sprint podium for fun so far this season. Last time out in Portimao, which was his 4th victory, took him to 16 podiums on sprint Saturdays. Fantastic to see, even on sprint Saturday here, Lotus Grandstand, lovely fun. We're expecting them to be absolutely jam-packed for the 27-lap Grand Prix here tomorrow. Still one world title to be decided, of course. Diogo Moreira, Manu Gonzalez, lock horns in the Moto2 title decider. Very much the advantage for the Brazilian. Bezzecchi then on the number 72 battery Aprilia, coming to pole position for the 9th time in his MotoGP career, 13th time in his Grand Prix career. Bez has found himself leading the field away. 2 Ducatis behind him. Alex Marquez, second the World Championship. Fabio Di Gianantonio is the 3rd for the road start of the season for him. Keep a close eye always. Fast start Pedro Acosta on the KTM. It's lights out, we're racing in our final sprint of 2025 here in Valencia. Already Acosta trying to power his way through on the Gianantonio, who's going the wrong way on the VR40 Ducati. Already picked off by fellow Fabio Quartararo. Alex Marquez has got the drop briefly, has he? And Marco Bezzecchi, they go side by side, the run down. Acosta's been super aggressive. Got the inside line on Bezzecchi. Around the outside of Bez goes Raul Fernandez, but it's Alex Marquez who leads. Acosta's gained 3 spots up to second.
It was a great start by Acosta, but an equally poor start for Di Gianantonio. Acosta has to swerve around him to avoid running into the VR40 Ducati. Quartararo also a big mover up to 4.
Bezzecchi's getting hammered here. Quartararo and Di Gianantonio have picked him off here. So Bezzecchi led Alex Marquez briefly on that long one down into the first corner. Through sector 1 from pole, Bez back in 6th.
Yeah, Frankie Morbidelli up behind him in 7th place. I don't think he'll be shy having a go at his fellow VR46 Academy graduate. So it's advantage Marquez and Acosta from here with 1 and 2. Quartararo 4th, Di Gianantonio and Bezzecchi. There's John Zarco going side by side with the 2 factory Hondas. They're just outside the top 10. They're all behind Jorge Martin, who's up to 11th place.
Cracking start by Martin. Once again, he has been aggressive. Up 6 places already, 17th into 11th. So it's as you were really in the Portimao sprint last weekend, isn't it? It's Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta early on here. Was Marco Bezzecchi perhaps just a little bit hesitant in the hard braking zones early on that soft mixture into the front tyre. It's Alex then that leads Pedro Acosta as we're about to complete lap 1 and 13 here in this sprint. How much time did Bezzecchi lose on the first lap? Over the line, he's lost almost 1.4 seconds as Gian Antonio tried to find a way back through on Quartararo. Martin over the line in 11th.
Bit of a running in beat with the two Aprilis on the top front tyre, both plummeted. Ayagura's back to 15th place on the first lap as Gian Antonio goes past Quartararo. So Bez lost 5 places, and Ayagura, he's lost 3 places himself. He's outside the top 12.
Who gained the most places on lap 1? It was our outgoing world champion, Jorge Martin. Juan Mir has done another DNF. Oh, it's really crazy. Two Hondas down. Of the two factory Hondas collecting each other here in this Grand Prix. It looks like they have.
Both haven't come through the first sector, so it is a pair of factory Hondas. If they ran into each other on a weekend where they could get rid of some concessions, that's not the way to get rid of them.
That is an early Honda horror show here in Valencia, adding to what is an alarming and increasingly DNF count for Juan Mir. Barely completed a lap in the sprint of the Grand Prix in Portimao, denied by clutch problems, different issues, but from the clutches, it's still Alex Marquez then, and defending here against Pedro Acosta. These two have got a bit of breathing space then, back to Ralph Fernandez in third. Almost 8 tenths the gap between Acosta and Fernandez as it stands right now.
Well, we heard before the sprint got underway, Kenny Massini saying that he thought that potentially that Acosta was quicker than them over the course of the sprint. Well, we're about to find out just how quick Pedro Acosta is. Perhaps the rider he would be most concerned about before the sprint got underway is Bez, and he's now behind him to the tune of a couple of seconds. 29.5 for Alex Marquez. Bezzecchi is a second a lap slower and now 2.3 off the lead.
He's already regretting and ruining that soft front tyre choice. Bezzecchi has not got going at all. Got a really good launch away, didn't he, on the factory, pulling from pole position, but then he just went backwards. Jack Miller, Miller goes sideways, speedway style, takes some aero. He looked like a Flumin Aldeguer's Crisini Ducati. So Aldeguer started this lap in 8th place. He's been pushed back 5 places. Big contact there between Miller and Aldeguer into 2.
Another one that the stewards will be having a very close look at to see whether that was fair from Jack Miller. It was certainly a little wild. He has now taken a place in the points. Brad Binder taking advantage of all that too. He's gained 2 places up to 8th.
Well, it was Aldeguer who clipped the wings of Brad Binder in Portimao last weekend. This time around, he gets his wings clipped by the aggression of Jack Miller. Aldeguer was wide there as well. Wouldn't have thought he's still already had a bit of lost aero. Might already be compromising some turning performance and some downfalls in the braking zones on that Ducati GP24. Jorge Martin still doing an absolutely sterling job. Still in 11th place at the moment is Martin, having made those 6 places up on the first lap.
Yes, so Miller barrels up the inside, and then, this is the Honda crash, so that was the Hondas coming in as they wipe each other out. It was Juan Mir into Luca Marini, immediately apologising. I think it's Alberto Pucci you might want to apologise to, Juan.
Yeah, there is, locking the front on the brakes into turn 2 on the outside, the completely luckless Luca Marini. He's had 3 crashes so far this season. 2 of them haven't been to his own fault, have they, for Rob Marini? Bezzecchi just cannot get through, can he, on Quartararo. Closes right up on the factory Yamaha's rear tyre going into turn 2, but he's been stuck in that 6th place since the first lap, hasn't he, Marco Bezzecchi? Just has not made any progress forward whatsoever. This is a big shock. We're surprised to see Bezzecchi suffering as much as he is. It's that soft front, isn't it, surely? Ralph Fernandez, Bezzecchi, Johan Zarco, Ayagura, and then Augusto Fernandez and Alexis Fargo further down the field. The only riders that are on the soft front.
So really, though, Ralph Fernandez is doing absolutely fine on it at the moment in 3rd place. He's doing 29, running in 3rd place. Not exactly under too much pressure from Fabio Gian Antonio right now. Ralph Fernandez holding a very safe 3rd place at this stage of the sprint. So Bezzecchi perhaps not with the confidence in his early stages. Ralph Fernandez certainly has plenty as Jorge Martin is now dropping down the order. I certainly hope that Martin hasn't crashed. He hasn't, he just ran on at turn 8.
Yeah, a run off at turn 8, of course. He's going to be really ring rusty at the moment. Jorge Martin, the last time we saw him in competitive action, he goes barrelling off, doesn't he, into the run-off area at turn 8. That's what it's there for. Last time we saw Martin in competitive action, he left in 1 corner in the sprint in Matei. That's a real shame because he was in contention for the point scoring places. Alex Marquez with a pretty comfortable advantage of nearly 4 tenths of a second over Acosta. In the slipstream goes Bezzecchi. They've made that work perfectly through on Quartararo, just on the inside line as he released the brake going into the first corner. So finally, Bezzecchi goes back up a position. Jammer's going to have to drop 3 positions after his rather leery move I was going to say it was Miller signalled for a manoeuvre, wasn't it, in turn 2? Didn't quite work out. 3 position he's going to have to drop then. Jack at the moment 9, so he's going to have to let Zarco, Agura and Aldeguer through back into that 9th place.
The battle then for 3rd place. Didier is now closing wide up to the back of Raul Fernandez, so the information is now on Settler's dashboard, so he should be already well aware of the penalty that he's got to serve in the remainder of this sprint. That's going to cost him any hope of a World Championship point here this afternoon. Acosta going wide at the top of your picture into turn 8, and that's going to drop him further back from Alex Marquez.
Yeah, and Alex is already looking pretty comfortable in the front of this sprint. Closing in right now on Fernandez in 3rd place is the Gian Antonio there on the 49 VR46 Ducati. Confirmation on your screen, Miller's a 3-place position drop.
Costa half a second that mistake into turn 8, so Alex Marquez now the thick end of a second clear at the front of the sprint. And Quattararo was said in practice earlier on this morning, he's supposed to be defending. This time he's defending from a rider. I don't think he wants to be defending again. Frankie Morbidelli.
Tough sprint at the moment as far as Pecco Bagnaia is concerned. He's stuck down in 13th place. He's got a track limit warning also to be contending with. So for the first time in this sprint, half of it completed pretty much. Alex Marquez leads by over a second. Gian Antonio surely quickly is going to pick up Fernandez. He might actually attack the Spaniard. Track out in front here on the run down to turn 2 when he just shows Fernandez a front wheel there, didn't he?
He really needs to, is because Fernandez did a 30.7. He was even slower than Acosta last time round. If we saw why Acosta had a fall lap, he's got to attack here because then he backed into Marco Bezzecchi, who did a 30.1. He's now finally got some pace and he's closing in on this battle for the bronze medal.
Cruising in the moment is Alex at the front. He's the only rider in the 129s. Brilliant pace this by Alex Marquez. We said in the opening 21 Grand Prix for the season what a massive, massive step forward he's produced this year. 25 more podiums Alex has scored compared to 2024. It could get even better. There might be successive gold medals around his neck at the end of this sprint. This is going to be the key mistake as far as Acosta's concerned. Easy mistake to make. Into turn 8 he goes, down 3 gears. Well, he's done well. He's done well to stay on 2 wheels there because that was a real big moment, wasn't it, for the Spanish rider? It looks like, though, it is going to cost him any hope of winning this sprint.
He's really suffering now. He's now reversing back towards Raul Fernandez, who's backing up Didier, who's then backing up towards Bezzecchi. He's kind of a 4-way fight for second shortly because Acosta is starting to really struggle, and we're only at half distance in this sprint.
Well, tyre life, tyre durability has been a recurring issue of late. Pedro Acosta has been one of his real big headaches, something that he said KTM has to sort out for his winter wish list in the 30 press conference. He just replied in one word, grit. That is all he needs, he feels, to be turned into a regular Grand Prix winner in MotoGP. It's always a tough conversation for a rider to have with his crew when he returns after a crash in any event, which can be doubly difficult because he's also got to explain why he didn't also cling down his teammate Luca Marini. So there is Quattararo then, just ahead of former factory Yamaha teammate Frankie Morbidelli. Alex Marquez is 1.6 seconds clear of Acosta.
His punishment for that might well be a load of testing next year. He understands he'll have to do some more testing in between Grand Prix because Honda won't lose their concessions. Certainly not helped by that. Johan Zarco in the top Honda running in 11th place. We're still yet to see Jack Miller drop those 3 positions he's required. He is still running in 9th.
My girl's got down to some serious pace as well. His last that was a 1:30.154. Once again, Alex is the only rider to the 29th. This has just been superb. It's been a masterclass so far by the younger Marquez sibling. Watching on from trackside is brother Mark, who will be seriously impressed with what his brother is producing right now. Jorge Martin joins Pecco Bagnaia in the Track Limits Warning Club as we ride on board them with Morbidelli through this tie-shredding long turn 13. You're going to be getting some serious wheels, but you're going to be relying on some traction control to help you out in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow. There's a real big gang in there building up behind Quattararo.
Better land that time from Acosta at 30.2. He was actually a tenth quicker than Alex Marquez last time around, and Morbidelli now closes up behind Fabio Quattararo, but we know how good the 20 is under braking, and he wants to stay as clear as Frankie Morbidelli as he can, because they've come close a few times lately.
That's a perfect demonstration of just how red hot Quattararo is on the brakes on that factory Yamaha. I mean, that Yamaha is giving up 10, 12, 15 kilometres in a straight line compared to the Ducatis. Morbidelli with some slipstream. It just shows one how good Quattararo is at getting off the final corner out at 40 and then braking into the first corner. Absolutely awesome once again from Quattararo. Of course, to get another sprint top 6. Here's the game up at the front, 1.4 seconds. That gap has come down between Marquez and Acosta. Alex has stabilised it in the second sector. Maybe Alex has just got that a little bit more confidence with the front, a bit more turning as you get into this tight infield section.
Has Digia got the pace to potentially chase off after Acosta if he can clear Raul Fernandez? We know how good Digia has generally been, not just late in Grand Prix, but particularly late in sprints, but he's still bottled up behind the Trackhouse Pavilion. He's been stuck there for most of the sprint. Here is Jack Miller then, who is still running in 9th place. If he doesn't stop those positions sharpish, he'll surely get at least one long lap penalty.
Yeah, he will be now. Look at this Morbidelli, so close to Quartararo. It's almost like he's going to have to make an attack very, very soon. This is Miller then. Well, he just goes flawless. Take Aldeguer.
Took his arm away.
Aldeguer. How on earth is Aldeguer still on two wheels there? Got his left arm yanked off the handlebar. Through came Agura. Finally, I was going to say Morbidelli was so close to Quartararo's rear tyre as they dropped down through 14. It was inevitable, really. If he just was able to pick up the slipstream, that Frankie was going to be able to blast past Quartararo. He duly did. So Morbidelli then now pinches that 6th.
They're doing mid-130s. They're still quicker than Brad Binder behind. You would have just seen him a moment ago, just behind Quartararo. Of course, Quartararo was defending from Binder for a lot of the Portuguese Grand Prix 6 days ago. Jack Miller still waiting for him to come through the first distance. He's still running in that 9th place. Still got Agura, Zarco and Aldeguer right behind him. Long lap penalty.
Yeah, Jack Miller has, you'd imagine in the heat of this battle, he's probably going to say, well, I just didn't see the dashboard, didn't see on my pit board. Let's hope you will now see the long lap penalty, or there'll be more hot water coming the way of the Australian, failing to drop the 3 positions after his early clattering into Fermin Aldeguer.
Looking at the current standings in the race, they probably amount to the same thing. If he serves a long lap penalty, he'll drop him somewhere near Pecco Bagnaia, who is currently 4 spots behind him.
Rather lonely fifth. I think we were saying that about Ben Sesi. 4 seconds he is now behind Marquez at the front. He's 1.2 behind Gian Antonio, 1.4 clear of Frankie Morbidelli. Over the line we go. 4 laps to go then in the final sprint action of 2025, and it looks like it is going to be for the first time in his career back-to-back sprint wins for Alex Marquez. This has been superb. This really does bode well, doesn't it, for the 27-lap Grand Prix tomorrow, which is where Grazivos and Kane Mercedes expected Alex to be stronger tomorrow than he has been today. Is that even possible? He's been so good this afternoon.
Yep, got the lead at the start and never looked back. He was put under pressure for a few laps, wasn't he, by Pedro Acosta, but that mistake at turn 8 when he was already starting to lose the thread, really. Pedro Acosta behind Alex Marquez has seen the 73 have a pretty comfortable ride since then, but thinks back to Barcelona early on this season. Alex Marquez will not feel certain of this sprint win until that medal's round his neck.
Acosta at the moment just must feel like he's handcuffed. He's just doing everything he possibly can to squeeze everything out of himself, and that KTM is just not quite good enough. He said in the pre-event press conference on Thursday that KTM just did not make the steps that he needed to get himself on the top step of the podium for the first time. He's going to rack up another podium, and there's been plenty of them of late. 4 sprint podiums in the last 5, 3 Grand Prix podiums in the last 4. But it's the win he wants, it's the win he so desperately craves, it's the win at the moment that is slipping well out of his grasp in this sprint.
And it would be the 6th consecutive Grand Prix where he's taken only 1 podium in either sprint or Grand Prix over the weekend. Of course, in Portimao, Malaysia, he took both at 3 laps to go. Acosta had stalled late at the Grand Prix last weekend, remember, but he suddenly found some late pace. He is chipping away a little bit at Alex Marquez's advantage, but you feel this is Alex just riding as fast as he needs to in these final 4 laps to keep the 37 at bay.
This will be podium number 21 in MotoGP. Pedro Acosta hasn't been able to convert any automatic into that elusive first victory. It's been a good fight for 3rd place. Fair play to Raul Fernandez, because he's been keeping Gian Antonio at bay for so much. Well, nobody knows just how good Alex Mark is. Nobody knows the strengths and merits of Alex better than brother Mark. I think Mark will have to doff his factory Ducati cap and say, yeah, this has been an awesome performance by Alex. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He has been absolutely immaculate here so far. He's still holding that advantage over Acosta to 1.4 seconds. Gian Antonio is running out of time to get through on a very resolute and resilient Raul Fernandez, who's doing an absolutely phenomenal job for Trackhouse in front of him. Raul Fernandez trying to hang on to that 3rd sprint podium.
Jack Miller does now come through the long lap penalty loop, so having screamed at it for most of the race, The stewards have finally got the message across to the 43 to get out of the way. That will have annoyed Ayagura, that, because he's been stuck behind Miller's Yamaha for quite some time, and he's now not got a lot of time left trying to chase off after Brad Binder for 8th. That does now promote Agura into the points.
This is then the battle for the bronze medal position here in this Valencia sprint. Picking up some slipstream once again is the Ducati GP25 of the Gil Antonio. Nothing wrong though, is there, with the exit speed out of 14, the top speed of that Aprilia, top speed of Marco Bezzecchi's got his winter wish list for the New Orleans engineers as far as Aprilia are concerned. He's been riding so well here, hasn't he? Fernandez just not even giving the Gil Antonio a sniff to try and attack him. Is Digilo going to go for it on the inside into turn 4? He is. He's had to force that one. He's going to run it a little bit hard. Fernandez surely will have the inside line back as they go through 5. This reminds me of Formula versus Miller on the last lap of the Grand Prix here 5 years ago in 2020. Back again on the inside, and Fernandez at 6 goes to Gil Antonio. What a fight this is for third.
Gil Antonio's just decided there's a lap and a half of this sprint to go. I'm just going to go for this and just throw everything at it. Ralph Fernandez with the colours of the Valencia flag on his crash helmet, highly motivated to secure a medal here today.
So Gil Antonio, the only problem is once the Ducati gets ahead of you, it's so hard to find a way back through it straight away. Look, Gil Antonio with a bit of clear road ahead of him has put what, half a dozen and maybe a little bit less bike length through Fernandez. It was good going on the brakes into turn 11. Marco Bezzecchi all of a sudden has started to close right in on this pair directly ahead of him. Perhaps there he might just run out of time here, because another lap or so, Bezzecchi might fancy his chances of back-to-back sprint podiums. Hasn't worked out after a dazzling performance, an all-time lap record in Q2 this morning for Bezzecchi. He's going to come over the line to start the last sprint lap of 2025 in 5th place. Alex Marquez surely is nailed on for our last sprint win of the season. The Costa looks safe and secure in 2nd. Who will take the final medal?
Bezzecchi would have been hoping that battle, which we were really enjoying between Fernandez and Bezzecchi, it carried on for a few more corners, because it would have brought him right into play. But Alex Marquez, with his brother watching trackside, is now just, 10 corners away from a second consecutive Saturday sprint win. And once again, he's going to keep Pedro Acosta waiting. It hasn't been quite the heavyweight punches that we saw a week ago between the top two, but it's been another tremendous display from Alex Marquez, the runner-up in the World Championship, and about to win in front of his older brother.
It's going to be his 27th podium finish of the season, showing exactly why he's getting the big Ducati upgrade next season. He will be on a GP26. He said himself, that's going to bring extra pressure. You're on a factory bike, you have to deliver, there's no hiding place, no excuses. He steps up to the plate this year, having got on that Ducati GP24. I'm sure he will rise to the occasion next season as well. Same machinery as Brother Mark, Fabio, Gil Antonio and Pecco Bagnaia. Let's check on Bagnaia doing another thoroughly forgettable sprint down in 13th place at the moment. Through the final corner we go then. And having started 2025 on a sprint podium, Alex Marquez finishes it on top of the sprint podium here in Valencia. What a performance by Alex. He takes his second flag, 1.1 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta, who is on the podium for the 5th time in the last 6 sprints. Still no chasing our Lucy first victory is the KTM star. Fabio Di Gianantonio scores just the 7th sprint podium of his career. He did just about get the better late on of Ralph Fernandez. Marco Bezzecchi's victory charge, well, it lasted for about 500 metres on the run down to the first corner. Be interested to see what Bezzecchi says about his decision to go for the soft front tyre, because he never really was in contention at all for the win. Points in the sprint for Morbidelli, Quattararo, Binder and Ayagura. And Bastianini inflicting more late punishment on Bagnaia. Those two former factory Ducati teammates locked on the last lap, and the Bees got Bagnaia for 13th spot. So Bagnaia takes the checker flag in 14th.
That does drop to 5th in the World Championship today, with Pedro Acosta's 2nd place, proceeding to celebrate another sprint success. They will also be celebrating, even if it gets a little flat at Aprilia today, because with his 5th place, Marco Bezzecchi does clinch 3rd in the World Championship today.
2nd time in the last 3 years he's done that. Done it previously for Ducati when he was part of the VR46 project, and showing the kind of performances of late why Aprilia wanted to get him on board a factory RSGP. Well, a very popular victory, of course, here in Valencia. These two Spaniards take the top 2 places in our final sprint action of the campaign. Pedro Acosta moves up one place, fourth in the championship. He's got a 6-point cushion as well over Pecco Bagnaia going into the final Grand Prix tomorrow. Bagnaia has spoken throughout this season when he was clearly out of championship contention, how miserable of an experience he was not to be a title contender, how second wasn't good enough. Well, if second wasn't good enough, third was going to be awful, fourth a disaster. Well, where did he rank fifth in the final ranking? Because that's where it looked like he might finish what's been a miserable 2025. Pedro Acosta taking the plaudits, taking the adulation of this home crowd here in Valencia. Did all he could, and did all he could. I mean, there's nobody at the moment that's getting anything out of a factory KTM quite like Pedro Acosta. His teammate Brad Binder did pick up a couple of points in 8th place, but he was over 6 seconds behind Pedro Acosta.
Official fan club, as I'm sure you saw there with the banner off to the right hand side. Yeah, I gave all I can, I fought a good fight, says Pedro. In the end, once again, there was just one rider bike combination that was too strong, just as it was 7 days ago. That was Alex Marquez at the Gresini Ducati GP24. Pedro Acosta, though, as I say, he does move up to 4th place in the World Championship today, but he has to settle for silver yet again.
So that victory for Alex in that sprint moves him on to 3 for the season, which now ties him with Bezzecchi. So you can say in 2025 there was only my brother Mark that scored more sprint wins than him. Sit on, Alex, we don't want you tumbling on the side of the bike as you come to celebrate with the team in pit lane. There's Gresini staff, Jimmy Martinez there in the white t-shirt, his manager. Yeah, he's done it, and there's potentially more to come as far as the 29-year-old Spaniard is concerned. He has really enjoyed life on Spanish shore so far this season, hasn't he, Alex Marquez? That wonderful breakthrough victory in MotoGP Grand Prix on the Sunday action in Jerez, the spiritual home of the Spanish Grand Prix. That was a magic moment. He then won in front of his home crowd, I guess you could say his real home crowd at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And back on Spanish turf once again, it's Alex who prevails here in Valencia. I have to say, he made it look very, very comfortable. He made it look very easy. It wasn't, but it was another very, very assured performance from the number 73. This was the reception he's getting from the crowd. Well, there were happy, smiley faces, weren't they, this morning when Marco Bezzecchi secured pole position on the factory in Aprilia. That's not what he came for this afternoon, though.
It's a rather speedy stop back into the box there from Vez. Doesn't appear at this moment to want to wave at the TV cameras. Has secured 3rd in the World Championship, but some detailed conversations already going on, potentially involving that decision on the soft front tyre. Whether that was the root of the problems or just a part of it, certainly contributed to Bezzecchi struggling so much in the first couple of laps this afternoon.
That KTM absolute missile, isn't it, off the line? Yeah, Bezzecchi got a good launch. It wasn't like he got a bad start or anything. It was just Alex Marquez got him on the inside on the brakes into turn 1. Acosta quickly through as they run down into the second corner. Around the outside almost went Raul Fernandez in that first sector. Fernandez does actually ride around the outside of him going through 3. Inside then into 4. Quartararo also seized the initiative on that turn 4. I mean, it just went wrong. Look at that. 5 corners into that Grand Prix. Bezzecchi's plummeted from 1st back into 6th place, and after that sluggish start, he was only able to recover 1 place.
He was outbraked and overtaken at turn 1, turn 2, and turn 4 by 3 riders. And really, the die was cast from there for Marco Bezzecchi. We've already said this weekend, and it was proven in the sprint, overtaking around the Ricardo Thomas circuit wasn't easy. In the end, it was only Fabio Quartararo that we saw Marco Bezzecchi overtake.
Well, he's done it again in terms of a podium finish for Pedro Acosta, but he has now just 1 remaining opportunity. Otherwise, it's going to be 2 full seasons in the MotoGP World Championship for the former Moto3 and Moto2 World Champion without a victory. He has been knocking on the door so many times, but he just cannot find a way to barge his way through it, can he? KTM boss, KTM Motorsport Director Pit Byra comes to offer his congratulations. Julian Marquez, how many victories on the road there? Here once again. Alex deliver another outstanding victory. Never easy to win in MotoGP, but that looked about as routine as it gets as far as Alex is concerned. Really good start, good launch away on that Ducati from the front row of the grid. And once he got through early on Marco Bezzecchi, he never looked back at all, did he? Almost, not even a second between Raul Fernandez and what would have been just a third sprint podium of his career. Yeah, no wonder he's got a big smile on his face, because this time last week, of course, he was watching the sprint from the sidelines after a real nasty crash in Portimao. Saw him miss all of the race action. Raul Fernandez a narrow fourth behind Miguel Antonio.
Yeah, he's in very good shape now to secure a top 10 finish in the World Championship. Is Raul Fernandez. He's now pulled 5 points clear of Brad Binder. They launch Alex Marquez up into the air. He'll be head over heels tomorrow if he can complete the double here this weekend. Of course, we have seen Alex Marquez win a sprint this season. We've seen him win Grand Prix. We are yet to see him, though, do the double, because that changes tomorrow.
I think that was a constant. I think he said we keep going. Yeah, we keep going. He has changed quite considerably in the second half of the season. There were times in the first half, of course, he's a very, very hungry and ambitious young talent. Perhaps still an exuberance to use, a bit of petulance crept into his game at the start of the season. When that came, yeah, it was not at the level, was it? But second half of the season, he said he's grown up, he's matured, and he's a completely different prospect. Roy Martin, well, he's seen the checkered flag, but the record books will show he's finished in 22nd place in that sprint, but it should have been so much better. This was a scary moment about mid-sprint distance when, to avoid contact with Johan Zarco, he took the runoff going through turn 8. Martin then at that stage was 11th after a sensational start, picked up 6th place on lap 1. Nobody recovered more ground on that first lap than Martin. Fabio Di Gianantonio then with the final bronze medal of 2025. He's a Jack.
Fabio, congratulations, what a way to finish off the season. A brilliant ride there and a brilliant battle with Raul. Just how difficult was it to get past him?
Beautiful race, I enjoyed it so much. The fight with Raul was really racing, pure racing. Everybody super clean but super tight. It was beautiful. Raul was putting a great pace. Me, honestly, I think I had something more, but it was difficult to overtake. So yeah, super happy, super battle. Sprint podium. Let's keep going and let's try again tomorrow.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you. Ciao.
Yeah, top performance that by Fabio Di Gianantonio. That takes his sprint medal count to 5 for the season. Do what makes you really happy. Well, I'm sure a third place in the sprint, a bronze medal will be making Fabio Di Gianantonio incredibly happy. Not done though. Just as Marco Bezzecchi was an Italian last weekend by 2 Spaniards, Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta. That has been a very common sight in 2025, hasn't it? Jubilant celebration by Gresini Ducati. Yeah, there's Alex's Monrosa. Well, it's another podium finish. Once again, he threw everything at it, didn't he? Pedro Acosta. Second in our final sprint, he's the Jack.
And he just takes a high five off his team. Pedro, a brilliant performance to get back onto the podium here. You were pushing so hard to stay with Alex. What do you think was the difference today?
Well, I mean, we know that my only opportunity was to be super aggressive in the first lap, you know, was quite not so bad. It's true that then we were trying a lot to don't lose the front, and I go wide in 10-8, and then was a snowball, you know, going worse. But anyway, we are... you know, this is like a football match, you know, when you are trying to make the penalty, and anytime sometime will arrive for this. I'm happy for KTM. They were trying to give me the best that they can. We are working quite okay. Also to my personal team, and it's also around here for this. We will try again tomorrow.
Good job, well done.
Thank you.
We'll try it again tomorrow, and you know he will try. Once again, it is another podium finish. It's an 11th of the season for Pedro Acosta. Red Bull gives you wings. It doesn't give you victories, though, does it? Nothing's a given in the MotoGP World Championship, and once again, Pedro Acosta having to play second fiddle to what was an absolutely phenomenal performance. He has done it again. It's back-to-back sprint victories for Grazini Racing star Alex Marquez with Jack.
Alex, it's sprint victories once again. I imagine you wish we could race in Spain every week. That's victory in Jerez, victory in Barcelona, and now a sprint victory here in Valencia.
Super happy to win today. I mean, during all the weekend we suffered a little bit much more than normal, but today on the spin I said, okay, today we need to win, we need to be there. And I tried my best from the start. I attacked from the start, and I saw that the key was to put our rhythm, save a little bit of fire in the beginning, and then push in the end. So it's what we did it. I controlled the gap in a really good way, and yeah, super happy. But I think for tomorrow we need to make even one more step on the setup to be even stronger. But yeah, really happy, and yeah, muy feliz de ganar aquí en Valencia.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Valencia crowd have loved their Saturday afternoon action here in MotoGP, because delivering once again when it really matters the most was Alex Marquez. Yes, pole positions are great, TSO watches are nice, but you don't get any points in qualifying, as I'm sure Marco Bezzecchi will be well aware of. He looked very frustrated, didn't he, not to have a victory chance materialise at any stage in that race. Jorge Martin, just having a look at Jorge Black in that sprint. He was a 1:30.8, which was a tenth of a second slower than Bezzecchi. He was trying to push for a podium, so there's absolutely nothing wrong at all with Martin's race pace. It's just a shame that he made that mistake, because there may well have been a chance for a point scoring return for Martin. He'll be back for more tomorrow though, as our final sprint medal ceremony of 2025 gets underway.
For Fabian Gianantonio, celebrates his 5th sprint podium of the season. Back in Misano. Who knows? Had he got past Raul Fernandez a little quicker, could he have potentially had something for Pedro Acosta? He was half second quicker than Acosta on the last lap, but of course way too late. Second place for Pedro Acosta. Yeah, he's certainly sounding the rallying cry to the team. We keep going. Can go one better tomorrow. Doesn't put many in this Valencia circuit that would begrudge him that. But in the end, it was Alex Marquez who was just too strong for this Super Saturday, as he was last weekend. As Alex secures a back-to-back sprint victory to close out our final Super Saturday of the season.
So the last of our 22 sprints in 2025 sees Alex Marquez take the spoils of our 22 sprints. Alex wins the last two full weeks he's been on sprint Saturdays for the Grazini Racing team. Winner a week ago in Portimao, and he's backed it up with another victory here this afternoon at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. And it's an 11th podium finish of the campaign for Pedro Acosta. But you know, this stat that he's still winless in MotoGP is going to be killing him inside, isn't it? He will not have expected, having arrived onto the big stage at the start of 2024 with such a massive reputation, and more importantly, such massive talent, that through 24 and 2025, there's the very realistic prospect that he'll head into his third campaign in MotoGP, still chasing that first win. Never say never in MotoGP. He'll be there. He'll be fighting for sure for the win here tomorrow. Fabio Di Gianantonio, a really strong Saturday for the Pertamina Enduro VR46 racing rider. Starts and finishes our last sprint of the campaign in third place. He was just under 1.5 seconds back of Alex at the checkered flag. But once the 73 had forced his way through on 72 at the first corner of that sprint, well, it already felt like it was game over. Good late battle as far as Gian Antonio and Fernandez was concerned. That was for the final medal place. Coming into contention late on, but too little too late, unfortunately, for Sesi as he took the checkered flag into fifth, 3.7 seconds behind Alex. That could have been worse with Alex not backed off on that final lap. So your final sprint podium of a record-breaking 2025 campaign. Alex Marquez wins for the second time in a week, for the third time on a sprint Saturday. That's why there's the big beaming smile for the 29-year-old Spaniard. Costa and Gian Antonio then pick up two of our final three medals of the season.
Well, he was in a class of his own today, was Alex Marquez, as he takes the final sprint win of 2025. Confirmation eventually of the full top 10. Pedro Costa second for the second Saturday in a row. Fabio Gian Antonio back on the sprint podium in third after taking Raul Fernandez on the penultimate lap. Marco Bezzecchi nearly did the same on the last lap, but had to settle for fifth from pole. Frankie Morbidelli winning that battle with Fabio Quartararo for 6th and 7th. Brad Binder 8th, and Ayagura took 9th place and the final point once Jack Miller served his long lap penalty. Marc Marquez's lead now 88 points over his brother Alex. The big story today though, Marco Bezzecchi has secured third place in the World Championship for the second time in 3 years. Pedro Costa now odds on to take fourth place. He's 6 points ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, who of course starts from the 6th row of the grid once again tomorrow. Fabio Gian Antonio, he's 15 points clear now. Frankie Morbidelli in their battle for 6th. Fermin Albuquerque and Fabio Quartararo now just 2 points apart for 8th and 9th. Raul Fernandez likely now to finish in the top 10 after his 4th place today. Constructor standings, Aprilia of course confirmed in second. The big story really was, would Honda score points towards getting rid of some concessions? They need 9 points. They scored none today. Scatanova, the team's champions ahead of Crostini. VR46 now confirmed in third. They cannot be called by KTM. Aprilia will finish fifth. Independent riders, Alex Marquez has been the champion for a while. Fabio Gian Antonio now Fari Stukas is set to finish second ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. Independent team standings, all 6 positions there are locked in. Crostini champions ahead of VR46 Trackhouse, Tech 3 LTR and Prima Pramac. Let's have some highlights then. Marco Bezzecchi started to many as the sprint favourite after second consecutive pole position. The second Saturday in a row, he wouldn't convert that into victory. Pedro Costa, as was expected, with a blistering start as Fabio Gian Antonio had a poor launch from the outside of the front row. The intrigue was in the front tyre choice of Marco Bezzecchi, who's gone for the softer front, and it appears to be working out for him in the early stages as he fell back to 6th place. Lap, we lost both of the factory Hondas. It's Joan Mir who will have to be answering the question to Alberto Puig after that one. Elsewhere into turn 2, he saw Chandler sideways into the side of Fermin again. Good made to any hopes of the rookie scoring points today. Miller would later receive a long lap penalty after not seeing or ignoring the instructions to drop 3 places. Fabio Quartararo was doing his level best not to drop any as he battled against Marco Bezzecchi, ultimately losing that battle for 5th. Frank Morbidelli would also later take 6th away from the 2021 World Champion. No one would be denying Alex Marquez today though, who never looked back after passing Bezzecchi at turn 2 on lap 1. 2 sprint wins in a row for the championship runner-up. Keeps Pedro Acosta waiting for his first MotoGP victory. But will that wait then tomorrow? Make sure you join us tomorrow afternoon. We've got the final Moto3 battle of the season, the title decider in Moto2, as Moreira and Gonzalez go head-to-head for the world crown. And we have the final MotoGP Grand Prix of the season. Do not miss the Grand Prix of Valencia tomorrow here at Ricardo Tormo Circuit. Thanks for your company today.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome indeed to the Hunan International Circuit in China for our coverage of round 18 of the Kumo FIA CR World Tour. That's right, we have reached that stage of the weekend where we are at the third and final race of the day. Race number 1 was good. Race number 2 was outstanding. Big question is, will number 3 beat and surpass expectation? The weather is a little bit colder than it was earlier in the day. It's a little bit drier as well, so we've still not got absolute amount of grip out there on the circuit. And it's certainly still going to be a big challenge for our drivers. We've got a bit of a different grid as well. Qualification was race number 1. Reverse top 10 was race number 2, and now it's on the point. Speaking of the grid, by the way, down on the grid, you guessed it, Alex McQueen, there she is. She's ready to catch all of the personalities ahead of this third and final race of the weekend. And it's a little bit chilly down there for our Alex, and I'm sure we'll put her to work very, very soon when a few cars turn up, and we'll get racing underway. In fact, cars are coming, so why not? Let's head down to Alex McQueen.
Everybody, hello, welcome to the grid of race 3 here at the International Circuit, ready for another very exciting Kumo FIA TCR World Tour race.
Flag on his crash helmet, highly motivated to secure a medal here today.
So, Gian Antonio, the only problem is once the Ducati gets ahead of you, it's so hard to find a way back through it straight away. Look, Gian Antonio with a bit of clear road ahead of him. Let's put, what, half a dozen and maybe a little bit less bike lengths through on Fernandez, who was good going on the brakes in turn 11. Marco Bezzecchi, all of a sudden, has started to close right in on this pair directly ahead of him. In fact, Ben, he might just run out of time here, because another lap or so, Bezzecchi might fancy his chances of back-to-back sprint podiums. Hasn't worked out after a dazzling performance, an all-time lap record in Q2 this morning for Bezzecchi. He's going to come over the line to start the last sprint lap of 2025 in 5th place. Alex Marquez surely is nailed on for our last sprint win of the season. Acosta looks safe and secure in 2nd. Who will take the final medal?
Bezzecchi would have been hoping that battle, which we were really enjoying between Fernandez and Bezzecchi, it carried on for a few more corners because it would have brought it right into play. But Alex Marquez, with his brother watching trackside, is now just, 10 corners away from a second consecutive Saturday sprint win. And once again, he's going to keep Pedro Acosta waiting. It hasn't been quite the heavyweight punches that we saw a week ago between the top two, but it's been another tremendous display from Alex Marquez, the runner-up in the World Championship, and about to win in front of his older brother.
It's going to be his 27th podium finish of the season, showing exactly why he's getting the big Ducati upgrade next season. He will be on a GP26. He said himself, that's going to bring extra pressure. You're on a factory bike, you have to deliver, there's no hiding place, no excuses. He stepped up to the plate this year, having got on that Ducati GP24. I'm sure he will rise to the occasion next season as well, as he gets the same machinery as brother Mark, Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia. Quick check on Bagnaia, doing another thoroughly forgettable sprint down in 13th place at the moment. Through the final corner we go then, and having started 2025 on a sprint podium, Alex Marquez finishes it on top of the sprint podium here in Valencia. What a performance by Alex. He takes the checkered flag, 1.1 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta, who is on the podium for the 5th time in the last 6 sprints. Still though chasing our elusive first victory is the KTM star. Fabio Di Gianantonio scores just the 7th sprint podium of his career. He did just about get the better late on of Ralph Fernandez. Marco Bezzecchi's victory charge, it lasted for about 500 metres on the run down to the first corner. To see what Bezzecchi says about his decision to go for the soft front side, because he never really was in contention at all for the win. Points in the sprint for Morbidelli, Quattararo, Binder and Ayagura. And Bastianini inflicting more late punishment on Bagnaia. Those two former factory Ducati teammates locked on the last lap of the beast, got Bagnaia for 13th spot. So Bagnaia takes the checker flag in 14th.
That does drop to 5th in the World Championship today with Pedro Acosta's 2nd place. Rossini celebrates another sprint success. They will also be celebrating, even if it is gets a little flat at Aprilia today, because with his 5th place, Marco Bezzecchi does clinch 3rd in the World Championship today.
2nd time in the last 3 years he's done that. Done it previously for Ducati when he was part of the VR46 project, and showing the kind of performances of late why Aprilia wanted to get him on board a factory MotoGP. Well, a very popular victory, of course, here in Valencia. Spaniards take the top 2 places in our final sprint action of the campaign. Pedro Acosta moves up 1 place, 4th in the championship. He's got a 6-point cushion as well over Pecco Bagnaia going into the final Grand Prix tomorrow. Bagnaia has spoken throughout this season, when he was clearly out of championship contention, how miserable of an experience it was not to be a title contender, how 2nd wasn't good enough. Well, his 2nd wasn't good enough, 3rd was going to be awful, 4th a disaster. Well, Websley ranked 5th in the final reckoning, because that's where it looked like he might finish, or what's been a miserable 2025. Pedro Acosta taking the plaudits, taking the adulation of his home crowd here in Valencia. Did all he could, did all he could. I mean, there's nobody at the moment that's getting anything out of a factory KTM quite like Pedro Acosta. His teammate Brad Binder did pick up a couple of points in 8th place, but he was over 6 seconds behind Pedro Acosta.
Official fan club, as I'm sure you saw there with the banner off to the right-hand side. Yeah, I gave all I can. I fought a good fight, said Pedro. In the end, once again, there was just one rider bike combination that was too strong. Just as it was 7 days ago, that was Alex Marquez at the Gresini Ducati GP24. Pedro Acosta, though, as I say, he does move up to 4th place in the World Championship today, but he has to settle for silver yet again.
So that victory for Alex in that sprint moves him on to 3 for the season, which now ties him with Sesi. So he can say in 2025 there was only my brother Mark that scored more sprint wins than him. Good on Alex, we don't want you tumbling off the side of the bike as you come to celebrate with the team in pit lane. There's Gresini staff. Martinez there in the white t-shirt, his manager. Yeah, he's done it. And there's potentially more to come as far as the 29-year-old Spaniard is concerned. He has really enjoyed life on Spanish shore so far this season, has he, Alex Marquez? That wonderful breakthrough victory in MotoGP Grand Prix on the Sunday action in Jerez, the spiritual home of the Spanish Grand Prix. That was a magic moment. He then won in front of his home crowd, I guess you could say his real home crowd at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Back on Spanish turf once again. It's Alex who prevails here in Valencia. I have to say, he made it look very, very comfortable. He made it look very easy. It wasn't, but it was another very, very assured performance from the number 73. The reception he's getting from the crowd. Rather of happy, smiley faces, weren't they, this morning when Marco Bezzecchi secured pole position on the factory in Aprilia. That's not what he came for this afternoon, though.
So rather speedy stomped back into the box there from Bez. Doesn't appear at this moment to want to wave at the TV cameras. Has secured 3rd in the World Championship, but some detailed conversations already going on, potentially involving that decision on the soft front tyre. Whether that was the root of the problems or just a part of it, certainly contributed to Bezzecchi struggled so much in the first couple of laps.
Let's see now. I think I was hoping not to wait in race 1 and it started to rain. So, and then we were hoping to be this race now, this race to be raining, but it's not. But we want a safe race as well because we are heading to 1 and just it's very important that we finish, ahead of Esteban. Team championship is secure. So my goal now is to try to do a good start. I think it's going to be an aggressive one. As you can check if the cars, like every car will have a big damage. But yeah, I mean, race 1, it is what it is, and what I was doing myself, I was happy for the first part, and then I was happy that Jan won the race. So yeah, looking forward now to see, and I think it's going to be an interesting race.
I hope so. We know that you've got tape, so you could just be the person that causes the drama for race 3 for us, please.
was drama, but now in the legal part, you know, because then I need to go to the office of FIA. I could dive in already after race 2, so I don't want to be there back there again. So let's see what we can do.
Alright, safe. It is fun there, isn't it, when they cause mischief. Poor Esteban. Poor Esteban. So he came into the World Touring Car in Europe in 2018. He's been like the nearly driver for all of those years. And he worked so hard, and that team worked so hard, and it is nothing. He came into this weekend. He really did have a good chance, but he had engine issues in the beginning. It didn't look even like he was going to make qualifying, and then he had a messy qualifying, ridiculous race 1, and then here we are, race 2, and it all went horribly wrong for him. I think strategy didn't work in his favour. The rain was coming down, it was pretty heavy. He did take the chance because he was behind Jan, so he sort of had the chance to take a strategy risk. He didn't pay off. He came in, first of all he put on front wet, then he came back in again. So by the time he went back out on full wet, he was the only driver out on full wet, but he went out to E18 and he did not make any traction at all, unfortunately. But it, you know, all it needed was for the race to come down just a little bit more, and it would have played out really well. Really, hello. You are alright in the thickness. How much are you enjoying your first return to touring car?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously starting off fourth, pretty happy with that. Such a fine result. Got to try and have a good race this one. Obviously for us, there's not much to lose, so we'll try and see what sort of pace we've got and try and move forward. But really happy so far.
I love that. You've got the pace, you've got nothing to lose. This is good. I feel like we're going to cause some mischief. Good, thank you. Didn't do that. So we did have fun race 3. There we go. Jan is not inside, probably sitting on the floor again. Just final words. This is a really important race for you. It could be a real pivotal race if you go into Macau. No, that's just the standard answer. Come on. You're going to put at the end of the next 3 races be the world champion again.
I can see that clear, and I think the race 2 was very important with the condition. Now I will take a stop because I want to do the weekend for our home race. But at the same point I will play it safe, so you know we need 4 points to race to Macau again. So no, it's an important race, but to be honest we have 20 races this year and they have all been very intense. So yeah, let's see and let's focus on this one.
One day, one of them will say something like that nugget that they didn't say, and I'll have got it. Right, I think we can conclude that. Let's have a good race. I really hope so. It's going to be exciting. It's anything like race 2. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Make sure you're watching it. GR series.
Alex McQueen down there on the grid. Paul Jeffrey up here in the commentary box, and hello to you all. As mentioned, this could be a pivotal race for several drivers' championship aspirations, not least of which it's a man sitting on pole position, Ted York. Crossed the line in 3rd place for race number 2 earlier today. Demoted to 4th position, that bumps the championship out to 37 points between himself and Jan Ellershane. Not a lot when you consider it's searching for a win. And we've still got 3 races to go, 2 of which are going to be held at Macau, which, quite frankly, should have 5 times the points. That's how crazy that particular challenge is. We'll look forward to the future, though, in a while, because the immediate future for us, small matter of 30 minutes motor racing plus an additional lap on the end. The final time, the last dance, here in China, initially scheduled for a 2-race finish. Something number 3 to make up for the one that we missed in Australia due to shipping delays. So here we are, ready to go again. And quite honestly, I'm delighted we've got a third one today because, as Alex and several drivers mentioned down there on the grid, race for 2 far special. It has to be said, plenty of proper touring car racing. Nobody came back with a wing mirror, everybody came back with a story, and several drivers came back looking for perhaps a small amount of redemption. Covered this third and final, and then of the weekend. A brilliant comp. He finished in 5th. Great result. But it's not 5-second time penalty. The most of the 10th at the flag. Not ideal for the French driver. He'll be hoping for more come the final race. Jan Selesai, so we're looking up there. From 3rd position. Big opportunity for the French driver. Ted York, he already mentioned this one at the start of the weekend. He's going for the Driver Championship. There will be absolutely no help whatsoever in terms of team play between two Lincoln Coast Cyan Racing drivers. Will Brown on a bit of a busman's holiday back in GTR. He'll be starting for the second row of the grid, and we know very well how fast Will Brown is because he's been away from the car for so long and brand new into the Elantra. One can only assume that every time he gets into it, he'll just be that little bit faster than last time around. Expect Will Brown, one of those drivers, at the very least, are in the conversation for the podium spot. Yeah, he is having a little bit of trouble getting the TCR car away from the line, having, let's say, been in supercars for the last couple of half seasons, but never, ever, ever count out a man of that talent. Never count out a man of the talent of Norman Nicholas as well. Been a quiet weekend by Norman's lofty standards. But again, the driver that's got every possibility of moving forward. Third, the first race of the day, back by 12. On home trial, Martin Clark hasn't had the pace, has he? It has to be said. With Lincoln Co. trio of Lincoln Co. Cyan Racing teammates, and Valencia, Jan Selesai, and Ted York. Not quite there. There or thereabouts is Mar this weekend, but not quite there on a level with his teammates. His speed and his keen to get the elbows down is good in battle pack racing, so I'm sure Martin Clark will be a very fascinating prospect indeed. And honestly, you know me by now, good people at home, touring car is what I live and breathe for. So I'm always excited about anything to do with touring car racing. But I've got to admit, the proverbial hands will be together at the prospect of this one. Keep our collective fingers crossed, a bit of rainfall, and will always make it even spicier still, but even without the wet stuff.
So far in our previous 21 Sprint Saturdays, we have had 4 riders who have collected a gold medal. Marc Marquez sidelined through injury. Well, at the start of the season, Marc was completely untouchable, wasn't he, in the short sprint format. He will end 2025 with 14 sprint wins and 2 in name. Marco Bezzecchi next best with 3 sprint wins. Starting his quest for a 4th from pole position here in Valencia. 2 sprint wins apiece for Pecco Bagnaia and for Alex Marquez. Alex Marquez is my most recent gold medal, of course, in Portimao. So much focus, so much attention on Pedro Acosta, the Banana KTM star in the middle of that second row. They've been in 5th place. We keep posing this question. Is finally this going to be the weekend in what is MotoGP start 41? Weekend where the number 37 in the middle of your picture on this warm-up lap can get his first gold medal. You know that there's been a lot of late-swing and throwing in terms of tyre choice because we still all just actually got to this week in class mate. Let's go down to Jacklo for some news.
Yeah, on the front 3 rows of the grid, everybody opts for the hard front tyre, soft rear tyre, apart from 2, Ralph Fernandez and poleman Marco Bezzecchi go for the soft front tyre. Big gamble from the Aprilian.
Very much so then, Jack. So warm lap underway then here in cooling conditions at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Who is going to pick up the final medals of 2025? Marco Bezzecchi then, soft front tyre, Aprilia and the Italian clearly think that tipping point has been reached. They have now gone to a call to run the hard front. Fabio Di Gianantonio, 6th sprint podium to date so far for the 27-year-old Italian. Last time we saw him on a sprint top 3 was in front of his home crowd in Misano. Alex Marquez, well, he's had the sprint podium for fun so far this season. Last time out in Portimao, which was his 4th victory, looking to 16th podium on sprint Saturdays. Fantastic to see. On Sprint Saturday here, Lotus Grandstand, predominantly from. But expecting them to be absolutely jam-packed for the 27-lap Grand Prix here tomorrow. Still one world title to be decided, of course. Diogo Moreira, Manu Gonzalez, Scott Horn in the Moto2 title decider. Very much the advantage for the Brazilian. With Sesi then on the number 72 Factory Aprilia coming to pole position for the 9th time in his MotoGP career, 13th time in his Grand Prix career. Bez has found himself leading the field away. Two Ducatis behind him. Alex Marquez, second world champion. Fabio Di Giannantonio is the third for the rather deep for him. Keep a close eye, I think, always. Fast starting Pedro Acosta on the KTM. It's lights out, we're racing in our final sprint of 2025 here in Valencia. Already Acosta trying to power his way through on the Giannantonio, who's going the wrong way on the VR46 Ducati. Already picked off by fellow Fabio Quartararo. Alex Marquez has got the drop briefly, has he? On Marco Bezzecchi, they go side by side, the run down to Tanto. Acosta's been super aggressive, got the inside line on Bezzecchi. Around the outside of Bez goes Val Fernandez, but it's Alex Marquez who leads. Acosta's gained 3 spots up to second.
It was a great start by Acosta, but an equally poor start for Giannantonio. Acosta had to swerve around him to avoid running into the VR42 Ducati. Quartararo also a big mover up to 4.
Bezzecchi's getting hammered here. Quartararo and the Giannantonio have picked him off here. So Bezzecchi led Alex Marquez briefly on that long run down into the first corner. Through sector 1 from pole, Bez back in 6th.
Frankie Morbidelli up behind him in 7th place. I don't think he'll be shy in having a go at his fellow VR46 Academy graduate. So it's advantage Marquez and Acosta from here with 1 and 2. Quartararo 4th, Fonti, Giannantonio and Bezzecchi. There's John Zarco going side by side with the 2 factory Hondas. They're just outside the top 10. They're all behind Jorge Martin, who's up to 11th place.
Cracking start by Martin. Once again, he has been aggressive. Up 6 places already, 17th into 11th. So it's as you were really in the Portimao sprint last weekend, isn't it? It's Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta early on here. Was Marco Bezzecchi perhaps just a little bit hesitant in the hard braking zone on that soft mixture in the front tyre. It's Alex then that leads Pedro Acosta as we're about to complete lap 1 and 13 here in this sprint. How much time did Bezzecchi lose on the first lap? Over the line, he's lost almost 1.4 seconds as the Giannantonio tries to find a way back through on Quartararo. Martin over the line in 11th.
Bit of a running theme with the 2 Aprilias on the top front tyre, both plummeted. Iagura's back to 15th place on the first lap as Giannantonio goes past Quartararo. So Bez lost 5 places, and Iagura, he's lost 3 places himself. He's outside the top 12.
Who gained the most places on lap 1? It was our outgoing world champion, Jorge Martin. Juan Mir has had another DNF. Well, it's Luke Marie, it's 2 Hondas down. Of the two factory Hondas collecting each other here in this Grand Prix. It looks like they have.
Both haven't come through the first sector, so it is a pair of factory Hondas. If they ran into each other on a weekend where they could get rid of some concessions, that's not the way to get rid of them.
That is an early Honda horror show here in Valencia, adding to what is an alarming and increasingly DNF count for Juan Mir. He barely completed the lap in the sprint of the Grand Prix in Portimao, denied by clutch problems, different issues, but from the clutches. It's still Alex Marquez then, defending here against Pedro Acosta. These two have got a bit of breathing space then. Back to Ralph Fernandez in 3rd. Almost 8 tenths the gap between Acosta and Fernandez as it stands right now.
Well, we heard before the sprint got underway from Kenny Massini saying that he thought that potentially that Acosta was quicker than them over the course of the sprint. Well, we're about to find out just how quick Pedro Acosta is. Perhaps the rider he would be most concerned about before the sprint got underway is Bez, and he's now behind him to the tune of a couple of seconds. 29.5 for Alex Marquez. Bezzecchi is a second a lap slower and now 2.3 off the lead.
Is he already regretting and ruining that soft front tyre choice? Bezzecchi has not got going at all. Got a really good launch away, didn't he, on the factory and put him from pole position, but then he just went backwards and Jack Miller. Oh, Miller goes sideways, speedway style. Takes some aero, he looked like a blooming Aldeguer Ducati. So Aldeguer started this lap in 8th place. He's been pushed back 5 places. Big contact there between Miller and Aldeguer into 2.
And that'll be one that the stewards will be having a very close look at to see whether that was fair from Jack Miller, which was certainly a little wild. He has now taken a place in the points. Brad Binder taking advantage of all that too. He's gained 2 places up to 8.
Well, it was Aldeguer who clipped the wings of Brad Binder in Portimao last weekend. This time around, he gets his wings clipped by the aggression of Jack Miller. Aldeguer was wide there as well. I wouldn't have thought about it stopping, but a bit of lost aero might already be compromising some turning performance and some downfalls in the braking zones on that Ducati GP24. Jorge Martin still doing an absolutely sterling early shot. Still in 11th place at the moment is Martin, having made those 6 places up on the first lap.
So Miller barrels up the inside, and then, oh no, this is the Honda crash, so that was the Hondas coming in, as they wipe each other out. It was Juan Mir into Luca Marini, immediately apologising. I think it's Alberto Pucci you might want to apologise to, Juan.
Yeah, there is, locking the front on the brakes into turn 2, on the outside, the completely luckless Luca Marini. He's had 3 crashes so far this season, 2 of them haven't even been his own fault, have they, for Rob Marini. Sesi just cannot get through, can he, on Quartararo. Closes right up on the factory Yamaha rear tyre going into turn 2, but he's been stuck in that 6th place since the first lap as Marco Sesi. Just has not made any progress forward whatsoever. This is a big shock. We're surprised to see Sesi suffering as much as he is. It's that soft front, isn't it, surely? Ralph Fernandez, Sesi, Johan Zarco, Agura, and then Augusto Fernandez and Alexis Fargo further down the field. The only riders that are on the soft front.
Really though, Ralph Fernandez is doing absolutely fine on it at the moment. In 3rd place, he's doing 29, running in 3rd place. Not exactly under too much pressure from Fabio Di Antonio right now. Ralph Fernandez holding a very safe 3rd place at this stage of the sprint. So Sesi perhaps not with the confidence in his early stages. Ralph Fernandez certainly had plenty. As Jorge Martin is now dropping down the order. I certainly hope that Martin hasn't crashed. He hasn't, he just ran on at turn 8.
Yeah, run off at turn 8, of course. He's going to be really ring rusty at the moment. Jorge Martin, the last time we saw him in competitive action, he goes barreling off, goes into the run-off area at turn 8. That's what it's there for. Last time we saw Martin in competitive action, he lasted 1 corner in the sprint in Matei. That's a real shame because he was in contention for the point scoring places. Alex Marquez with a pretty comfortable advantage, nearly 4 tenths of a second over Acosta. In the slipstream goes Sesi. They made that work perfectly through on Quartararo, just on the inside line as he released the brake going into the first corner. So finally, Sesi goes back up a position. Chapman's going to have to drop 3 positions after his rather leery move. I guess it was Miller signal manoeuvre, wasn't it, at turn 2? Didn't quite work out. 3 positions he's going to have to drop then. Jack at the moment 9, so he's going to have to let Zarco, Agura and Almaguer through back into that 9th place.
Battle then for 3rd place, and Dinger is now closing wide up to the back of Ralph Fernandez, so the information is now on Seckler's dashboard, so he should be already well aware of the penalty that he's got to serve in the remainder of this sprint. That's going to cost him any hope of a World Championship point here this afternoon. Acosta going wide at the top of your picture into turn 8, and that's going to drop him further back from Alex Marquez.
Yeah, and Alex is already looking pretty comfortable at the front of this sprint. Closing in right now on Fernandez in 3rd place is the Gian Antonio there on the 49 VR 46 Ducati Compact Street Miller's a 3-place position drop.
Costa half a second that mistake in turn 8. So Alex Marquez now the thick end of a second clear at the front of the sprint. And Quartararo was said in practice earlier on this morning, he's spent most of the year defending. This time he's defending from a rider I don't think he wants to be defending against. Frankie Morbidelli.
Tough sprint at the moment as far as Pecco Bagnaia is concerned. He's stuck down in 13th place. He's got a track limit warning also to be contending with. So for the 3rd time in this sprint, half of it completed pretty much. Alex Marquez leads by over a second. Gian Antonio surely quickly is going to pick off Fernandez. He might actually attack the Spaniards. Track out in front here on the run down to turn 2. He just shows Fernandez a front wheel there, didn't he?
The really needs to, because Fernandez did a 30.7, easy slower than Acosta last time round. We saw why Acosta had a fall lap. Digi's got to attack here because then he backs into Marco Sesi, who did a 30.1. He's now finally got some pace, and he's closing in on this battle for the bronze medal.
Cruising in the moment is Alex at the front. He's the only rider in the 129. Brilliant pace this by Alex Marquez, which we said in the opening 21 Grand Prix this season. What a massive step forward he's produced this year. 25 more podiums, Alex, have scored compared to 2024. It could get even better. There might be successive gold medals around his neck at the end of this sprint. This is going to be the key mistake as far as Acosta's concerned. Easy mistake to make. Into turn 8 he goes, down 3 gears. He's done well. He's done well to sell 2 wheels there, because that was a real big moment, wasn't it, for the Spanish rider. It looks like, though, it is going to cost him any hope of winning this sprint.
He's really suffering now. He's now reversing back towards Ralph Fernandez. He's backing up Digia, who's then backing up towards Sesi. We're going to have a 4-way fight for second shortly, because Acosta is starting to really struggle, and we're only at half distance in this sprint.
Well, tyre life, tyre durability has been a recurring issue of late Pedro Acosta. It has been one of his real big headaches, something that he said KTM has to sort out, asking for his winter wish list in the Thursday press conference. He just replied with 1 word: grip. That is all he needs. He bills to be turned into a regular Grand Prix winner in MotoGP. It's always a tough conversation for a rider, but with his crew when he returns after a crash in any event. It can be doubly difficult because he's also got to explain why he's also cleaned out his teammate Luca Marini. So there is Quartararo then, just ahead of former factory Yamaha teammate Frankie Morbidelli. Alex Marquez is 1.6 seconds clear of Acosta.
As punishment for that might well be a lot of testing next year. To understand, you'll have to do some more testing in between Grand Prix because Honda won't lose second section. Certainly not helped by that. Johan Zarco is the top Honda running in 11th place. We're still yet to see Jack Miller drop those 3 percentages required. He is still running in 9th.
Miguel's got down to some serious pace as well. His last lap was a 1:30.154. Once again, Alex is the only rider to 29. This is just been superb. It's been a masterclass so far by the younger Marquez. Simply watching on from trackside is brother Mark, who will be seriously impressed with what his brother is producing right now. Jorge Martin joins Pecco Bagnaia in the Track Limits Warning Club as we ride on board them with Morbidelli through this tie-spreading long turn 13. You're going to be getting some serious wheel spinning. You're going to be relying on some traction control to help you out in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow. There's a real big gang, isn't there, building up behind Quartararo.
Better lap time for Acosta, 13.42. He's actually a tenth quicker than Alex Marquez. Last time around, and Morbidelli now closes up behind Fabio Quartararo, but we know how good the 20 is under braking, and he wants to stay as clear as Frankie Morbidelli as he can. They've come close to you times lately.
That's a perfect demonstration of just how red hot Quartararo is on the brakes on that factory Yamaha. I mean, that Yamaha is giving up 10, 12, 15 kilometres in a straight line compared to the Ducatis. Morbidelli with some slipstream. It just shows one how good Quartararo is in getting off the final corner out of 40 and then braking into the third corner. Absolutely awesome once again from Quartararo. Of course, to get another sprint top 6. Here's the game up for the front, 1.4 seconds. That gap has come down between Marquez and Acosta. Alex has stabilised in the second sector. Maybe Alex has got that a little bit more confidence with the front, a bit more turning as you get into this tight infield section.
Has Digia got the pace, essentially chased off after Acosta, if he can clear Raul Fernandez? We know how good Digia has generally been, not just lately in Grand Prix, but particularly late in sprints, but he's still bottled up behind the track out of He's been stuck there for most of the sprint. Here is Jack Miller then, who is still running in 9th place. If he doesn't drop those positions sharpish, he'll surely get at least one long lap penalty.
He will be now. Look at this Morbidelli, so close to Quartararo. It's almost like he's going to have to make an attack very, very soon. This is Miller then, well he just goes plowing. Aldeguer took the arm away. Aldeguer, how on earth is Aldeguer still on 2 wheels there? Got his left arm yanked off the handlebar. Through came Agura. Finally, I was going to say Morbidelli was so close to Quartararo's rear tyre as they dropped down through 14. It was inevitable really if he just was able to pick up the slipstream that Frankie was going to be able to blast past Quartararo. He duly did, so Morbidelli then now pinches that 6.
They're doing mid-130s, they're still quicker than Brad Binder behind. You would have just seen him a moment ago, behind Quartararo. But Quartararo was defending for Binder for a lot of the Portuguese Grand Prix. 6 days ago, Jack Miller still waiting for him as he comes to the first sector. He's still running in that 9th place. He's still got Agura, Zarco and Aldeguer right behind him.
Zarco's just
long lap penalty.
Yeah, Jack Miller has imagine in the heat of this battle, he's probably going to say, well, I just didn't see the dashboard, didn't see on my pitboard. Let's hope you will now see the long lap penalty, or there'll be more hot water coming the way of the Australian, failing to drop the 3 positions after his early clattering into Fermi Aldeguer.
Looking at the current standings of the race, they probably amount to the same thing. If he serves a long lap penalty, it'll drop him somewhere near Pecco Bagnaia, who is currently 4 spots behind him.
Rather lonely fifth. I think he was saying that about Sesi. 4 seconds he is now behind Marquez at the front. 1.2 behind Michel Antonio, 1.4 clear of Frankie Morbidelli. Over the line we go. 4 laps to go then in the final sprint action of 2025, and it looks like it is going to be for the first time in his career back-to-back sprint wins for Alex Marquez. This has been superb. This really does bode well for the 27-lap Grand Prix tomorrow, which is where Grazini Came Massini expected Alex to be stronger tomorrow than he has been today. Is that even possible? He's been so good this afternoon.
Yep, got the lead at the start and never looked back. He was put under pressure for a few laps, wasn't he, by Pedro Acosta, but that mistake in turn 8 when he was already starting to lose the thread, really, Pedro Acosta behind Alex Marquez, and see the the semi-free, had a pretty comfortable ride since then. But leads back to Barcelona early on this season. Alex Marquez will not feel certain of this sprint win until that medal's round his neck.
Costa at the moment just must feel like he's handcuffed. He's just doing everything he possibly can to squeeze everything out of himself, and that KTM is just not quite good enough. He said the pre-race press conference on Thursday that KTM just did not make the steps that he needed to get himself on the top step of the podium for the first time. He's going to rack up another podium, and there's been plenty of them of late. 4 sprint podiums in the last 5, 3 Grand Prix podiums in the last 4. But it's the win he wants, it's the win he so desperately craves. It's the win at the moment that is slipping well out of his grasp in this sprint.
And it would be the 6th consecutive Grand Prix where he's taken at least 1 podium in either sprint or Grand Prix over the weekend. So of course in Portimao, Malaysia, he took both at 3 laps to go. Acosta saw late to the Grand Prix last weekend, remember, but he suddenly found some late pace. He is chipping away a little bit, and Alex Marquez is advantage, but you feel this is Alex just riding as fast as he needs to in these final 4 laps to keep the 37 at bay.
This will be podium number 21 in MotoGP. Pedro Acosta hasn't been able to convert any of the magic into that elusive first victory. It's been a good fight for 3rd place. Fair play to Ralph Fernandez, because he's been keeping Gil Antonio at bay for so much. Well, nobody knows just how good Alex Mark is. Nobody knows the strengths and merits of Alex better than Brother Mark. Even I think Mark will have to doff his factory Ducati cap and say, yeah, this has been an awesome performance by Alex. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He has been absolutely immaculate here so far. He's still holding that advantage over Acosta to 1.4 seconds. Gil Antonio is running out of time to get through on a very resolute and resilient Ralph Fernandez, who's doing an absolutely phenomenal job before Trackhouse in front of him. Ralph Fernandez trying to hang on to that 3rd sprint podium.
Jack Miller does now come through the long lap penalty loop, so having scraped at it for most of the race, the stewards have finally got the message across to the 43 to get out of the way. That will have annoyed Aigura, that, because he's been stuck behind Miller's Yamaha for quite some time, and he's now not got a lot of time left to try and chase off after Brad Binder twice. That does now promote Aigura into the point.
This is the battle for the bronze medal position here in this Valencia sprint. Got some splitting once again in the Ducati GP25 of the Gil Antonio. Nothing wrong though, is there, with the extra speed out of 14, the top speed of that Aprilia, top speed that Marco Bezzecchi's got on his winter wish list for the New Orleans years. As far as Aprilia are concerned, he's been riding so well here, hasn't he? Fernandez just not even giving the Gil Antonio a sniff to try and attack him. And Digilio's going to go for it on the inside into turn 4. He is. He's had to force that one. He's going to run it a little bit hard. Fernandez surely will have the inside line back as they go through 5. This reminds me of Formula versus Miller on the last lap of the Grand Prix here 5 years ago in 2020. Back again on the inside, and Fernandez at 6 goes to Gil Antonio. What a fight this is for 3rd.
Well, Gil Antonio's just decided there's a lap and a half of this sprint to go. I'm just going to go for this and just throw everything at it. Ralph Fernandez with the colours of the Valencia flag on his crash helmet, highly motivated to secure a medal here today.
So Gil Antonio, the only problem is once the Ducati gets ahead of you, it's so hard to find a way back through it straight away. Look, Gil Antonio with a bit of clear road ahead of him, and for what, half a dozen, and maybe a little bit less bike lengths through on Fernandez, who was good going on the brakes into turn 11. Marco Bezzecchi all of a sudden has started to close right in on this pair directly ahead of him. Pat Baird, he might just run out of time here, because another lap or so, Bezzecchi might fancy his chances at back-to-back sprint podium. Hasn't worked out after a dazzling performance, an all-time lap record in Q2 this morning for Bezzecchi. He's going to come over the line to start the last sprint lap of 2025 in 5th place. Alex Marquez surely is nailed on for our last sprint win of the season. Acosta looks safe and secure in 2nd. Who will take the final medal?
Bezzecchi would have been hoping that battle, which we were really enjoying between Fernandez and Bezzecchi, it carried on for a few more corners, because it would have brought him right into play. But Alex Marquez, with his brother watching trackside, is now just 10 corners away from a 2nd consecutive Saturday sprint win. And once again, he's going to keep Pedro Acosta waiting. He hasn't been quite the heavyweight punches that we saw a week ago between the top 2, but it's been another tremendous display from Alex Marquez, the runner-up in the World Championship, and about to win in front of his older brother.
It's going to be his 27th podium finish of the season, showing exactly why he's getting this big Ducati upgrade next season. He will be on a GP26. He said himself, that's going to bring extra pressure. You're on a factory bike, you have to deliver. There's no hiding place, no excuses. experiences. He stepped up to the plate this year, having got on that Ducati GP24. I'm sure he will rise to the occasion next season as well. He has the same machinery as Brother Mark, Fabio De Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia, but check on Bagnaia doing another thoroughly. That's forgettable sprint down in 13th place at the moment. Through the final corner we go then. And having started 2025 on a sprint podium, Alex Marquez has finished it on top of the sprint podium here in Valencia. What a performance by Alex. He takes the checker flag 1.1 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta, who is on the podium for the 5th time in the last 6 sprints. Still though chasing that elusive first victory is the KTM star. Fabio De Gianantonio scores just the 7th sprint podium of his career. He did just about get the better late on of Ralph Fernandez. Marco Bezzecchi's victory charge, well, it lasted for about 500 metres on the run down to the third corner. Interesting to see what Bezzecchi says about his decision to go for the soft front tyre, because he never really was in contention at all for the win. Points in the sprint for Morbidelli, Quattararo, Binder and Iagura. Baccini, more late punishment on Bagnaia. Those two form the factory Ducati teammates locked on the last lap of the feed. Got Bagnaia for 13th spot. So Bagnaia takes the checker flag in 14th.
And does drop to 5th in the World Championship today. Pedro Acosta's 2nd place. Grassini celebrates another sprint success. They will also be celebrating, even if it is gets a little flat at Aprilia today, because with his 5th place, Marco Bezzecchi does clinch 3rd in the World Championship today.
2nd time in the last 3 years he's done that. Done it previously for Ducati when he was part of the VR46 project, and showing the kind of performances of late why Aprilia wants to get him on board a factory RSGP. Well, a very popular victory of course here in Valencia. The 2 Spaniards take the top 2 places in our final sprint action of the campaign. Pedro Acosta moves up 1 place, 4th of the championship. Got a 6-point cushion as well over Pecco Bagnaia going into the final Grand Prix tomorrow. Bagnaia has spoken throughout this season when he was clearly out of championship contention, how miserable of an experience it was not to be a title contender, how 2nd wasn't good enough. Well, if 2nd wasn't good enough, 3rd was going to be awful, 4th a disaster. Well, when did he rank 5th in the final ranking? Because that's where it looked like he might finish what's been a miserable 2025. Pedro Acosta taking the plaudits, taking the adulation of this home crowd here in Valencia. Did all he could, and did all he could. I mean, there's nobody at the moment that's getting anything out of a factory KTM quite like Pedro Acosta. His teammate Brad Binder did pick up a couple of points in 8th place, but he was over 6 seconds behind Pedro Acosta.
Official fan club, as I'm sure you saw there with the banner off to the right-hand side. Yeah, I gave all I can, I fought a good fight, says Pedro. In the end, once again, there was just one rider bike combination that was too strong. Just it was. 7 days ago, that was Alex Marquez and the Grassini Ducati GP24. Pedro Acosta, though, as I say, does move up to 4th place in the World Championship today, but he has to settle for silver yet again.
So that victory for Alex in that sprint moves him on to 3 for the season, which now ties him with Bezzecchi. So he can say in 2025 there was only my brother Mark that scored more sprint wins than him. Moving on, Alex, we don't want you tumbling off the side of the bike as you come to celebrate with the team in pit lane. There's Grassini staff, Martinez there in the white t-shirt, his manager. Yeah, he's done it, and there's potentially more to come as far as the 29-year-old Spaniard is concerned. He has really enjoyed life on Spanish shore so far this season, has he, Alex Marquez? That wonderful breakthrough victory in MotoGP Grand Prix on the Sunday action in Jerez, the spiritual home of the Spanish Grand Prix. That was a magic moment. He then won in front of his home crowd, I guess you could say his real home crowd at the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya. Back on Spanish turf once again. It's Alex who prevails here in Valencia. I have to say, he made it look very, very comfortable. He made it look very easy. It wasn't, but it was another very, very assured performance from the number 73. Just listen to the reception he's getting from the crowd. Well, they were happy smiley faces, weren't they, this morning when Marco Bezzecchi secured pole position on the factory in Aprilia. That's not what he came for this afternoon, though.
It was a rather speedy stomped back into the box there from Bez. Here at this moment, I want to wave at the TV cameras. Has secured third in the World Championship, but some detailed conversations already going on, potentially involving that decision on the soft front tyre. Whether that was the root of the problems or just a part of it, certainly contributed to Bezzecchi struggling so much in